Oh, it worked. Let's go. You see how I just have to plug it in a million times and it finally works? What is wrong? Why does it do that? Seriously, like, what? Hello? Can everyone hear me now? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, what's good, everyone? What's good? What's good? What's good? How's everyone doing today? I know I'm on a bit early. Pajama pants? Yeah, I'm always pajama pantsed up if I'm staying inside, of course. You know, like I got the pajama pants. You see the Grinch pants, dude? Diabolical, I tell you. Diabolical. We're gonna start getting some debates up here very soon. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. I just want to say I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube page, as the YouTube page doesn't experience lag if there does end up being some lag. If there is as well, I might end up having to go to my girlfriend's account, but we're just going to keep trying the main account every day, and we will see. We will see. Parker live before Dean is crazy. I know, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, we're gonna get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Dean, I don't think Dean's not even in the live. I don't know where Dean is today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm so sorry. Please grow your mustache back. It looked great.
Appreciate
It really
you.
did.
I appreciate you. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. All right, we're gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007, May 23rd.
And did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay.
Cookie King mogs you.
Because I was gonna say you weren't old enough, right? But they're trolling. It's the Cookie King trolls. That's so funny. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course I did.
And what's your birth year?
2009.
Oh, come on, man.
That was a joke. That was a joke. It's 2002. I'm sorry. It was a joke.
Okay. That was a bad joke to make, because in typical I would have kicked you out. I'm just gonna let you know. Like in typical, I would have kicked you out. So that was a horrible. That was the worst possible joke you could have made. But okay, all right. Go for it. What's the reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
Because of his foreign policy, his domestic policy, and especially for immigration, mostly.
Okay, so immigration. Okay, by the way, your mic is kind of horrible, but just gonna let you know. So in terms of Donald Trump having good domestic policy, or specifically mentioning immigration policy, I would love to hear, what immigration policy are you referencing?
Is it better now? Is my
way better, incredibly better.
Okay. All right. Sorry. So what were you saying?
What specific immigration policy are you referencing?
Mass deportation.
Okay. What mass deportation policy?
You know what I'm talking about.
I'm just, asking you. Do you know what you're talking about?
No.
Okay. Are you trolling? Richard the Head Mustache.
No.
You should know a little more than that. Okay. You don't know a single mass deportation policy? Okay, why is mass deportation preferable to mass amnesty when referencing undocumented immigrants that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes?
What do you mean by bad crimes? Aren't all crimes bad?
No. No, there are plenty of things that have been considered crimes throughout history that aren't bad.
Okay, all right. Anyways, so because they're just not supposed to be here. They came here illegally. They skipped the line.
Okay, so because the line takes way too long and it's an unjust line. I don't have an issue with someone doing that if it's an unjust law or unjust line, because the line doesn't need to be that long.
Oh, but how would we make it shorter? How would we not make it that long? How would we like improve that?
What do you mean? Like,
Like,
how do you
improve the
improve
law.
that? You increase the amount of immigration judges.
Okay. Like, isn't Trump doing that?
No. There was a bipartisan border bill that was specifically going to get passed that would have done that, but that's not happening specifically because of Donald Trump.
Why? Why not?
And by the way, for the two people spamming "call Dean" in the comment section, I'm confused why you're asking me to do that.
You should
Please,
call
please
Dean.
don't do the copy paste thing in the chat. I'm gonna tell mods to ban people who do that. I don't like the copy paste thing in the chat.
You should call Dean.
If there's a specific reason, you can let me know or inform me. But I don't like the chat spamming it like that. Billy, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Like, of course, I can see it. I've seen it. I see the messages.
Yeah, but how did he not pass the border bill or whatever?
Why is it okay? How he called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have otherwise passed if he didn't call for people in Congress to undermine the bill.
So it would have passed if not for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what would the border bill have done?
Yeah, it would have increased the amount of immigration judges to make the asylum process go faster. It would have capped the amount of encounters at the border on a daily basis, right? And it specifically would have built more wall than Trump ever built under his administration. So it was literally a conservative leaning border bill, and Donald Trump was just like being hypocritical by undermining the bill because it would have made Democrats look good. So it just kind of shows he cares more about being put in office than he actually cares about fixing a lot of these conditions at the border, because he's not going to get something like that done.
Okay, well, I guess I could see that, but like, it's another reason why I voted for him is, or like his pro life stance, his overturning Roe v. Wade.
Okay, so you're just like, you think that like women shouldn't have a right or access to abortion in certain states, even if they've been assaulted?
No, I believe that under circumstances of rape and like incest, they should have access to abortion. But aside from that, I don't believe so.
Well, the policy you supported that Donald Trump, influenced to get passed by putting people in the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade led to women who've been assaulted in certain states having restricted access to abortion because there were no federal protections in place.
I know what it did, but I'd just rather have there being fewer abortions.
So you're saying that you would rather that women who have been assaulted in certain states have restricted access to abortion, given that it's saving some lives?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're just totally okay with the fact that women who have been assaulted have restricted access to abortion?
I'm not totally okay with that. I'd just rather have that than all of the
Then like the embryos that are non-sentient, that have no well-being, no experiences, nothing.
Why does sentence matter?
Because it's relating to like a well-being.
Okay.
Like you
What
have a relative well-being to relate to. Like otherwise, you're not even referencing an entity.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
would be like demonstrating any of the typical values we'd have. Like I could give you an example. Do you think that if it was the case that there was a family who pulled the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead, do you think that they're murderers?
No.
But they're cellularly alive.
Well, but they're practically dead though. They're going to die no matter. Well, they're not.
What do
going
you
to die.
mean by they're practically dead? Where's the building? Are you saying that what you consider to be what's relevant or valuable about life is the subjective experience aspect about it?
Say that just because once you're brain dead, there's no coming back from that. Like there's no future sentience in that area. Like you're not ever going to become sentient again.
Yeah, I understand, right? But like in the point that we're referencing prior to the point of sentience, they would if you get an abortion, they would never be sentient ever.
Yeah, but so like I mean, one of my biggest like.
Okay, all right. He just left. He just left. Okay, all right. Don't know why he just randomly left like mid sentence. I'll look for him in the guest box, I guess. But let's try to get this next person up here. All right, Joseph, how old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Because he doesn't allow people to kill their babies.
Are you sure that you're 19 years old?
No, I'm sure.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure,
I sound
just to clarify before I go through the conversation.
well. I sound younger because I have vocal cord hypoplasia, so I sound a little bit younger than I am.
Okay. I've actually never heard about that before. Is that something I could look into?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, thank
It's
you.
where your vocal cords are underdeveloped.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because he doesn't allow people to kill their babies.
Okay. So what's morally valuable about like an embryo?
That they're gonna grow up and become a baby, and then the baby's gonna grow up.
The baby's gonna grow up? Wait, I'm
Yes.
confused. Does that mean that it's so because it will grow up like you're saying you value just the potential aspect of it?
Yes.
Just that alone?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So
It's a human life.
okay. I have a question, right? If you had like a gun that could like make things sentient, like random objects, would you be doing something wrong by not shooting the gun everywhere?
No.
Why not? You're getting rid of the potential. There's potential everywhere, and you have the ability to actualize that potential. Why don't you have an obligation to make all of the things around you sentient? Okay, they left. All right. Well, let me say thank you to some people. Alex, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It is really comfy, you know. I invested in a nice chair and I'm happy. It is super comfy because I spent so much time in it. I had to get a nice chair. This is a long time ago I got this chair. But yeah, that's so nice. I really love the chair. Thank you so much, Alex. The $50 on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. LVZ, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. Don't get one. Very true. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I don't know what happened. My internet glitched out, so I got dropped.
Okay, all right. So what were you saying?
I honestly forgot, but
Can I ask you about like Donald Trump's policy? Do you have a single Donald Trump policy, like in terms of his economic policy?
oh, I like how he I like Doge, how it's cutting a lot of the fraud in the government.
Well, then how do you feel about Elon Musk specifically saying that Donald Trump is going against everything that he did at Doge by passing the big beautiful bill?
Well, I don't agree with the big beautiful bill. I think that's a pretty terrible piece of legislation, honestly.
So are you saying that Donald Trump's policy, economically speaking, is disastrous because it goes against everything that Doge did?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why are you saying that it's preferable, given that Democrats actually, historically speaking, in the past few administrations have added less debt? If we reference the Biden-Harris administration, they added less debt, signed into law.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
comparative to Trump.
Dislike the Biden-Harris administration. I just believe that the first Trump administration was better, so that's why I voted for him over Kamala.
Okay, the first Trump administration in what aspects? Because debt-related spending was more, right?
Well, I don't know a lot. I didn't know, so I really
Like
was
signed
not,
off, like what they signed off.
I was like 10 and 12 during the first Trump administration. All I knew is that my parents talked about how low gas prices were and how like just cheap a lot of things were. And then near the end of his administration, during the beginning of and most of Biden's, it was a little more expensive.
High gas prices. So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause high gas prices?
I think one of the reasons was like the sanctions on Russia, was it?
Do you think Donald Trump wouldn't have done the sanctions on Russia?
I mean, considering that he pulled funding from Ukraine, I believe that he probably wouldn't have done that.
So he would have done no sanctions on Russia as a response to them invading a sovereign territory that we had an agreement with that we would defend?
He probably would not have put sanctions on them, considering how he's very pro-Russia.
Oh, so you think being pro-Russia is good?
No, I don't think it's good.
Okay, so then why wouldn't that be an example of his disastrous foreign policy because he's pro-Russia?
Well, I agree with him being pro Israel. That's one of his. That's one reason why.
Okay,
'Cause I'm
but
I'm
are you pro-Russia?
pro Russia. No, I'm not pro
Okay, so
Russia.
then can you explain to me why you think that Donald Trump is good for foreign policy, given that you specifically, right, are not pro-Russia?
I believe that he's good in like funding Israel to fight Hamas.
Okay. All right. Well, one, that's like fucking insane. His view specifically was that he wanted to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians with no right to return, according to his interview with Brett Bauer specifically, right? That's what he wanted to do for Trump Gaza because he sees Gaza to be real estate development. Is that what your view is?
I highly doubt that he would ever do that.
Wait, that's what he said though. I'm sorry. Like, is that is that
Well,
your
I
view?
mean, no, I don't believe that we should ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Okay, so then you disagree with Donald Trump's view, correct?
I disagree with this view on that, but I just don't think that he would ever do that.
Okay, so you have a huge disagreement with that, right? Yet you still support him. You have a huge disagreement with his literally pro-Russia stance under your view, and yet you still agree with him. What the hell? He has all of these insane positions, and yet you're just totally okay with them?
I'm Jewish, right? And I just believe that it's very important that we can support Israel
What does that have to do with you being Jewish?
because Israel is a Jewish state.
Okay,
Is it-
okay. So do you believe in ethno states?
Ethno states. I think that
He left again. Okay. Here's maybe a crazy view to him. I don't believe in ethno states. I think ethno states are bad, right? So like specifically trying to create like a majority population of a specific ethnicity, right? Like intentionally within a particular area, I think is weird. I think that's a weird thing. I think it's a weird thing. I believe in immigration. I think that's cool. You know, as long as people like consensually go into areas, you know what I'm saying? That's the idea. But like I don't believe in the idea of ethno states. I think that's like a really weird concept. But you would think a lot of Christians in the US would think that too, because like of what Jesus says in the Bible, but thank you for the greeting. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? Phantom, are you there? Phantom, you there? All right, let's go on to the next person here. Roxy, thank you for the £2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. LVZ, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, maybe we should talk about Trump's affiliation with Epstein too. LVZ, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I think I caught up. It's for some reason it's not showing me the normal like thing where I can see all of the donations, like go back to them. So I'll have to go and open that up. But yeah, let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, they left. Okay, all right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, of course.
What's your birth year?
2006.
2006. What month?
August.
Okay. And you said you're 18?
Yeah.
Okay. So why'd you vote for? Why do you support Donald Trump?
Probably immigration.
Okay, what about immigration?
He's just doing good, solving all the problems.
What problems specifically?
Like if you look at all the illegal immigrants coming in, then he's just trying to fix that.
According to your repost, you're not a Trumper.
No, I am. This is my fake account.
Your fake account? What? So where you repost liberal things?
Yeah. Bro, chill.
The chat is on you. You know, that's just like literally the chat. The chat is on you. They know exactly what to look for. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Do make sure if you're on your YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
19,
What's your birth year?
2006,
1 month.
January 28th of January 2006. Do you need the time also?
Yeah. Give me the specific time during the day.
It was
Okay. No.
9:10, I think, a.m.
Okay. Yeah. And I was just scrolling. So yeah, what's the reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
The reason why I voted for Donald Trump is economic policies.
Economic policies. Okay. What economic policy?
The tariffs. And
Okay. What specific tariffs
the China tariffs.
that are
20
currently paused? How do you feel about them being paused right now?
The China ones aren't paused.
There's a certain portion that isn't paused. I think it's like 30%. The rest is.
I believe that pause on tariffs is a good thing
Oh,
because the three main points for tariffs, in my opinion, are to be used for negotiation, to protect industry, and it's important to remember historically Alexander Hamilton was the tariff guy.
Oh, okay. What type of economy are you referencing? You're referencing an economy without any Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, an economy without roads and bridges. What are you talking about? Right?
That's just historically.
Yeah, historically, tariffs have been horrible for our economy. Right? If you want to reference specifically tariffs, what it would do is it would create a regressive tax on Americans, disproportionately negatively impacting the low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods that would go up in price specifically because of the tariffs. Also, domestic manufacturing jobs would also be harmed because aspects of their production process come from other countries around the world, whether it be materials, right, or other those sorts of things. So if their cost of production becomes more expensive, wouldn't that harm manufacturing jobs in the United States as well? And then if you're getting renegotiation, what particular renegotiation are you getting? What particular deals are you getting just to get rid of the tariffs that Trump originally put in the first place? That's not getting anything.
But also reducing tariffs on other countries. Other countries reducing tariffs on the U.S.
Okay, well, they haven't done that to degrees lower than what they were prior. What country did that?
I'm pretty sure Venezuela. Did they not?
Oh, could you give me a source?
Can I? I don't have it on the top of my.
Do you want to go look it up?
Yeah, I will.
Go ahead. I'll pull someone up here while you do that. Let's get this next person up here. Watch. This is going to be Evil Dean, chat. Watch. I'm so good at identifying.
Oh,
I'm so good at identifying what account is Evil Dean. Watch that. Look at that. I just knew it. Knew it. I had like such an intuition. Did you see that, chat? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
hello?
How old are
Yeah.
you?
You okay? I'm 55 from the UK.
Oh, so
Do I get a say?
well, can you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Can you vote in American elections?
No. Is that important?
Yeah, it kind of is. I appreciate you coming up, though. Thank you. Appreciate you coming up. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Tell everyone to Luke the stream. Everyone Luke the stream or like the stream. You know what's about you? I'm sorry, you're good. No, don't worry. Don't worry. Has anyone ever seen me in Discord? I mistype things all the time. I am the absolute king of mistyping things. You should see my messages. They're
Hello?
so cooked. They're so cooked. Did you find it?
It wasn't Colombia. It was Venezuela, and it wasn't.
What,
I mean, it was.
what's the source?
It wasn't Venezuela.
Oh, it was Colombia. So what's the source for that?
What they did was, facing the threat of U.S. tariffs, they agreed to accept migrants. without
okay.
Philip.
So something completely different, right?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with what you originally said. This totally different claim. This is something you got from the tariffs. They agreed to take who?
Migrants.
Migrants from their country,
No, from the U.S. to Venezuela. Yeah, from their country.
from their own country. Is what
Yeah.
would that not have happened otherwise?
I think they were rejecting them. They weren't accepting migrants back.
From other countries, not from their country,
From their country.
from their own country. Could I get a source on that one?
Well, but in the meantime, can
And
we
where would the migrants be sent to within the country?
back to? I mean, they're not committing a crime when they're in their own country.
I just said, like, where would they be sent to? Did you see
Sorry,
that in your research that you just looked up?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
You
but I
want
do,
to go look real quick?
but I do want to. I want to ask you. Do you believe that everything Trump does is bad, or like? I don't want to like stretch an argument or anything like that, but
Yes, every single action he's ever made in his entire life has been wrong.
like, don't you see like some good things? Like recently, something I really applaud what Melania Trump and Donald Trump have been doing is the Take It Down Act that recently was passed. Like regarding, do you not believe that's a good good thing that was passed? It was bilateral,
Repeat that.
bipartisan.
Repeat that. I'm confused. I didn't follow. What were you arguing?
The Take It Down Act.
The Take It Down. What about the Take It Down Act?
That's something Trump recently just did, like with support from both parties.
And what did that do? Because I haven't heard about this. Tell me what did the Take It Down Act do?
So the Take It Down
Oh,
Act,
sorry. I apologize. I have heard about this. Actually, yes. This is that's actually good. I do agree with that.
Thank you. I wanted to start off on kind of a good note because, yeah,
What?
I-
Okay. This is like us. This is like Trump agreeing on some level of Medicaid or Medicare, right? Like this is going to be supported by both sides, I would think, right?
Medicaid or Medicare.
Yeah, like
And
except for Donald Trump's trying to cut Medicaid.
Where's the source for that?
The big beautiful bill.
The Big Beautiful Bill.
Yep.
Really bad name, I'll say that. But
Yeah, it's a big beautiful bill of cutting healthcare for people in need, right? And giving tax cuts to the rich and increasing taxes on the bottom 80%. You know, Mike, think of the $5. Thank you.
in
I
the
look
first,
easily the stream. That's crazy. I appreciate it. What's up?
didn't the bottom 50% benefit more than the top 50%?
The bottom 50% benefit more than the top 50%? No. Could you give me a source for that? Or
I'll do that right
any mainstream media source that would say that, or any media source in general that says that?
What are your opinions on the U.S. Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent? Do you?
I actually don't know much about him.
Yeah, because I listen to podcasts of like him speaking on podcasts. So that's where I get my.
That's where you get your information from.
Yeah, I also listen to MSNBC and Fox News and now this Impact. I take very diverse ranges of sources, and I listen.
How about this? How about this? Instead of listening to MSNBC and Fox News, can you swap that out for like AP News, NPR, PBS, and Reuters?
How about Al Jazeera? Is
How
that
about
better?
are those cool? Like the ones I gave? Is that a common middle ground? AP News, NPR, PBS, or Reuters? You know, like screw. We don't need all the Fox News shit. We don't need the MSNBC. We need that, right?
Listen to MSNBC.
Yeah, don't listen to any of those. Listen. Go and look at AP News, NPR, Reuters, and PBS. Yeah, yeah. Because like, what are you getting on Fox? What are you watching? I bet you watch Fox the most.
Yep, you're right.
I am.
I mean, I'm up on my YouTube the most.
Okay, it comes up on your YouTube page the most. Okay. What? Okay, so you watch a lot of your media on YouTube. So you're just seeing
yeah.
all the right wing content on YouTube.
Also left wing. Let's be fair.
Mostly right wing. Like, what left wing content do you see on YouTube?
Do you not consider MSNBC to be left?
MSNBC
Wing.
is left. Yeah. I'm just out.
Yeah.
Is that the only thing you see on left?
Now this Impact, it's a channel. I think you would know
Okay. Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
that one also. That's pretty left wing.
Is that it?
They talk a lot about like
I've only seen
similar
them in
to-
short form. Do they do YouTube? I haven't seen any of their YouTube content. But yeah, sure, okay, sure. I bet there's a lot of other stuff, but like the point that I would make is that, oftentimes you need to have independent sources as well. You can't just have like the far right, far left leaning, or like the MSNBC, the Fox News. That's not going to give you everything you need. You can read that in supplementary, but like I think that like I don't think that it's like best to get your main information from there. That's what I would just say.
okay.
But yeah, okay. When it comes to this, I'll ask you a few questions and I'll see if you uphold this. Do you think that Donald Trump won the 2020 election?
No.
No. So how do you feel about him, like his response to that?
That he won it? No. But do I think some fishy stuff was going on? Yes, I do. I do believe but he should have conceded the loss. It's the correct thing to do.
Do you think? How do you feel about him calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
When did he say that?
On Twitter. Do you want me to show you?
I would like that. I would.
I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. All you have to do is look up Trump termination of Constitution.
Was it under a specific context?
Well, you'll be able to read that context. I'll read that context to you. Here's his tweet, by the way. I'll read it off for you. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? Massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
Okay. So that was under the context of the 2020 election, where he wanted to terminate the Constitution because he believed that he won the election.
Wait, say that again?
Correct. He believed he won the election, so he wanted to terminate the terminate the Constitution because
because he thought he won the election, but he
Other than
didn't
that-
win, right?
he didn't win. But what he asked Mike Pence to do was incorrect,
Yeah,
and we're already like
and
investigating.
and straight up un-American. It's traitorous to this country, to our election processes, to our what he's done to our rule of law. Right? He's been criminally found
But
to have
has-
34 felonies, right? Convicted, right? He's been
Years.
held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, and he denies and wipes those away. He acts like those don't apply. Yet he would call out the same things if they were true about Hillary Clinton. He talked about how we could have a president under felony indictment and in constitutional crisis. That sounds a hell of a lot like today. Donald Trump not only under felony indictment, convicted of 34 felonies, along with the fact that the other claim is true. So, like, I don't understand. Like, there's a constitutional crisis. He's actively denied orders from the Supreme Court, right? He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Denying orders, but he believes that there are methods legally, and he has a good team of lawyers, right? Of course he does. He's the president. He thinks he has ways to fight certain orders and ways to maybe the orders aren't clear.
Maybe the orders aren't clear.
Yeah, and I think there should be checks and balances against the Supreme Court as well, in a way, because by fighting these cases in court,
What checks and
That-
balances do you think should exist on the Supreme Court specifically in this context? This is a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling, with many of them being Trump appointed judges.
the Garcia guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you believe he should have remained in the U.S.?
I believe that there should have been due process.
Yeah, habeas corpus, right? Due
Do
process.
you believe in due process?
I do believe in due process.
Okay.
But as the vice president said, the amount of due process should be doesn't need to be equivalent for everybody depending on the case.
Okay, well then who are they to be the ones to determine due process? They don't have that type of authority to determine due process.
Well, that's where it's ambiguous. That's where it's
And do you support them doing that? Because that sounds like a constitutional crisis to me. If you
I-
think the president can
Okay.
specifically determine due process of people in the country, do you think they can determine due process of death penalty?
best.
Ari, think of the roses. Thank you so much.
What?
Do you
I'm
think
sorry,
that? Do you
what?
think the president can determine due process of death penalty?
No.
Why not?
Because capital punishment is not to be taken lightly. I do believe in it. I believe the death penalty should be a thing. Do you?
Okay,
do you?
no, I actually don't think it should be a thing. But specifically when it comes to the death penalty, like I don't have an issue if it were true in cases, but there's around 4% of people who are innocent. I would rather them be in prison.
4%?
Yeah,
Is that
4%
true?
4% of people are innocent. So I'd rather those people be in prison so that we can find out that they're innocent later in life.
But most death penalties, don't they take many years to get to actually be done?
Yeah.
So it's not enough time to prove who's innocent, who's not.
Sometimes not in all circumstances, and that's why there's some percent that are innocent. But like if we were to assume that like it was 100% of people that were guilty of heinous actions and heinous crimes, I genuinely don't care that person wouldn't be on the planet. Like that's not my concern. Like when we're talking about people who have committed heinous crimes, like people who have unalived children at schools, right? Like those people, I don't care if they're not on the planet anymore. I'm trying to use TikTok friendly language.
I see. Yeah.
Right. If I'm 100% certain it's the case. But like obviously, like given that it is the case that I understand what are the implications of the death penalty, right? It is the case that 4% of people on death row are innocent. and we wouldn't want any innocent people dying. So that's why I would be against it. But like when we talk about this in general, right? That this is a separate point, because if you believe the death penalty should exist, right, then why shouldn't the president be able to determine death penalty, right, under due process himself? But it is the case that he can determine other sort of punishments by due process.
Because as I said, the amount of due process for each like case, each circumstance should be different.
I understand, but like I just addressed that. Like you have to tell me why. Like what specifically? Like what gives him authority to determine due process himself? Right. In some instances, but not in others.
I don't believe he's determining due process himself even currently. He's determining like
Wait,
I'm
you
talking-
just said that through JD Vance's quote that they should have authority to determine due process.
but as the executive branch, I think yes, they can. Like as a whole entity, his
Okay,
government.
so if the executive branch determines that I'm guilty of treason, should they be able to sentence me to death?
Says that. But I believe that. the
No,
due
I'm just
process-
asking because no, I'm asking genuinely. If the Trump administration, right, says that I've committed treason because I go on lives and I do anti-Trump lives, right, and I'm a traitor to this country, would they be justified and through due process saying, without the context of the courts, that I deserve the death penalty?
No, definitely
Why not? Why not?
You have a right to free speech, protected.
But why not? Or free
Because-
speech, isn't that established by the Constitution and by the courts? I thought you said he
And-
could go against the Constitution and the courts, and that the executive branch
attorney-
should have that authority. Ari, thank you for the
That would
reses.
be
What's up?
Pam Bondi, her team, the Attorney General. She and the legal judicial branch of the United States government, including the Attorney General, can determine due process. Because okay, I have a question to give you. If the same amount of due process given to somebody facing like unaliving people, right, is given to every illegal immigrant in the US, it would be impossible to get them all out.
Oh, okay.
And I-
Maybe then you should just do mass amnesty because it's fucking impossible to do mass deportation. Right?
But it,
In a justified way, because you're saying that because you can't actually do mass deportation in a manner that goes through due process, we must violate the Constitution of the United States of America, right, and go against what the Supreme Court explicitly says is the law of the land, in their order that people should be given due process.
I believe that the length of due process should be shorter for illegal immigrants. They deserve less due process,
What?
and they do
Why?
deserve.
Wait. Why do they deserve less? What do you mean by less due process? Are you saying that undocumented wait, then I'll ask you this question. Should Donald Trump be able to determine that an undocumented immigrant has committed treason through due process himself?
Have they committed treason?
Yeah, can he determine that they've committed treason?
They committed a crime by entering the country.
Like could the Trump administration be like, these specific undocumented immigrants have committed treason, therefore we get to execute them? Do you think that he should be able to do that?
The level of due process to prove that they committed treason is different, and
Okay.
the extent.
Okay,
that needs to be-
so then what's the level of due process to determine? So you're saying the level of due process required to determine that they're an undocumented immigrant, right, is a lot lower, and that the president should be able to determine that.
Not the president, but
Not
the
the
Attorney
president.
General.
The
the-
attorney general should be able, just based upon their own whim.
And courts as well, and the DEA. I mean, not the DEA.
Okay.
Like-
Okay. So essentially, you're saying that like they should be able to, based upon, like just like an accusation, right, kick people out of the country.
accusation.
Yeah, without due process. Like you could be literally deporting U.S. citizens without knowing, which it would be bad, right?
Very bad. But I'm not saying we don't give them due process. They should be given due process.
Okay. Yeah, you're saying they should be given due process. They weren't given due process, and Donald Trump and JD Vance were arguing that they didn't need due process, and then you quoted them.
I quoted JD Vance, who said that they do deserve due process. That was in his interview with CNN or Fox News, I'm not sure which one. And he said that the level of due process is where the Supreme Court and the White House are having issues.
Yeah, okay. So what does he mean by the level of due process? Does he mean that the Trump administration can just determine whether or not someone's undocumented themselves? Like they don't have to go through the court system? Is that his notion of it? Because to me, that's not due process. Due process goes through the court system.
Look for whether they're undocumented or not. There are ways to look and search.
Say it again.
Homeland Security can determine whether they're undocumented or not, and they can enforce deportations.
Okay. So not the court system.
Yes, the court system as well,
Yeah,
alongside.
so yes, the court system. So the court system does it. Okay. So then if the court system does it, then you believe that like
Courts
Abrego
that-
Garcia didn't get specifically the due process for being deported.
Everybody deserves due process.
Okay, well there you go. That was the point that I was demonstrating. Everyone deserves due process.
I feel like I've stated that.
Yeah, but what you're trying to do is muddy the water of what due process is in the first place. You're trying to say that they were given due process if it is the case that just the Trump administration determines that they shouldn't be in the country.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the extent of due process. And when you have the case of the judge who's harboring and letting undocumented immigrants leave through the back door, she is assisting and helping undocumented immigrants stay in the country.
Yeah, I think that undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes should be allowed to stay in the country. There's nothing wrong with that if it is the case that we're referencing people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. Why do you want to deport people when you've acknowledged that you would have to violate the level of due process that exists now?
I believe they should come through legal means. This is I don't know if I'm stretching here, but the reason why Trump gained the Hispanic vote is because he was being stricter on immigration.
Okay.
Compared to
Can I ask you a
because-
question?
yeah.
Do you think that undocumented immigrants that have been brought here by their parents when they were kids should be deported? Let's say they're adults now. Should they be deported?
So they were babies,
That they were brought to this country when they were a baby. They're still undocumented. They're an adult now. Should they be deported?
no, because they've already assimilated.
What do you mean by assimilated? So
They've-
So I have a question. So if an undocumented immigrant comes to the country and quote unquote assimilates, then you think that they should be given a pathway to citizenship? What is assimilation?
I feel like somebody, our government needs to decide and needs to give a pathway to citizenship. But the amount of illegal immigrants and undocumented immigrants is too much. There are a lot of kids missing, a lot of that aren't.
Okay, maybe you would reduce the likelihood of there being kids missing if it is the case that you had a legal process and you allowed for more people to come into the country. You say there's too many people. No, there's not. I'll ask you this question. Would you be okay with 1 to 3% population growth per year?
Probably less than 2.
Less than 2%. Okay, so let's say you have it at 1%. What is 1% of 360 million?
1% of 360 million. Is it 36 million?
Yeah, so you're okay with 36 million people coming to the country a year? That's way more than are in the country than undocumented immigrants currently in the country right now. You're okay with more people coming to the country, right, per year than there are undocumented immigrants in the country right now. Okay? And now you're telling me that there's too many people where we can't give them mass amnesty? I think that's a lie.
You believe we can give blanket amnesty
Hey,
or just
chat. I'm running with the 36 million number, please, okay? Go ahead.
sorry, it's 3.6. Okay, that's my bad. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Chat, come on, you gotta let me run with it. Fuck.
Sorry.
Dude, Jesus.
Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. Biden's Treasury Secretary, Janet.
Okay, but you get my point, right? Like, if we were to reference the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration, 3.6 million a year, that's more people than came to the country. You're okay with it?
We're not considering immigration and also birth.
You're not considering. Oh, wait. So you want to? Okay. Well, you understand that our population will end up decreasing, right, because of the level of birth rate, right? Because our birth rate is below replacement rate, and it's been that way for like the past 50 years.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so our population in the long run will end up reducing because it is the case that we have a birth rate that's below replacement rate. Like replacement rate being I think it's like 2.1.
I believe it should be easier for people from other countries to come here legally. I do believe that completely. I believe, yes, legal immigration is a good thing. I'm very pro immigration in that way, in legal immigration.
I understand, but I'm saying that, like, if you think that there should be a pathway to citizenship for some undocumented immigrants so long as they assimilate, I'm asking you to clarify what you think assimilation is.
Assimilation is working a good job, not being underpaid, not being abused, not being documented. In some being not a citizen but close to a citizen. Do you understand? No. Okay.
No. What the fuck? Not what? What is assimilation? Like, what do you have to do in order to be considered, quote unquote, assimilated enough in order to be able to get a pathway to citizenship under your view?
Is what I said before not good? Did you not understand?
No, it was not clear. Just tell me, like, what specifically.
It's not what specifically. It's like proficiency in English. This is what I just Googled. I just Googled it.
So you think there has to be a quote unquote proficiency in English? What do you have to know in the context of English that means you should not be allowed into the country?
And also contributing to society.
Contributing. So I have a question. You wouldn't let disabled people come to the country?
Legally, I'm all for it because disabled people, they can contribute to society, and they're no different.
I'm giving an example of someone who's specifically disabled who cannot, right, at a specific moment. Are you saying, given that they can't at that specific moment, right, is the case that, like, they shouldn't be allowed into the country?
I believe most people can contribute in a good way to any country.
Sure. I'm not disputing that. I'm asking you in this context, should they be allowed into the country? Like, what do you mean by contribute?
Society somebody who cannot contribute to society. That is this disabled person.
How about this? If you consider most people contributing to society, are you saying most undocumented immigrants you'd allow in the country because they've quote unquote assimilated?
First of all, the 3-point number, the 3-point-something number that Biden let through, I believe, like
most. Do you agree most undocumented immigrants work?
Okay, what I don't like is that this number, it's being skewed so much. We're very unsure on the actual level how many undocumented
I
illegal
just want to clarify. Do you agree that most undocumented immigrants work?
do they mostly work? Yes, they do.
Okay. So, do you think most undocumented immigrants have quote unquote assimilated enough to be allowed into the country, given that they can contribute?
To the extent with the amount of undocumented immigrants, it's very hard for me to say something like to make a clear like opinion on this because I don't know them, personally, and I believe most do have a job. I also believe that most are underpaid, and I also believe
If you want to get rid of that abuse and exploitation, give undocumented immigrants who have been in this country, right, a pathway to citizenship. So if you have not committed a violent crime or a bad crime, you should be allowed to stay in the country.
Or how about we send them back, and by sending them, but wait, give me a second. By sending them back, right, we let them enter the country legally in a efficient method.
But the process takes 5 to 7 years on average. So if they've already gone through the process undocumented, given that that's the legal process, why would they just like choose to go through the legal process at that point? What or why would they you wouldn't even find them in the first place. They'd have no incentive, right, to actually go through that process. Under my system, right, where you specifically right are we're talking about in this country, right? People would be able to stay in the country, so they would clearly have an incentive to go through the pathway to citizenship, meaning that they would be treated significantly better as they would be given citizenship, right? Right. So they would clearly go and do that, right?
But we can't give blanket amnesty to
Why not?
all-
To undocumented immigrants that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes?
How would you know they've never committed a crime?
Well, you have them go through a process that you will tell them goes quickly, and it will go quickly. It has to go quickly. And then as people see that the process legitimately works and people get their citizenship, people will go through the process. And very quickly, right, people will go through it.
Do you believe illegal immigration is a crime? Do you believe it's a crime?
It's currently designated as a crime, sure.
Do you think it should be designated as a crime?
If you haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime under the current law, no, it should not be considered as a crime.
It shouldn't.
But
Okay.
let me give you an example. Do I think that there should be certain border restrictions given that my laws have been implemented? Yes. Because I do think that there would be a justified law, and I think it would be unjustified to break a justified law. Does that make sense? But if there's an unjustified law, then it would be like totally justified to break that law. Some people say it's actually civil when it comes to the border. I'm actually not quite sure in terms of coming to the country undocumented. I'm pretty sure there are some circumstances where it's civil and some circumstances where it's criminal. I guess it just depends on the situation. That's at least from what I've seen. But if it was and if for many of the cases in which it's civil, I would ask you the question: do you accept the civil case against them?
The civil case against
Any undocumented immigrant, yeah, determining that they should have to leave the country.
civil case.
Yeah,
Civil case, I accept. Civil case.
you do. You do accept civil cases. What about the civil case against Donald Trump for sexual
case-
abuse?
For sexual abuse. Again, it's civil, not criminal. Very important distinction to make for anybody. To
You see that? You see that?
I understand, but
The immediate second that I ask about Donald Trump, the answer immediately changes. Did you see that? Did you see that?
No.
That was a quick change, I tell you.
For Trump, I mostly voted for JD Vance. That's who I voted for when I like Vance. But Do I think
You
Trump's a good
voted
guy?
for JD Vance. Why? Because of the couch?
The couch? What are you talking about? What are you
Never
talking
mind.
about the couch? Sorry. Without assimilation, which is I think is the most important word when we're talking about letting people come into this country, immigration it causes division in my eyes because
It causes you think that Donald Trump isn't divisive? Who's more divisive? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
how do you pronounce Kamala? Right,
Kamala. You could just say Harris.
Harris. Okay, I'll say Kamala. I'm
Who's more divisive? Harris or Trump?
Harris. Harris.
You think Harris is more divisive? Explain to me how.
Divisive not only by political party, but and by political views. Do you know about the
You know what?
case?
Actually, you know what? You know what I think would be an even funnier thing.
No, know about the
Should
Zelensky
we
case?
read Donald Trump's tweet on what was it, Veterans Day?
About
Trump
the-
tweet Veterans Day. This was like unhinged. This guy is incredibly not divisive. Let's just read.
Is it where
Or no. It was Memorial Day. Sorry, I don't know why I said Veterans Day. Memorial Day. Memorial Day
yeah.
weekend.
I saw this on a video before. I remember. I mean, on a live before.
What'd you say?
I saw this on a live before.
You did?
Yeah.
Do you want me to read it? this is actually fucked. It's here's one thing real quick. Look how long this is.
Very long. I don't believe he's typing it. I believe he has somebody to type it for him. Yeah.
Why would he okay this?
Oh,
Do you see the level of fucking like caps, bro? Who the fuck is writing this, dude? Who is writing this, dude? They're unhinged. Let's read it. Happy Memorial Day to all, I tell you, including the scum who spent the last 4 years trying to destroy our country through warped radical left minds who allowed 21 million people. They wrote the number 21 million and then put million again people to illegally enter our country, many of them being criminals and the mentally insane, through an open border that only an incompetent president would approve. This is all caps, by the way. And through judges who are on a mission to keep murderers, drug dealers, rapists, gang members, and release prisoners from all over the world in our country so they can rob, murder, and rape again, all protected by these USA hating judges who suffer right from an ideology that is sick and very dangerous for our country. Hopefully the United States Supreme Court and other good and compassionate judges throughout the land will save us from the decisions of the monsters who want our country to go to hell. But fear not, we have made great progress over the last 4 months, and America will soon be safe and great again. So I just want to clarify. This is fucking unhinged, like incredibly unhinged. The fact that this was verified to be posted on his own account is fucking insane. Okay.
Is it on the
I just want to acknowledge that he was wrong, like on half of this. Can you tell me? Do you believe like Donald Trump that there was an open border under the Biden-Harris administration?
I believe there was a flawed border. Flawed.
Was there an open border? Yes or no?
More open than closed. So yeah.
So yeah, there was.
So yes. Yeah.
Yeah. What told you that it was more open than closed?
What told me? That was
Yeah.
more open.
That, insofar as that you grant it as an open border.
Because millions upon millions upon millions of people enter this country undocumented, like illegally, without us knowing. We don't know the exact amount. That's
Okay,
just
so
shows-
give them a pathway to citizenship. Then you'll know.
Incentivizing people in that way to come here illegally by giving them.
No, that
it-
incentivizes people to go through a fast and quick legal process.
But also people.
If
from
you have
other
a fast and quick legal process, do you think that more people are going to go through that process?
Yeah, of course, but it also incentivizes people to undermine the rule of law and enter illegally. But I know you don't believe it should be a crime.
Okay,
But
so okay, thank you for the roses. Thank you so much, Ari. So you specifically say, regardless of the matter, just because they came into the country undocumented, they should be kicked out. Regardless, you don't care anything else, they should just be kicked out.
they
Because
should be
just
kicked
because it is the case that they would be able to go through quicker than other people were able to in the past, doesn't mean that we shouldn't make the process faster for everyone, including the people who are in the country undocumented.
it should be faster for everyone. But the people at the front of the line who've been waiting a long time, they deserve priority.
They deserve priority. Okay, what priority?
Priority to enter our country legally and be on a track to citizenship if they desire to.
And how quick should the citizenship access be?
Can you remind me what it currently is
5 to 7 years on average.
for a legal immigrant?
For legal immigration, yeah. Kelsey, thank you for the description. Thank you.
I think that's perfect. I think other countries take even longer.
You think
like
you
for
think that's perfect?
5 to 7? Yes.
5
I
to
think that's
7
fine.
years.
You're a legal immigrant. As a legal
That's
immigrant,
not
you
going to
can-
incentivize people to go through the legal process.
5 to 7 years is a short time.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? 5 to 7 years is a short time.
I mean,
What are you talking about? Do you think 5 to 7 years is a short period of time? If I were to take 5 to 7 years off of your life, would you be okay with that?
would I be okay with that? Of course, I wouldn't.
Okay.
But because
How old are you, by the way?
19.
That's a fourth of your life, bro. That's a fourth of your life.
I'm gonna live a long life.
And you weren't
hopefully.
even conscious for a portion of that.
I wasn't conscious. I believe I
Yeah,
was
yeah. You weren't conscious until like a few years old.
I
might say you maybe still aren't.
maybe what? Maybe
Nothing.
what?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Can we talk back on the partisan thing, on the divisiveness?
Yeah, go ahead.
Kamala Harris, she
Kamala.
as a prosecutor, yeah, she did truancy. She sent parents to
She
prison.
did truancy. No, she didn't send anyone to prison for truancy.
As prosecutor, her team did, like she did.
No.
That right now, I'll give you the name.
Give
of
me
the
a
person.
give me a source of someone who went to prison for that under her administration. Plus, I just want to let you know that truancy, like allowing your kid to be truant for a very long time, is showing of neglect, right? If there isn't reason.
Completely agree.
If there is reason, well, then they wouldn't qualify under the law that Kamala Harris created. There are valid critiques of Kamala Harris's past in terms of like her legal history, but like this isn't one of them. Okay. All right. In the meantime, everyone tap the screen, tap the screen. Tap the screen. Tap the screen, everyone, to help get it out to more people. I would actually recommend people on TikTok to go over to the YouTube. Because I don't know how much longer we'll stay here.
Is Dean coming on anytime soon?
No, Dean's already live. We're about to join him here pretty soon.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to get people to go over to the YouTube right now. That'd be great. And also, I'm finishing this conversation.
Miss Peoples.
What's up?
Her name is CHEREE, and then Peoples, PEOPLE.
What are you showing me? What did I ask for? What are you showing me? Because I just forgot.
You asked for who went to prison.
Okay. Oh, and what's their name?
I
I asked for like
the-
where are you reading this? Sorry.
This is on NPR.
Yeah. So what's the title?
Okay. dailymail.co.uk. Mother tells how she lost her house, job, and nearly her kids when she was arrested in Kamala Harris's war on truancy after disabled 11-year-old daughter.
All right. Here we go. When she was arrested, so this isn't put in prison.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was a mistake on my part.
And
She was arrested.
And was this so almost lost their job? How she lost her job, her house, job, and nearly her kids when she was arrested. Okay, let's see.
There's a really good video on this that I saw.
Yeah, I got you. I'll make sure to read into this.
Yeah. Did you know about this previously, or did you?
No, not this specific claim. No, I haven't seen this article yet. I've heard about like the claims of people, but the claims from the other situations that I've seen specifically, right? It was the case that like they just like looked into the case and they just investigated, and they were just like going to talk to people to see like what was going on.
There was also a Vice video on about on marijuana, I think, because she did send a lot of people to prison for that. Am I correct on saying that?
No, people didn't like go to prison for this. Being arrested and going to prison are different things. Do you agree?
Going to jail. Yeah.
So did this person like spend time in prison?
She definitely was arrested. Was definitely in jail. She was perp walked, and I think she won her case when she did fight it because she did do nothing wrong.
Okay.
And in her interview, she stated that Harris put her top prosecutors on this case in a way to. She was really making a statement on this.
I'll look into this and I'll read this and I will see what my thoughts are and stuff on this.
Joe Biden.
I haven't seen this though.
Supporters are trash.
What's up?
Joe Biden also called Trump supporters trash.
That's who gives a shit. I don't fucking care what you're talking about with that.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to go back on the divisiveness point, and
Donald Trump calls liberals Marxist communists trying to destroy the country.
Yeah,
I believe. What the hell are you talking about? I just read something that was like very clear that Donald Trump specifically, right, like is incredibly divisive.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you. By the way,
It's fine. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
Joe Biden's Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, she borrowed more than $1 trillion in the more expensive, shorter term debt compared with historical norms. This is a quote by Scott Bessent.
Okay. So what was the increase in interest rate because of that?
Joe Biden. I'll get that for you.
Did you know that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending? 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Is that the big beautiful gift bill that you're talking about? in the
No, I'm
increase in-
referencing the first administration. The big beautiful bill will add 3.8 trillion to the debt, and that's on top of what I just mentioned.
You believe that's a bad thing? The increases that
Yeah, by 3.8 trillion and cutting Medicaid 500, or I mean,
That's
what was
fine.
it, like almost 800 billion over 10 years?
you agree with Elon on that.
What's up?
On that point, you believe it's a bad thing, the increase. So you agree with Elon Musk, right? He also believes it's a bad thing.
Well, he believes it's bad for different reasons, but sure.
Oh, okay. Do you know which reasons in particular?
Yeah,
Like for
yeah, because he wants there to be like cuts, like more cuts of the spending.
yeah.
I would like
saw
the spending to I would like the Medicaid spending and stuff to stay the same. I would like us to keep social services, actually increase social services, but I wouldn't like the the tax cuts on millionaires and billionaires. Laura, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to look into that. Nia, thank you so much for the $8. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Is there anything else you have? Art?
March 2022 and July 2023, the Fed raised interest rates 11 times.
Yeah, that
from
has nothing to
point-
do with the. There's nothing to do with the president.
Oh, what did you say? What did you ask me for again? Biden and what?
I said it has nothing to do with the president.
Okay. What was the question initially you asked me about Biden and rates? What was the rate you were talking about?
Yeah, I asked you specifically with the debt that you're referencing. You were trying to argue that it was like short-term debt, which would typically indicate that there'd be probably a higher rate of interest because of the increased level of risk for the people who are giving the debt for short-term services. So I was just asking specifically, short. Maybe I was assuming that you're saying they got it quickly or something. So I was assuming, what is the increase in interest rate? And you didn't provide anything to say that. Like for the specific debt that they took out, because you were saying the Biden-Harris administration did that. But Jay, thank you for the $50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
No. Sorry.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jay. I'm glad to see that you see my content now. Bucky, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right. Hello?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So they issued the short-term debt $1 trillion, and this is unusual historically because interest rates began to rise during this time, and shorter-term bonds often carry lower interest rates, so they appear cheaper, but they are quick because they're short-term. And
Okay,
they
so I assumed you were referencing different contexts. So yeah, they do have lower interest rates. So then what are you talking about?
but they mature quicker, which leads to future interest rate spikes. And she did over $1 trillion.
Okay. I'm confused how that's worse than even if you were to assume that's true, how that's worse than Donald Trump adding significantly more to the debt, because that's going to be significantly less added to the debt.
Talking about the debt, so first term, right? You're talking about the first term.
Yeah,
adding,
I'm talking about the first term, and then we can also add on top the big beautiful bill.
So, do you believe the 2017 Trump tax cuts were a good thing? Just asking. Well, sorry.
No.
Yeah. No. You believe people should be paying a larger proportion of their income?
Who are higher income, yeah.
Who are higher income? Out of all tax dollars that are paid, how much, what percentage of like, if we're talking about top 1%, top 20%, top 30%, top 60%, top 70%, top 50%. The top 50%, how many, the percentage of all taxes paid to the government, how much do they pay? Do you know that?
How much do who pay?
The top 50% of America.
Top 50%? I don't know. Most of taxes.
Most of the taxes, 90 plus is what I've seen.
Okay. Well, that's how it should be.
The top 50% should be paying.
I'm saying the top 1% needs to be paying more.
They're already paying billions, no, and trillions even. I think Musk recently paid reached $1 trillion in tax paid to the government.
No, he didn't.
He didn't.
No, Elon Musk did not pay $1 trillion to the federal government in taxes. What the fuck are you talking about? Hello? Are you okay? Is your brain functioning properly? You think people are paying trillions of dollars to the government in taxes?
Not trillions. I think it reached 1 trillion.
No. No, not even close. As an individual person. Okay, all right. All right. Have a good day, bro.
Yeah, thank you. I think we had a okay conversation.
All right.
You all.
For sure. All right, everyone. We're just gonna go join Dean. That was interesting. I'd recommend everyone on the live right now, if you want to go over to the YouTube stream. It's probably most people won't, but I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube stream. Parker Get a Job on YouTube. That's where I'm gonna be mostly. I mean, I'll go back and do my own solo live after Dean's off, but I'm probably just gonna go join Dean. Yeah. All right. I love y'all so much. I will see everyone. Go join Dean, Parker Raid, or join my YouTube. Join my YouTube. Lexi, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I haven't yet. Jane, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Oh, I should have told him. That's rough. I didn't see. All right, I'll see y'all there. Parker Raid and Dean stream. All right, let's go see. Alrighty. Why is my... There we go.
Age. Okay, that I do have much.
You
more
make
money.
$1,000 a day. Stop pretending like you're some blue.
I wish that I made that much, but anyways, well, like I wish that you could just respond to what I'm saying here. Is that I'm probably going to be more thoughtful with how I spend my money than Jeff Bezos, right?
Parker is unrealized, and he can borrow against it indefinitely.
So he just almost has like infinite dollars that he could spend because he could borrow against his money indefinitely. So this would imply that I would be more thoughtful with how I spend each dollar than him, correct?
Correct, but that doesn't mean your dollars are diminished in value versus
so this means that every single dollar to me has a higher level of value compared to the value perceived by somebody like Jeff Bezos. And this is once again you conceding to the idea of the diminishing returns on the value of the dollar. And this is why a flat tax is inherently unfair to lower income earners. It's because each unit of money has more value to low income earners than to high income earners. Not to mention that when you introduce a flat tax rate, ultimately speaking, low income earners are going to be served worse off compared to high income earners because they have to spend a greater proportion of their income on the bare necessities to live. And every single one of those dollars is more valuable to them, right? And I think that if we have two options, either serve to the worst interests of low income earners with lower qualities of lives or high income earners with higher qualities of lives, it's going to be relatively more fair to serve to the worst interests of the rich people compared to the poor people. And for that reason, I think that a flat tax is incredibly immoral and also unproductive for the economy, because the more social safety nets that an economy has, the easier it is to scale and build a net worth. So it is better economically speaking to prefer a progressive taxation system over a flat tax, and it's better ethically speaking to prefer a progressive system of taxation compared to a flat tax. So those are my two arguments. If you'd like me to kind of repeat them or go over the specifics so you have a good idea of what I'd like you to respond to,
So I got it.
ask clarifying questions.
I got it.
Yeah, so first of all, that's fundamentally not true. We're already talking about the differences between the value of the dollar and what people value. People value things horrendously wrong. You see that with the amount of young African Americans who put values on depreciating assets, and I myself am one of them. You see that with the differences between families that prioritize generational wealth versus people who prioritize individual wealth. The value of the dollar is determined by the US Treasury, and it has nothing to do with how much that person buys with that dollar. The $1 that Bill Gates has is the same $1 that the homeless person has. It's still the same dollar. The fact of the matter is, it's disingenuous and it's evil to take more from someone because you think they have more than taking the same an equal amount from someone who has less. If we determine that a fair tax rate is 40%, then someone making $100 a day should pay 40%, and someone making 100 million should pay 40%. It's only fair.
Okay,
Okay,
do
I've
you
already
think taking
disputed-
$1,000 from Jeff Bezos is as evil as taking $1,000 away from someone who has that last $1,000 in their bank account?
Correct. Stealing is always wrong.
So it's just as
regardless of
evil.
who it's
It's
from.
just as evil.
Just as evil. Yes.
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know you're actually denying that as you have a greater supply of something that you demand it less. That's actually what you're denying, because like if you have more dollars, obviously each dollar is going to be less valuable to you as an individual person, as it is the case that you have a greater supply of those dollars.
Also, I just want to point out, would it be more evil for me to flick you in the arm or deck you in the face and break your jaw?
To flick me in the arm?
Or to deck you in your face and break your jaw? Which one of those two actions would be more evil? As well as the blood. Thank you for the Liberty Bell. I appreciate that.
I don't think flicking me in the arm is evil at all, so I would definitely say breaking my jaw.
Can we agree that that's probably more evil because it causes more harm?
Well, the other one's not evil at all, so yes, by default, it would be more evil.
I mean, I think that we could say that like maybe unconsensually flicking somebody in the arm, like that's not something you should do. That's something you probably shouldn't do. Meaning it's like
Depends.
kind of wrong.
Right, but if you had $1,000 and Parker had $1,000, would it be more
can we-
moral for me to steal it?
maybe I could go ahead and just like reframe the argument so you could admit. What about like very lightly slapping you compared to decking you in the jaw and breaking your decking you in the face and
Objectively,
breaking
what
your jaw? Which
causes
one
me
is
more
wrong?
pain would be worse for me individually, but from a
Okay.
moral standpoint, you've
So
committed
from a
battery
moral-
in either instance.
But could we agree that it's more morally wrong to deck somebody in their face and break their jaw than it is to lightly slap them in their arm?
Sure.
And we could agree that's more morally wrong as it causes more harm.
No, that's not what makes something morally wrong or not morally wrong.
So then why is it more morally wrong? Because if it's not
No,
because
no,
it causes
because-
more harm, maybe you could
Yeah, because that's like asking, what's worse, if a teacher sleeps with a student or if a teacher sleeps with a student and they like it? Which one was the teacher worse off with? And they were worse off in both because they shouldn't be sleeping with a student. Like there's no moral relativism here. It's
So
always
could you,
either
so then
wrong or
could you
it's not.
explain to me why it's more morally wrong for me to like break your jaw than it is to lightly slap you in your arm? Also, I
Oh,
don't
for
agree with
me,
the
it would.
analogy.
For me personally, I would feel like it was more wrong because it takes me longer to recover from a slap in the arm to a broken jaw.
Okay, so then like your standard of more wrongness here would be time that it takes to recover from.
Is it just me, or is
You
that
would
what a
my
crazy
standard
fucking
is
analogy that
subjective.
he just said? That was
Okay,
insane.
when we're
It's not
talking about
objective.
your standard, that's what a debate is. It's my standards compared to yours. So you're telling
Right.
me that it'd
But
be
that's
basically
subjective.
from your standard, it's more morally wrong to steal $1,000 from a homeless mother than it is from Jeff Bezos, since it would take the homeless mother a longer amount of time to recover.
No, it's wrong to steal. Period. From my standard.
So then, from your standard, it's wrong to hurt anybody else. Period. Meaning that it's not more wrong to break your jaw than to slap you in your arm.
Well, they're both wrong, but that's
Yeah, it's
different.
wrong,
because you're
period,
talking
and
about
there's-
something
and there's
causing
no-
me physical pain.
And there's no difference in the level of wrongness whatsoever. It's just as wrong for somebody to get raped as it is to get a piece of their hair unconsensually plucked out of their head, since they both cause harm. Even
no,
though
no.
one causes more harm than
Plucking
the
a
other,
hair does
you
not-
don't care. They're both wrong. Period, and that's it. Game over.
Plucking a hair does not cause harm, so that's not even a remotely.
What?
Okay, I just asked you a question. You didn't
I
answer.
think
Wait.
that, I think that
I
plucking.
said,
a
is it
piece of
more wrong for
somebody's-
me to steal $1,000 from Parker or
I think that like plucking like one piece of somebody's hair out of their head is going to cause them like small
Okay,
trivial level of harm.
okay? Is it more wrong for me to steal $1,000 from Parker or from you, Dean?
I don't know. I don't know like how like what the individual like value of $1,000 would be to Parker relative to
It's
the overall
$1,000. It's
collection
worth
of dollars compared to mine. I
It's
mean,
10
we probably have to
Benjamins.
do the calculus of like who that impact more, right?
It'd be worse
Like,
to take it
just-
from me, okay? You know, I'm gonna stand on that. You know, stealing $1,000 from Dean wouldn't be that bad, or as bad. Sorry,
Want to be as bad as stealing?
not, not
I mean,
that bad.
I
It would be
think
bad.
That'd be bad. That'd be very.
That would be very bad.
Engage
It wouldn't be
This
as
is- I-
bad, okay? You know,
I-
we're
I-
gonna stand on that. You know,
I think that using an example of like a homeless mother of 5 compared to Jeff Bezos is probably going to be a better example than me and Parker, because it's much easier and more intuitive to understand the difference.
Bezos
between-
is not a 1%er. He's like a 0.0000001%er. He's
is he
not
in
the
top-
majority
is-
of the top
is he in the
people.
top 1%.
He's not going to be paying taxes because he doesn't pay taxes. You need to talk
We're
about
not
income.
talking about him paying taxes. We're just talking how much harm it would
Because
cause
of-
him to steal $1,000 compared to stealing $1,000 from a single mom of
Pay
5.
taxes.
Joel, this is so fucking embarrassing for you. It's like all that we're trying to get you to admit here
Not
is
embarrassing.
that it's going to be more harmful to steal $1,000 from a single mother of 5 compared to Jeff Bezos. And by the
But
way, when
Jeff
you first come up here,
doesn't pay taxes.
Joel, you're still interrupting me. We're not even talking about taxes right now. We're just talking about the level of harm in which would be caused, given that you're stealing $1,000.
He's not even in this discussion.
You're
He can't.
still fucking interrupting me, Joel. I hate spam muting my guests. Can you just stop talking
You
until
love
I'm done? If I loved it so much, then I want to be begging you and pleading you to stop doing it. Like, dude. And then I told you that I'd only talk to you for 30 minutes today, because every time I talk to you, you do this thing where you just act like insane and you just deny reality.
I
such
don't
as-
act insane or deny reality.
You're interrupting me again, Joel.
That's not insane. We're debating.
I would really appreciate it if you would wait until I'm finished speaking until you start speaking. Thank you. So when you first came up here, I told you that I was only going to talk to you for 30 minutes because I do feel like also having some good faith conversations today. And whenever we talk, it ends up being bad faith. And I mean, I think that there's some value that's yielded out of these conversations, but definitely not enough to talk to you more than 5 times on 5 different occasions for more than 30 minutes. So I mean, I think I've proved my point here. I think that I've
You
won the
haven't.
debate. I've been able to
Of
successfully
course, if you say
demonstrate that an individual dollar's more valuable the less money you make, and poor people spend a greater proportion of their income to live.
one, let me
compared to
make a
rich
final
people,
statement.
meaning that when you have a flat tax,
Since you think you won, let
rate-
me make a statement.
dude, would you stop interrupting me?
Bro, you're rambling.
What is a ramble? I mean,
You're
is
just
it just
going
an
on
explanation
aimlessly
of the
saying the
video?
same thing you've said like 4 times over.
I don't think I'm going on aimlessly.
You literally
I think I've
are.
been
You
aim-
said this 4 times already.
I think typically when I'm debating individuals, I have to repeat myself like 4 times.
You don't let me debate, and you get mad that Charlie mutes you. You're like, oh, you're not letting me debate you.
The only reason I've muted you is because you've interrupted me. If you don't,
No,
interrupt me,
you
there
will
be no
not let me
necessity for mute.
respond, bro. You're not being fair.
Of course, I'll let you respond as soon as
No,
I'm done
you're not
speaking.
letting me respond. You've gone on for like 10 minutes and then accused me of interrupting you every 2
So-
seconds.
are you really
Well, I-
talking about fairness when you're literally arguing that that it's like it should be taxed, that like taxing $1,000 of Jeff Bezos would be the same as taxing $1,000 for someone
That's
who
not
owns
what I said.
$1,000 in their bank account?
I
Also,
never
like,
said
I
that.
just
I
like to
said
point it
Jeff
out-
Bezos
I
should
just
receive
like
the
to
same
point it out.
percentage of taxation
I'm
as
still not like done. Like I like to point it out. Like of course, like I'm gonna end up like repeating myself a shit ton when you interrupt me every 4 words. Of course, I'm gonna end up talking for significantly longer.
By the way,
than I
chat, he
probably
did
have
say
to when
that.
you
He
interrupt
did
me
say
every
that.
4
He did say
words.
$1,000
get
for
a
Jeff
coherent
Bezos.
thought
Stealing
out of
that
my
is the same as
fucking
stealing
mouth,
$1,000
and then you interrupt me every like 3
right
to 4
from
words.
like
It's going
someone
to
who's
take me
$1,000 in
longer
their
to
bank
get that
account.
coherent thought out of my mouth.
It's like
But
crazy.
anyways, all that I wanted to say is that we've been talking for 37 minutes. I told you I'd only talk to you for 30 minutes. I'll go ahead and just state the claim, and then you could like give your final thoughts, I guess. But once again, a system of a flat tax is unfair to low-income earners, as they spend a greater proportion of their income than richer people in the bare necessities to live, and each individual dollar is more valuable to them than it is to rich income earners. And if we're going to be serving a single demographic worse off, I think that demographic should be people with a higher quality of life that is being served worse off compared to people with a lower quality of life, meaning that we would find a progressive system of taxation preferable to a flat tax. And that's the argument. Feel free to take it away. Thanks for not interrupting me.
Yeah, so I'll keep it short and sweet, unlike Dean. And the very important thing here is very clear. If you tax a percentage and the percentage is the same for everyone, that is by definition a fair tax. If you tax 20% to the poor and you tax 20% to the rich, it is 20% of their income. That is fundamentally, basically fair. We do not go and say, oh, Lionel Messi, you have natural gifts on the soccer field. Okay, you can only run 14 miles an hour now on the field because we want to make it fair. No, fairness is when you take equally from everyone, and taking equally would be 20% of their income. It is not fair to demand that the rich be more responsible with their money because they have more of it than you expect of the poor. That is unfair. It is fair to tax people fairly. That's why I'm in favor of a sales tax. It will tax everyone the same, everyone fairly. That is fair. To take a higher percentage of income because someone has more income is not fair. Point blank, period.
You kind of proved yourself wrong because you said that fairness is taking equally from everybody. So for the reasons that I pointed out, I demonstrated how it's actually not equal if you have a flat tax for the reasons of the law of diminishing returns of the value of a dollar, because low-income earners spend a greater proportion of their income on the bare necessities to live, and because the richer you are, the higher quality of life in which you possess, and the greater proportion of your income in which you save. For those reasons, it's actually not fair, nor is it equal to say that we'd want to take 40% of a low-income earner's overall income compared to taking 40% of a high-income earner's income, right? So, like, I agree with you. Like, fairness can be defined as like some sense of equality, right? But basically, the three reasons that I just pointed out there deny that that sense of equality is observed, given a flat tax. So, definitionally speaking, it'd be unfair.
Can I say one thing and go? 10 seconds. I have played chess with a pigeon and I have lost.
What?
Doesn't that mean that you're dumber than a pigeon?
Okay. Can I
You don't
also?
understand the reference. When the pigeon plays chess, they just shit all over the board, kick over the pieces, and tell you they won.
I really did shit all over the board and kick over the pieces when
You
I was
did.
able to be very clear and succinct about the three reasons in which your argument is invalid. That was definitely just me shitting everywhere and clearing the pieces off of the board.
You didn't
It was-
invalidate my argument, and I hope one day that you have enough money that you'll care about not giving it all to the government.
Can I
So
respond?
I did invalidate your argument, but go ahead, Parker.
Yeah. So would you say that like it would not make sense to define your notion of fairness to say that everyone should pay an equal nominal level of dollars to the federal government?
Okay, so first of all, there is no such thing as equality or fairness, but it would be more fair for everyone to pay an equal nominally amounted percentage than it would be less fair.
Wait. Why not a nominal amount of dollars rather than percentage of income? Because why should someone, if they have a higher income, have to pay more dollars? That seems like you're stealing more from them. Just because they made more money means they have to give up more dollars? Like,
No, no.
are you really trying to like take away from Messi just because he has like better skills, right? Because you want him to pay more dollars than other people? That seems so unfair. I think it would be more fair if we made everyone pay the same amount of nominal dollars to the federal government.
Especially if those dollars have
you
the
realize-
same amount of value to everybody, as Joella has been arguing this whole
Okay,
time.
so Parker, what do you mean the same amount of nominal dollars?
Yeah, seriously, like everyone should have to pay like $1,000 to the federal government. Everyone, even people who have $0 in income, they should have to pay $1,000 to the federal government. If they don't have the money, well, they're in debt to the federal government.
Right, but a tax is a percentage of income. How are you supposed to pay taxes if you don't have any
No, we're not referencing percentage of income. We're referencing everyone should pay the same nominal level of dollars because each dollar is equivalent to everyone, right?
Yeah, because basically what we're saying
No,
is that flat
fair.
percentage of
Percentage of
income is
income.
unfair because it's going to be more nominally speaking, the more money you make. But why would we be asking for more dollars from rich people compared to poor people if each dollar has the same amount of value to rich people to poor people? It is so unfair to be extracting more value from somebody the more successful, achieved, accomplished, and rich they are. Explain to me how that's fair.
because taxes are a percentage of income. That's why it's called an
Well,
income
then
tax.
obviously
Wait, why?
they're unfair.
Yeah, we're saying that's unfair because each nominal dollar is the same to everyone. So obviously,
Yeah.
it would be unfair if someone just because they made more money has to pay more nominal levels of dollars.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
Parker.
that tax
Right?
needs
Parker.
to stop being a percentage of somebody's
Parker,
income.
how
And it
much
should be
blood can you
one
get from a
nominal
stone?
amount.
What's that?
Parker, how much blood can you get from a stone?
None.
So then how could you take taxes, which is dollars, from a baby?
So again,
Debt.
wait, this is the point that we're arguing against you, right? Is that it would be ridiculous to apply this in actual any context, but we're using
No.
the same reasoning and argumentation that you were just providing. You were arguing
Taxes
it makes
are a
wait, listen.
percentage of
Can I
income.
play? Please? I thought we were about letting people speak here. Is that fine? So if we were going to talk about like your notion of fairness, that everyone should have to pay the same, if you were
No,
saying that
every-
every dollar is equivalent in its value, right, to each person, because there's no law of diminishing returns when it comes to the level of value that you have in terms of dollars, even though the supply of dollars increases, therefore you would demand that dollar less, given that the supply increases for that particular individual on a micro standpoint.
I have never acknowledged that. Yeah, I never acknowledged that point to begin with.
Well, okay, so I'm confused how you're responding to my point here.
We were talking about, because he brought up Trump's bill about the income taxes and said I was being inconsistent supporting Trump because Trump's income taxes were negatively affecting poor people. And I said that people should be taxed at a fair tax rate across the board, and it should be the same rate.
Joel, what we're saying is
Joel, what I'm
according to your
critiquing is
logic.
your notion of fairness, right?
Yeah, what we're saying is according to your logic.
Okay, I already said that
Joel,
I already said that nothing
Joel,
is fair.
Joel,
and I
would
said
you
it would
listen
be
to me real
more
quick?
fair.
Yeah, what we're saying is that given your notion of fairness, it is more fair to ask everybody for $1,000 in taxes per year, regardless of their income, than it is to ask for 40% of their income, regardless of their income. That's our critique. Is we're saying that
Right,
given
but
your
you
view, it's
can't-
more fair to tax a static dollar amount to
But I've
everybody
never
than a
asked.
proportion.
I never articulated that in any way, shape, or form.
You haven't articulated it because I mean you've been arguing that
No.
you think a flat tax
Okay,
is more
we were
fair.
discussing
Would you- would
income
you-
tax. You need
Bruh.
income to have an income tax. Why?
We're saying that according to your notion of fairness, it is more fair to ask everybody with an income, we'll say, for $1,000 per year than
Sure.
it is to ask for a particular portion of their income, given your
No.
notion of fairness.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you just because I don't really feel like trying to convince you of that position anymore because we already tried 2-3 times. Let's go to move on to the next guest, everybody. We got Jocelyn loading up into the box. If you're part of the 10.2 thousand people listening to the stream, guys, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate. What is going on, Jocelyn? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
18,
What year were you born in?
2007,
Okay, what month?
March 13th.
Toby, thank you
Yeah,
for
you
the
can
$2.
18.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Jocelyn,
Jane,
why
thank
the
you
hell
for
do
the
you support
$5.
such a
Thank
train
you.
wreck
I
of a
really appreciate it.
presidency,
Thank
Donald J.
you.
Trump?
Probably abortion.
Oh no. Okay. All right. Hey, how about this? So before we start our conversation on abortion, I'm actually going to go ahead and start the live over on YouTube. So if you're part of the
Trench,
10.3
thank you for the
thousand people watching it
$15.
on
Thank you
TikTok
so
right
much,
now, guys,
Trench.
make
I
sure
really
to double
appreciate
tap
it.
it away
Thank
on that
you.
phone screen. I'm going to go to get that YouTube stream started
really
up
appreciate
right
it.
now, quite frankly, and then we're going to hop into an abortion
Crazy.
debate with Jocelyn. So everybody just kind of give us a minute here,
Thank
y'all,
you so much,
to get the
Trench. I really
YouTube
appreciate
live
it.
started, everyone. Just give us a minute. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. Hello and welcome in for everybody tuning in over on the YouTube stream. Thank you so much for being in here with us today. We're going to waste no time and hop right into the debates with Trump supporters. We already have our first Trump supporter, Jocelyn, up on the line right now. Jocelyn said that they voted for Trump, or sorry, I guess you just turned 18 after the election. So you support Trump because you're against abortion. So tell us, what are your thoughts on abortion, Jocelyn?
Well, let me just rephrase. I don't really support Trump, but I'm 100% a Republican, so I would just.
Okay, well, this live is supposed to be a space where we're talking to people that support Trump.
Well, I mean,
you kind of came out of the gate swinging by saying that you're pro-life, anti-abortion, and I think that's worth a conversation regardless. So tell us about your view on abortion.
Well, I'm Christian, Catholic, and
Oh.
I don't know. I just think that I also think the whole thing about women's rights being taken away is, I mean, obviously kind of they did, but I really have not noticed any of my rights being taken away. So
Well, they have. You've lost the federal right to access abortion, regardless of which state you preside in. So you have lost that right. That is clear. So you think that abortion's wrong because you're Catholic? Is that a fair interpretation of your view?
Ask yourself, I'm so sorry. It's not showing up all
yeah,
of them
kinda.
today. Let me make
So
sure
do
to
you
go
think
back
that
and
we
look.
should have
I
a separation
apologize.
between the church and the state? Or
I have
should
to
we use
open
the
it
church to
separately.
guide what the state does, like what they make legal, what they make illegal?
I guess.
I guess it wasn't an answer. Which one? Separation or no separation?
No separation. Sorry.
So you do think we should have a separation?
Yeah.
Okay. So although you may think that abortion is wrong because of your views related to the Catholic Church, this shouldn't imply that you're pro-life, because pro-life is a stance of legality, meaning that you think it should be illegal. And obviously, you just told us that you personally want to keep your religious views separate than your views that you employ when voting for
I see
legislation.
that. Ask yourself.
So
Thank
you're
you so much for
pro-choice.
the $5 as well.
No.
I really appreciate it.
So then
Again.
why are you pro-life? Because what are your motivations
yourself.
for
I appreciate it. I
supporting
do see
pro-life
that now.
legislation? Because those motivations obviously aren't the church, since you uphold a separation between the church and the state. So what are the motivations for your support of pro-life legislation?
I just think it's wrong.
And why is that? Because obviously you must think it's wrong for reasons other than this idea that you're a Catholic, right? Because any motivations related to the church, you told us should be separate from the state. So what are your motivations for the idea that you think it should be illegal?
Because I just think killing a baby is not right.
And why is that?
I just could never see. I mean, in certain situations, yes, like rape, or
Okay,
if,
so why
like,
is it wrong in elective circumstances?
if you were just messing around and get pregnant, then that should not. That's your fault, not the baby's.
Okay, so you're basically saying because a woman engaged in sex, knowing that it could run the risk of pregnancy, if she does get pregnant, she has to suck it up and deal with it, right?
Yep.
So if I engage in smoking cigarettes, knowing it runs a risk of lung cancer, if I do get lung cancer, should I have to suck it up and deal with it? Or should I be able to go to the hospital, talk to a medical health professional, and seek treatment to terminate the life of the lung cancer?
I guess if you want to.
So, okay, seemingly you are okay with people like not just sucking up and dealing with the consequences of their actions, quote unquote. So why do you apply this logic to a woman that engages in sex, but not to a man that smokes a cigarette?
Well, I also am kind of on the thing of depending when you get an abortion. If you get an abortion early in with pregnancy, I guess, but I just don't think it's right to not, I guess, wait, but get an abortion anywhere past 12 weeks, 16
Kelsey,
weeks.
thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. So you think that it's okay before 12 weeks, but not okay after weeks. Why is that?
Because the baby's basically almost not halfway, but the baby
So
has
it's
a
something about the
heartbeat.
development of so it's a heartbeat. So you think the moment a fetus gains a heartbeat, that fetus has moral value.
It's basically kind of living then ish.
Is it
So
murder?
is it living? Go ahead, Parker.
Is it murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family, on an individual in your family that's brain dead, given that they have a heartbeat?
Well, that's really sensitive because I just lost my father 6 months ago from a brain injury and his heart was still beating, but we had to pull the plug because there was nothing they could do.
So you of all
I'm really
people
sorry to
should
hear that.
know that that's not murder. In fact, classifying that as murder would be incredibly disrespectful to you and your family, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we can't just merely say it's murder to kill a human because they have a heartbeat.
But it's just the only reason we did that is because we knew 100% that, and he had said it, if he was ever in that kind of, they said there was no possible way if they ended up doing surgery that he would
Right.
live a normal life again, and we knew he wouldn't want that.
Okay, Jocelyn, do you want to continue to debate this topic? I don't really know if I want to use like your dad as an argument. I feel like that'd be pretty unfair to you. Should I move on to the next guest, or is there maybe something else that you want to talk about?
Probably not.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Jocelyn. I
really
kind of
sorry to
hold a
hear that,
little bit of
Jocelyn.
a red line against using somebody's
real
dad that
world
died
example.
6 months ago
Yeah,
as an argument. Yeah. What's up, Joe? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how old are you, man?
28.
God, man, why do you support such a train wreck of a president?
Well, I kind of wanted to come on here and discuss what we were just talking about. So
you
I am
also support Trump because of abortion? Is that what you're telling us?
So I don't support abortion.
And that's why you voted for Trump? That's why you support him now?
Correct.
Okay, so you just voted to like further like persecute women. Okay, so
Well,
do you feel like this idea of like further persecution of women, advocating for less women to have the legal right to access abortion, that's like more important to you than like securing like financial, like more purchasing power for the average American. Like, you know, we know that his economic policy is reducing the after-tax income for 80% of Americans, and you just don't care because you think that less women are going to have abortions because of Trump, and that's a win. Like, you don't really care that he's a fascist, undermining the Constitution, tried to rig the outcome of the election because at the end of the day, less women are going to be having abortions. Is that kind of your position? I just want to know more. By the way, I can't hear you when you're on pause.
Yep, can't hear at all. Meantime, everyone, make sure to like the stream. Oh, he left.
Yeah. He left. Okay. Also, Genevieve, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. I do really appreciate you for that love, Genevieve. Genevieve said if somebody had an abortion at 23 weeks, a pregnancy that was wanted, this woman can bite me. Genevieve, I appreciate you so much for the $20 and thank you for the message as well. Shout out, Genevieve. What's up, Brandon? Are you mad?
Absolutely strategic. Best move you could have ever seen. He's got that dog in him.
Okay. All right, Brandon. How old are you?
Like what I did there.
How old are you, Brandon? Is he even talking to us? I don't even know if he's talking to us.
He's not.
That's funny as hell. I wonder what he's
I'm
talking
not
about.
sure either.
Justin, are you MAGA?
Well, first off, I just want to say I disagree with both of you guys heavily.
All right. Are you MAGA?
All I'm saying is you guys just feed into the government. Divide and conquer.
All right. Are you MAGA?
I don't give a fuck about politics. You know why? Because you guys are dividing and conquer. We should be together. We should show love. Like, you guys just feed into hate.
Justin, we have to understand.
You guys feed into hate. That's a fact.
Stop creating division between me and you by saying that. You're disagreeing with me. Stop creating division by debating me on a live right now. This is horrible, Justin. Justin, please stop doing this. This is horrible. We need to be unified, Justin. We need to be unified. We cannot take this division right now. Stop disagreeing with me on the live.
I'm disagreeing with you personally. I'm not disagreeing with you right now.
Yeah, and I'm disagreeing with all the MAGA people who join up on the live personally and engaging in conversations with them personally, right?
I have a question. If somebody like broke down your front door and kidnapped your wife and children, but you caught him on the way out and you stopped him by hitting him in the back of his head with a baseball bat, would you be doing something wrong?
I'm not saying either side is right, but you guys just feed into.
Can you answer my question?
Division.
You're feeding into division right now by disagreeing with us. Okay,
it's completely wrong. I agree with you.
Do we hear the words coming out of my mouth?
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
Okay, so let me explain to you what I'm doing. Let me explain to you what I'm doing from my perspective, and I want you to critique it. Okay? Can you prove my perspective wrong?
Go ahead.
Okay, so my perspective is that 49.9% of our country voted a lunatic fascist into office, and which has spent the last 130 days calling for the termination of the Constitution, violating the Constitution, further perpetuating terrible systemic issues, such as identifying immigrants as an enemy to build a unified base surrounding hate and dehumanization towards, revoking international students' abilities to attend schools like Harvard, attempting to suppress the media and advocating for economic reform that will make 80% of Americans better off. And, we just see a lot of Americans champion this lunatic. So from my perspective, the purpose of these lives is to simply point out that that's not like intellectually founded. I mean, that's just simply a very poor emotional reaction that doesn't possess any real reason. And I like to demonstrate this through debate with a hope that if people listen to what I have to say, less people will support Trump now and less people will support similar people and movements in the future.
No, I agree with you. Like 100%. Like, there's wrong and there's right to each side. And I think you can see that both. But what I'm saying is you guys are just feeding into this division that the government
So you're
wants.
just going to repeat yourself. All right. I appreciate you for coming up, Justin.
He didn't understand my argument.
I typically like kick people after they repeat themselves for like the 5th or 6th time and don't like really respond to anything that I'm saying. So let me know down below in that comment section if you want to come up and debate. If you're MAGA, y'all, let's going to get that next guest up on the live literally right now. Everybody, let's going to get that next guest up on the live right now. Also, Jay, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying Dean just finally got around to Summoning Parker. I entered into the University of Sane Debate. Where you two are the only professors, which is all anyone needs. Yeah, I appreciate you for the love. You've been hanging out with us a lot recently, Jay. Everybody in that chat could show Jay some love. I really appreciate you, man. Huge shout out to Jay. Let's go to get that next guest up in here, though. I'd also like to show some love over to Demon. Thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Demon didn't leave a message, but let's show some Demon some love down below in that chat with at least 500 W's, y'all. What's going on, Hunter? Do you support Trump?
So I'm like half and half. You know, my family has always supported Trump and MAGA,
So what
but
about
I
you?
don't. You know, I'm just like I'm divided between the two because
Then I feel
I
like
don't
the better.
really want.
I
I don't
feel
really
like
want
if
like
you're
more
agnostic
taxes.
and you're denied and you're like divided, like the better place for you to be is like watching the stream to listen to the debate and listen to the debates compared to like being on the stream and debating me. But real
Yeah.
quick, how old are you?
I'm 16.
Also that. I think you got to be at least 18 to be in TikTok Live. I think it's awesome that you're thinking critically about politics. But I'm going to go to remove you. I think that maybe like the stream would be useful to you to listen to. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. If you're in that queue and you support Trump, let us know. We're going to get that next guest up on the live right now. Also, Kins, thank you for the Galaxy. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms, y'all. And yeah, well, let's get that next guest up here. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to come up and join and have a conversation, everybody. All right, who is the next guest? Who's the next guest, everybody? Lobo, thank you for the $10 saying read aloud. A tenor for the boy and for trying to unite the division through reason and logic. Lobo, you're a G, bro. Thank you for the love, bro. You shout out Lobo. What's up, Luca? You MAGA?
Yeah, I'm MAGA.
I think that Playboy Carti should be president.
Get out of here. Luca, how old are you? And they left. Okay. It looks like most of the people that we have that are willing to request step are like 15. A lot of fetuses. That's so true.
I've been
Marvin.
getting a lot of fetuses too recently.
Marvin and River, thank you both for the $3 on PayPal. Naya with a $10 saying thank you so much for educating closed-minded folks. I appreciate you for the love, Naya. And John with a $25 and Shirley with a 15. Shout out to Shirley, John, Naya, River, and Marvin. What's up, what's up, Rocky? You support Trump?
Yeah.
Totally a fetus.
Jordan, you MAGA?
None of it. I live in.
Tom, you MAGA?
Okay.
We had one fetus, we had one German, and then we had one AFK bot.
I'm loading up full panels, and we're still not getting guests. Dean, what is up with your guest box, dude? It's kind of bad.
Well, yeah, it's just because we have so many people in here, and the proportion of Trump supporters that are willing to do
I
it
am
is
MAGA.
so low. All right, Rosie, are you MAGA?
Kind of, but I'm a little half and half, but I support Trump again.
Shit, Rosie, re-request. I didn't mean to kick you. I meant to kick one of the other AFK guests. Please re-request. I'm so sorry. Krosh, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, totally. We are way better off with Trump in office than with him out.
Great. Wonderful full-time she-he. Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I'm one. Yeah,
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What time is it?
6'11",
Okay, great. What year are you born in?
2005.
Cool. Ian, are you MAGA? That looks like Ian's leaving. Okay, so it's just wonderful time and Krosh. Okay, I completely think that Donald Trump is a raging lunatic, shouldn't be anywhere near government, especially the executive branch. I think that he's actively regressing the state of this country, making it worse day by day. I also think he's incompetent, and I also think he's crazy. Tell me why I'm wrong, y'all.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Thank God that lunatic is in office. I'm so grateful
Why is
because
that?
we could not possibly achieve what we need to achieve unless we had the direct mortal danger of Donald Trump in office.
Not one of these are.
Oh, no,
Yeah, one of
gosh,
these.
no.
Yeah, you guys all
no.
just toss me out. You toss me out because you're
Yes!
afraid of the argument.
No, I
We are
toss you out
better
because
off.
you're crazy.
I just don't.
We're better off. You think I'm wrong? We are better off. Imagine what
He would have
happened.
voted for Hitler because maybe then there'll be a communist that comes right after it.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Krosh, can I ask you a question, buddy? I'll actually engage in your argument. I have a
I
counter
really
position.
appreciate
Are
it.
you ready?
Thank you. Yes.
Great. So I have a question. Imagine there's a woman. When she
Mhm.
was 16, she was raped. Because she was raped when she was 16, she went on to live a life of advocacy for women's rights and a reduction of harm against women. And she was the most successful women's rights advocate that has ever lived. And single-handedly, because of her advocacy, she was able to reduce the levels of harm against women to close to 0 to none over the course of her life.
Dude, you're making my argument for me.
So I have a question. Does this mean that when she was raped at the age of 16, that was a good thing that should have happened?
There is no way to say that it's a good thing or a bad thing. The question is,
should it
What?
What
What do you mean there's no way you can say it's a fucking bad thing? You
Would you like
disgusting
the
piece of
answer?
shit.
Would you
Yeah,
like
shut
the
the fuck
answer?
up.
The good thing.
Shut the
It
fuck
is
up.
a
No, be
terrible-
quiet. Stop.
It is a
No, you
terrible,
know, no.
horrible
It is absolutely a
travesty.
horrible thing.
It is a travesty. It is a terrible, horrible
So you
travesty.
can tell. So you can tell.
However, our entire society may be better off with her policies, with her in power because of what she went through. And the same is true for you and for Parker. You too are being motivated right now by Trump in office. And if we didn't have him in office, it might have been so much worse. Do you know how much they might have? Do you know how much?
I just want to clarify. Can we agree that still yet, when she was 16, she shouldn't have been raped?
No, she should not have been raped. And if
If
Kamala had won,
what's the parallel here? The
if
parallel
Kamala had won, we might have had a civil war.
Here's my conclusion. Are
We
you
might
ready?
have had a civil war.
Crush. I
We
got my
What
conclusion
the
for
fuck
you.
is wrong with you?
Just ignore the crazy comments about a civil war under Harris because I just dunked on him and here's how.
Okay.
So you just agreed, right, that this woman when she was 16 she got raped. That was a bad thing that
Terrible.
shouldn't have happened, even
Right.
though because she got raped she went on to be the most successful women's rights
Right.
advocate ever. Okay, but the
And you
parallel here is
can't
to say,
enjoy the stars without a black background.
so the parallel here is to say that I'll grant you the argument that because Trump is president right now in the midterms in the next presidential election, we're going to have a progressive revival, right? But
Yeah.
just like it means that that 16-year-old shouldn't have been raped, it still shouldn't have happened. The implication for your argument would be even if we have a progressive revival because of Trump, still yet Trump shouldn't have been elected president. Get dunked. You lost, I win.
If you could look at the reality of our life in America with both possibilities, you would see that America is better off in the future with Trump elected now. If
Even
Trump
right
had
behind
not been
him.
elected, if Trump
Yeah,
had,
I just disputed this argument. The future is better off because that woman went on to be a women's right advocate, and that wouldn't have happened if she didn't get raped. But still, yet she shouldn't have gotten raped. It shouldn't have happened. A more preferable
You're
version of the
right.
world is one in where she didn't get raped, right? So even
You're
if I grant you the position that the future is better off, right, because of progressive revivals down the line, this doesn't justify him being president now. In fact, we'd have to agree that he shouldn't have been
not.
elected in the first place.
it does not justify it at all. But 50% of the country apparently.
Thanks for the concession. Hello,
Yo,
wonderful
Pat, by the way, did you vote for Donald Trump? Pat, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Pat's not here.
Pat, are you there?
Nope. Wonderful. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
My time to shine.
Yeah.
So I know that you guys got a donation from someone and it said that they got an abortion, I think, at 23 weeks, but in your eyes at 20 to 24 weeks, it's immoral to get an abortion. So would you call that supported that gave you money and murder?
So that was she clarified that she wanted the pregnancy to continue and that it was for likely medical reasons. I don't think that's murder.
Okay, but if they do get it 20 to 24 weeks and it's not for medical reasons, what would you consider it?
Yeah, like a purely elective abortion at that point. Yeah, I think that's wrong. But that wasn't the case of the individual in which donated. I mean, she even like literally clarified that she didn't want the pregnancy to get terminated. Well, this would imply that it was for medical reasons. But why do you support Trump, man?
Yeah, so I think that it's important to have a strong leader. I think his morals are absolutely terrible. I'm not even going to try to justify any of the things.
We've talked to this guy before, I know.
Oh, it's the same guy. Why are you putting on a fake Southern accent?
Yeah.
I talk to you every day.
We talk to you every day, dude.
I'm honestly surprised that he isn't like liberal yet. Like every time he comes up here, he ends up just conceding his view. I will say, like, he argues some crazy shit, but he's like relatively better faith than the average guest I have up here. What's up, Megan? Do you support Trump?
Nope.
Megan's not here. We're gonna go to get the next guest, Victor, up in the live. Everyone, go ahead and drop a maggot down below in that chat if you'd like to join in. Linda, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Linda says, you have inspired this Gen Xer to debate MAGA. I've hung in there long enough to for them to sling insults, curse, and run away. Thanks. Let's go, Linda. Yo, Linda, bro, we got to come up here and debate with me sometime. Everybody, shout out Linda down below in the chat. It's so awesome that you're debating. And also, thank you for the $50. As well as Ryan, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying, light them up, Dean. I'll never stop. Thank you for the love. Victor and Kaylee, do you guys support Trump?
Yes,
Yeah, I
sir.
do.
Okay, Victor, I'm sorry, man. Your mic sucks. Kaylee, you're the only one with
Loki,
us.
Loki, before this starts, there's no reason to be fighting with random people on here. You
There's
guys
no
have your
reason. There is.
Petra,
I can
Okay,
give it
but-
to you.
thank you.
I can tell you the reason.
there's no point because you guys have your own opinions.
There's a point. The point is
He
to
got
make.
chose to be pregnant. He got chose to be president for a reason.
One moment, Kaylee. Let me clarify. There is a point of me running these live streams. Well, she didn't want the point clarified to her. Goodbye, Kaylee.
I just want to say, was there a point of her joining the live in the first place and showing a disagreeing opinion to us in front of so many people? And if there was, would that then justify us doing the very same thing with our disagreeing opinions with people on the live in front of an audience to the same degree?
I guess we'll never know because she ran away.
Like anyone who makes that claim, like it actually like boggles my mind. Like people will make an argument, debates or like they're ineffective or something like that. They're debating the point that debates are ineffective.
It also just kind of makes me laugh. Okay. Hello, Megan. Are you MAGA?
No, I support you and
Baby, shut up, Megan. I'm sorry for kicking you and cutting you off. We're just looking to debate Trump supporters, but I seriously don't want you to take that as an insult. In fact, if everybody down below in that chat could show some love to Megan, that'd be fucking awesome.
King does not mog you.
Cookie King does not mog me. Is
Yeah,
that what
no,
you said? Congratulations for being
Hey,
employed. I
Nick
love you.
Fuentes mogs you. Nick Fuentes mogs you.
You
Jobs.
fucking disgusting ass fucking
Job.
person.
He mogs you.
You're
Job.
that's a Nazi, dude.
Just get a job. Just like, bro, just like get a job. Okay. Get a job and then roll the clip of Nick Fuentes picking his nose and eating it on live. Okay. Yeah, roll the clip. But first get a job. First get a job. All right, what's up, HAS? Do you support Trump? They're not even here. Okay, if you're part of the 11,000 people watching the stream and you support Trump, let us know down below. in
Why
the
is it
comment
so
section. We'll pull
difficult
you
to
up
get a
here.
guest with 11,000 people on the stream on your stream? It's actually unbelievable, Dean. I swear I get guests quicker with significantly less people.
Well, how about we play a game where everybody in the chat takes a guess, and I'll tell you guys if you're right or wrong because I think I know. Hello, Parkett.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The name is Parkett. Get a job. Funny. Moving on. Here we go. All right. Let's see. They've no defense. Yeah. So my guess is like I've gained an aura of being a very notorious left-wing debater. So all the Trump supporters are like, no, don't want to talk to
Dean
him.
saying that they're scared of Dean but not scared of me is diabolical. That's
Well,
diabolical.
Well, I think like the implication there isn't that they're not scared of you, but I don't like. There's probably just been like a higher level of like circulations of like clips of like me debating Trump supporters, if that makes any sense. So it's just like more likely that a Trump supporter will like see me and they'll be like, oh, like I've seen a clip of him debating before. I'm not going to talk to him. You know what I mean?
I'm just trying to make it uncomfortable for you. Well,
We're gonna go to move on to the next guest, guys. Let us know down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. What's up, Rihanna? Do you support Trump?
No.
Then stop requesting. We're gonna go ahead and go over the ground rules of the live. Everybody, I want you to listen to me very closely. In fact, I'm gonna look you in the eyes while I say this. If you're in the guest requests and you are not MAGA, and you're not from America, and you're not at least 18 years old, I'm gonna start banning you from the live stream. And in fact, if you come onto this live knowing the rules and you still decide to break them, I'm going to have my chat publicly haze you by spamming tomato emojis. So don't do it. No. I want to have confidence that the people I'm bringing up are actually here to debate, okay? What's up, Rylan? Are you MAGA?
I absolutely am.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 24.
And why do you support such a train wreck of a presidency?
I do because
Rylan, before you do, I just want to make sure this person's a Trump supporter. Pat, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't vote.
Okay.
Wait. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, well that other
Oh.
guy left, so it's just you now, Pat.
This person was
Pat-
asking in the comment section if we're
President, yeah.
lovers.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you guys like fuck each other. Low-key.
Oh, okay, Pat. Here's my thoughts. The only person thinking about me and Parker fucking each other.
What?
The only person thinking, like, do you need help on the fanfic?
I have no idea what that means.
Like the fanfic in your notes app that you work on at 3 a.m.
No, I have no idea what that means.
Okay, all right.
The fuck
so
is that?
Don't worry about it. Tell us, Patty, why do you support Trump?
I would just love to, hear, why you're on here spewing bullshit.
Pat, how elevated are you right now?
Spewing bullshit. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, Pat. I'm gonna tell you
I
something.
would like you to educate me.
Sure, Pat.
Why you're on here fucking just saying all this dumbass shit.
Yeah, Pat, you tell him. So I don't think what I'm saying is dumbass shit. I actually think it's fact, and I'm happy to debate that.
I'm not really here to debate, but sure, whatever you want.
Okay, so tell me something that I say often that's just bullshit. Okay, let me know.
I just joined this shit and think you're annoying as fuck.
Like,
What about
why is
me
he
is
annoying?
Well, great question, Parker. Let's start there, Pat.
Why are you annoying?
Yes.
I don't know. Fucking watch your own life.
You think I'm annoying because I'm live streaming?
Yep, he's currently on the live too, so he must also be annoying.
Yeah. Are you also annoying
Yeah.
since you're technically also live streaming?
Yeah, I'm annoying as fuck.
Ailey, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Cody, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Maureen with the $5. Athelia with a 2, and then Sam. Thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate that, you guys. Thank you so much for your incredibly kind donations. Pat, is there any other intellectual wisdom you want to add on here?
I really have nothing to say other than your pussy.
Pat, how elevated are you?
Always elevated.
Like how much? How much?
What do you mean how
on a
much?
scale of 1 to 10.
Right now, I'm just watching the fucking, Mets game. Really not elevated.
Really? That's
later. I plan to be.
Okay. The fact that you're not right now is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's just my voice.
Bye, Pat.
No, it sounds like your brain function.
Oh,
Fuck you, Parker. Fuck you, you dumb piece of shit.
Why?
Get out.
What's wrong with me? Why me? Why just me?
Your voice pisses me off.
What about my voice pisses you off?
I don't like you. Whatever.
What about my voice pisses you off?
Don't know. Just something about it.
What about mine?
What about it?
What about my voice?
Nah,
Does
you're a
it piss you
dickhead.
off?
Don't want to talk to you.
Oh, okay.
I'm so much of a dickhead that you don't want to talk to me. But Parker is just.
I'm
he's
cool
below the
enough that he
threshold.
will talk to me. Let's go.
Yeah, dude.
So at least I'm cool enough. You know what I mean? So I'll
Dude,
I'll
well-
take being sounding annoying over like you won't even talk to me.
These live streams just turn into therapy for really emotional men. Let it out, bro. Let us know. Come on. Okay, or don't.
Joe, is that it? Is that it? You're just gonna be what's wrong about my voice? Like, tell me. Like, so just
No,
so
I
I can
didn't.
fix it. Oh, he left.
Dude, where are the Trump supporters that are willing to debate? Okay, bro. Okay, like it's funny. I get it. Somebody comes up here, they get all pissed, and like, "Fuck you." Okay, like okay, it's funny, it's entertaining. But God, okay, just debate me, bro. Like, come on, what are we doing? Caddy, what's up? Do you support Trump? Chat, throw tomatoes at Caddy. Astro, do you support Trump? Chat, throw
Yes.
tomatoes. Oh fuck, I kicked him. Sorry. Gavin, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Oh, you were answering a question I was asking to Astro. Okay, Gavin, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
August.
Ooh.
When did that mean that you'd be turning 18 in August? Wait, no, that would make you 18, right?
Yeah, he's
Yes.
19.
Yeah, because August hasn't hit yet. He'd be turning 19. Okay, all right. Tell us why you support this train wreck of a presidency.
So I really like what he's doing in the Middle East.
Well, okay.
Oh,
What do you
gosh.
like? What do you like? Tell us.
I just like that he's bombing the Houthis. And I know, listen, I know this.
Bombing the Houthis. Okay. Listen. So, can we maybe agree that you might like that he's bombing the Houthis, but a president that didn't send America barreling towards recession, a president that didn't strip 66 million American women away from their rights, a president that didn't redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich and destroy the American economy, that doesn't bomb the Houthis in the Middle East is maybe preferable under your view?
Okay, but that's not why I like him.
Okay, so why do you like him? Tell us.
I just told you.
Well, basically what I'm saying is like, you're telling us that you don't care that the American economy is getting destroyed. You don't care that he's eroding the foundations of our democracy and sending
isn't.
America into a constitutional. He is.
Listen, do you want the U.S. to become the most powerful country in the world?
Isn't it currently?
More.
Oh, it already
Do I
is.
want-
So, like, what's your point?
China's gonna eventually overtake us.
I don't mind if our country
If Trump's
becomes
still president.
more powerful with with moral means, and then the people who have that power are doing good things with it. Now is that realistic in this world? Maybe, maybe not. But I don't see how that question relates to what I asked you. You know,
W
you're telling
Galaxy.
us that you support Trump because he's killing people in the Middle East. Okay, well, can we agree that if he wasn't killing people in the Middle East, but he also wasn't destroying the American economy, and he's actually helping out the average American, he wasn't redistributing wealth from the poor to the rich, and he wasn't stripping American women away from their rights and sending our country into a constitutional crisis, that it'd be better?
To be fair, he did nothing against women's rights. And I know you're gonna bring up. Let me talk though. Okay. I know you're gonna bring up about the abortion thing that he pressured Congress to pass.
It has
But
nothing to do with Congress. It has everything to do with the Supreme Court. He put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. He knew that was going to happen. He absolutely did take away women's rights in this country as they were federally protected prior.
Yeah, and he
Well,
like parades it too. Like he boasts about it. He's like, "Oh, that was me. That was all me. I did that. That was me."
he put the justices on the Supreme Court, yes. But the thing is that those justices are turning on him right now. So why would he put them up there if they are against him?
But he didn't know that they were against him.
He probably didn't expect them to start ruling against him in the future. Yeah. But at the end of the day, he did put those justices on the court with the explicit purpose of overturning Roe v. Wade. He said that before they were nominated. And then once they're nominated, he was like, oh my God, I can't wait for them to overturn Roe v. Wade. That's why I put them in those positions. And then when they did overturn Roe v. Wade, he was like, that's my fault. I did that. That's my accomplishment. Praise me for taking away women's rights. Like the argument that he's not directly responsible for 66 million American women not having access to elective abortions and the 60 pregnant great victims per day that are denied access in 10 of our states is a delusion that even Trump denies. He thinks he's responsible too.
All right, well, listen, I didn't come up here to debate about abortion and women's rights.
Okay, well then don't make false claims about abortion and women's rights as it relates to Trump.
All right, do you mind if I pivot?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay, so with the Middle East, I believe that we should completely obliterate the Houthis and Hamas.
Okay, so here's my thing. You think that we should just kill more people in the Middle East? I think that like you're going to be able to get like embarrassed by people that are much more knowledgeable on like for instance the Houthis and Hamas than I am. I think like the best response I could give you is that's like really like weird and like it's going to entail the death of innocent people and definitely war crimes too. And I think when we've seen the same sentiment preached by like Israel, for example, they say that they just want to eliminate Hamas, but then they also end up killing 56,000 innocent Palestinians. And then also this just doesn't really relate much to Trump's presidency. You know, like I'm giving you very like clear and distinct reasons why it is the case that he's a bad president, you know, such as the idea that he's redistributing wealth from the poor to the rich. He's sending America into a constitutional crisis. He's distancing ourselves from our allies. He's stagnating economic growth in this country. And I think that, you know, all of these things are really bad and, you know, like probably outweigh like his 2 attacks on the Houthis in the Middle East, even if you think that's a good thing.
Well, you're arguing that the Houthis are innocent because you said he's going to kill innocent people.
Okay, so you just didn't take a single thing away from what I said.
Yeah, because you're pivoting. You're talking about how he's ruining our economy, supposedly, but I'm not talking
So
about that.
I'm talking about like a trade on and trade off. And I think I made that very clear. Chat, did I make that clear, or am I like unclear in what my argument is? Like, is he being good faith and I just seriously gave an unclear stance that was pivoting and ignoring what he said, or did I make myself clear?
Hay said no.
Okay, so it looks like the general consensus is that I made myself clear. Like, what would you prefer, more Houthis die or the American economy grow and transpire and we don't redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich? Which one?
I would like our economy to grow.
So which one's preferable? More Houthis dying or there not being a wealth redistribution from the poor to the rich, decreasing the after-tax income for 80% of Americans?
Okay, well, here's what you don't understand. In capitalism, you have to have poor people to balance it out.
Bro, you're making a horrible argument. You saying that like people should be poor under your view, right?
Yes.
Right, purposefully as a product of the United States government is a disgusting. That's actually like a disgusting fucking thing for you to say. Capitalism doesn't require that in order to be able to produce things effectively, right? There can be a mutually beneficial voluntary exchange of goods even without the exploitation of people. You're essentially arguing that we need an underclass of people in which are exploited or enslaved or are literally genocided at mass in order to be able to have profitability, which I just don't see as to the case.
When I did not say slaves and I did not say genocide, and I saw the vape.
I don't vape.
That's an anxiety pen. It's an anxiety pen, Gavin.
So Gavin, are you gonna give us like anything of substance here? Or are you just gonna say like, oh, like we need poor people and to kill Houthis, and I'm not gonna engage in anything that Dean is saying?
I'm telling you that this is why I like him. What would you like me to engage in? I'll argue.
Okay. I gave you multiple opportunities. At this point, I'm gonna choose peace. I don't know. I think that I've kind of realized in like the last week or two that like when I just have a guest that is like being purposefully dense, not willing to like hear me out for what I have to say, that it's best fit for us just to move on. Because when I don't do that, I end up like getting very like stressed out, and I end up getting like actual migraines and headaches. What's up, Bandy? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18. I was born in July 26, 2006.
Cool. Are you driving?
No, I'm in passenger seat.
Okay, Brady, take it away. Tell us why you support this train wreck of a president, Mr. Donald Trump. Diaper Don. Okay, take it away.
Oh, I support him because he's way better than the Kamala bitch. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't
wow,
refer to
so just
fucking
straight
women
to
that way,
calling-
you disgusting piece of shit.
Oh my god. You know, you sipping for women isn't gonna make him want you more. You know that, right, buddy?
I just have a quick question, man. How would you feel if I called your mom a bitch?
I don't really care.
Oh, fucking hell, bro. Holy shit. I was gonna
Fucking
expect you to be
weirdo.
like a half decent son and be like, man, I wouldn't feel good if you called my mother a bitch. Okay. And then I was gonna use that as an educational moment of being like, okay, well, I wouldn't feel good if you called my mom a bitch either. Okay, well, a lot of women are moms, including Kamala Harris. She's a stepmom, so maybe we just shouldn't call any women a bitch. But no, you just said I wouldn't give a shit. Call my mom a bitch. Okay, so yeah, Brady, you're what I refer to as an incel. Let me diagnose you. I think growing up, you didn't get enough attention from women. Maybe the reason is because you're just a complete POS. Okay, they don't want to give you attention, and then this isolated you from your perspective of the world. You looked at them as if they were the bad guy because you decided to only shower once every 3 weeks, and now you take this out as anger and resentment against women, and that's you're like, women? Oh, you mean bitches? You know what I mean? Oh my god. And it's terrible. Like, seriously, do better, man. Like, bro, like, this is like, if we are ever to use the terms alpha and beta in a non-ironic, literal, true sense, the only acceptability I'd be willing to employ is to call you a fucking beta. Okay, and I mean that. What's your thoughts?
Nah, you're right. You're the real Sigma here, right?
No, I like I said, I don't think I'd use the term sigma or alpha in like an unironic sense, but I would use the term beta as it refers to people like you. I'd say that unironically. Yeah, you're beta. You know, like, grow up, dude.
Would you
be a better
refer to
guy.
Trump as a dick, right? Like, I'm sure you think he's a dickhead, right?
Absolutely.
Well, then that's why kind of the same point of why I call Kamala a bitch. I think she's a bitch.
Okay. Well, like Like the term dickhead hasn't been used to like further oppress, demean, and ostracize men from achieving better and greater things and breaking through a glass ceiling that never existed, because it's been the men in which have controlled the glass ceiling placed upon women and use terms like bitch to demean, berate, and oppress. You know, so I think there's a big difference. And then also, I don't think that Kamala Harris would be a bitch under any definition. And I'm just in. You know, the voice in my ear. Apparently, you have reposts about women leaving you.
Huh?
You have reposts about women leaving you.
Probably.
Guess what I would have done if I was them? I would have left you too.
Yeah. I kept
Yeah.
calling her a bitch. I'm not gonna lie.
But Bandy, maybe that's the reason. Maybe
Maybe.
1 second you should critically think about it. But like maybe it's the case that the reason like why you're being left is because you treat them horribly, or you don't
Nah,
treat
fuck
them.
that bitch.
Yeah, you're a fucking horrible person.
1 second.
And you deserve to literally be living alone for the rest of your life.
Wait. 1 second. 1 second. I'm sorry. We got to take a look at Brady.
Bandy, his name is Bandy.
Brady, Bandy, tomato, who gives a fuck? 1 second. Okay. Don't leave. Don't run away. I need you to hang out with us.
Bandy, but before you leave, I just have a question. In any of your
Don't leave after you answer Parker's question.
in any of your dating profiles, do you have like a picture of you holding up a fish?
No.
Okay. Were you in a frat?
He didn't go to college. No.
I think college is a scam, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Right,
Okay. So
yeah,
do you follow Charlie Kirk?
No, I honestly don't really support him like you would think I do, because I think he's really biased.
Who do you listen to on the internet? Nick Fuentes?
Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate.
Nah, not really. I don't really like him either. I think he's an extremist.
Okay. All right. Well, who do you follow?
I kind of just get my own interpretation from it, man. I don't really have to follow them to.
He gets his own interpretation. Okay.
You got that in your spank bank.
My name's Brady. I think all women are bitches. Yeah, that's gonna tell him. Holy shit, dude. All right, I'm sorry, bro. I'm actually not sorry.
Yeah, no,
at
it's
all.
all right.
So how about this? Why hold so much disdain for Kamala Harris? Do you have reasons?
Yeah, I don't like the way she disrespects. Like whenever people were chanting like Jesus was king or something like that, she was like, "Yeah, the wrong rally and all that."
You're Christian. Where in the Bible, in the Christian Bible, does it say call women bitches?
I'm not a perfect Christian, but I really don't like her. She's a bitch.
Okay.
Yeah. So
if
wait,
Jesus,
would
if
Jesus tell you to
were-
say that?
Yeah, if Jesus were standing in front of you right now, and you said, Jesus, is it morally acceptable for me to call women that I don't like bitches? What do you think he'd say?
Probably wouldn't like it, but I mean, we all do mess up, I guess. I don't really know.
But like, why do you continually, intentionally keep doing it?
Because I don't care.
Because yeah, exactly. So
Oh.
then you don't care about what Jesus wants you to do.
About what, like, I mean, I'm an agnostic, but you're a Christian, so you actually believe Jesus Christ is God. You do understand that you just told us.
I mean,
that
I
you
believe
don't
Jesus is
care.
the Son of God. Yeah.
You just told us that you don't care what a perfect, all-knowing, all-good, infinite God has to say.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. He thinks he, dude. I can't.
My name's Brady. I don't care if you're an all-good, infinite,
Well, I mean,
all-knowing,
wait, let's
perfect
go back
God.
to this. You know,
my,
you
my,
remember your
my name's Brady. Guess what?
Your
I don't.
friend Harry
God,
doesn't like him either.
I
treated them-
don't
treated
care
them
if you
bad.
think
What
it's
about-
wrong for me to call women bitches. They've just left me so many
What about
times.
your
I
friend-
have to.
What about your friend Harry?
I have to call women bitches, God, and I don't care what you have to say, God, because now my name's Brady.
What about your good friend Harry?
Yeah, we're not friends with Harry. And you want to know why? It's because we actually think that we should be treating the other people's the other people in this world with basic human decency, and we uphold standards as it relates to
But you
who I
dick-rode him for
surround
like months,
myself
maybe even
with.
years. You dick-rode him for a long time.
I was great buddies with Harry for a long time. You were right. It's because I thought that me and him were on the same page. Turned out we weren't.
Do you fuck with the autistic kids too? Like his old, what was it? The dude that he worked for? That dude was fucking with an autistic 15-year-old or something like that.
So I'm actually unwilling to tell you what I've done as it relates to that. I was about to go into a lot, but I'll reserve that. I don't know if I should say that on live. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest, everybody. What's up, JERA? Do you support Trump? JERA is not here. Oh, hi. Are you MAGA?
Yeah. No, I wouldn't say I'm MAGA.
Do you support Trump?
I think he is the better candidate out of Kamala and him. Yeah.
Kamala. Why so?
Kamala.
So why is Donald Trump a better candidate than Kamala Harris?
Why does it bother you so much when someone pronounces her name wrong?
Because I just think you should pronounce it correctly, and I'm just giving you a way to pronounce it correctly. It's not very
You think
difficult.
I did that on purpose?
If you didn't do it on purpose, I was just providing you the way to do it correctly, so that you
yeah, I
can
think
do
that a
it
lot of
correctly if you do so.
I think that a lot of people could do it unintentionally. Like I know I did.
Yeah, that
too
was
one time.
definitely unintentional.
Yeah, if it was,
I understand.
just
That's
pronounce
why
it
I
right or
told you to
color
do it
by your last
correctly.
name. We'll be good. Yeah,
I wasn't
yeah.
rude to you. I was
So-
simply just correcting it.
My main question for you guys is: do you think your guys are making any like impact when you're like this condescending, like to the gentleman?
I
who's
don't
just
think
here?
I'm being condescending to you. Would you like to have a conversation?
No,
with
not
me?
to me, not to me.
To like the last guy, like
To-
Brady.
yeah, to Brady.
Oh no, I'll be honest. There's like absolutely like no greater impact beyond just bullying a bully.
So, like,
I
what's
think that my streams can offer diversity of content, right? You know, like
Right.
this is supposed to be a space where like we have intellectual conversations with people. We explore like greater truth and we try to reason out of the cult like behaviors we see in so many millions of Americans. That's why I do this. But I definitely do give like the same energy to guests that they give me, or like they give in his circumstance women. He comes up here, 5 IQ, women are bitches. I'm gonna defend it to the end, even my God says it's bad. Yeah, I'm gonna bully him. I honestly I feel fine in doing that. Can you tell me why that was a bad thing for me to do?
Sure. I don't think so. Someone with your platform, I respect what you've done. You've gotten to where you've gotten, and I think you could really make a difference with the people you disagree with if you'd have a little bit of different of an approach. Maybe show.
Not with him. Not with him, dude. Are you a Christian like he was?
I am. Yes.
Okay. Would you say that like Jesus had the perfect approach at trying to make a difference?
I would say yes.
Okay, well, even that last guy, he thought Jesus was God too. He said that not even Jesus could change his mind. Like there was no ability to reason a difference.
I didn't quite hear that part, if that's exactly what he said.
He
But
did say that.
obviously, I would disagree with that. He doesn't. He's probably so. Here's my point, though. He's a little bit uneducated.
Just set in his ways.
Christianity,
He's not going
right?
to change his mind. He comes up here
Well,
bullying
he's a
women.
young
I'm gonna
kid.
bully him for 5 minutes and move on.
Parker and Dean. Dean, you have been under fire for a lot of stuff in the past, right? Stuff you've said. You've grown as a young man, right?
And honestly, if I held the same attitudes which Brady held and demonstrated, I wish somebody would have treated me the same way I treated Brady.
Yeah, but do you think that's an effective approach to get him to actually change his mind? I wouldn't agree with that.
I don't think that there is such a thing as an effective approach to get Brady to change his mind. Tough love.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like I understand what you're saying in terms of typical conversations, and if you see the typical conversations that Dean and I would have if we were to go and like see people in person in real life, right? It's gonna be different than what we're gonna have in these types of contexts because these particular individual circumstances, like for example Brady, right? He is not willing to engage in changing his mind, right? So it's very clear that we're just trying to show him that, and show the chat that he's very ridiculous, right? And that's what we're doing in the lives when he was there. Right. Other than that, there's no way we could have changed his mind in any meaningful way. And that's why he got kicked.
And then also, like, I want to point it out, like, what do people on the right have to say when somebody like me is like, like when I explain the reasons why it's like wrong to call women bitches, I explain like the historicity behind the usage of the term and like why it's something that we shouldn't do. Okay. Well, like people on the right look at that and say, oh, this dude is so fucking soy. I'm never going to listen to a single thing that he ever has to say ever again. So I'd actually argue that it's more effective to just like bully the fuck out of him, all right? Give some explanation why using that term is wrong. But for the most part, when he rejects that, make fun of his ass and kick him and move on with my day. I'd say that is a better approach that will be better received by everybody compared to taking like a gentler approach. But
I don't
yeah,
know.
man, let's talk about why you think that Donald Trump is a good president, because I don't want to spend any more time talking about Brady.
It's not so much Brady. I'm to be quite honest, like, yeah, I thought Trump was a better candidate, but I am more like, I'm in the lane of trying to unite people. Do you think unity is possible between Democrats and Republicans?
Right now, no. But in the future, I hope that it's made possible through conversations like the ones that I want to have on this live stream.
Yeah. So for some reason, though, like what I see a lot with you guys is more, and the Nick Fuenteses, all this rage bait.
Great. I gave you 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes to talk about your critiques of us, but I want to hear why you support Donald Trump, or why you think that he's a better president than Kamala Harris would have been if she won the election.
Okay. So Donald Trump, he's a better president overall because everything. Kamala, is that how I say it? Just want to make sure we don't upset anyone. So Kamala's like approach on the border by itself was a big issue, and I know you guys. I've heard a couple of your refutes on it, but I'm open to hear it. But everything that Biden was doing with the border, it was very ridiculous, crazy. I know Trump kind of has like an extreme response to it right now, but he's at least maintaining or some type of order.
Could
and
you
trying
be specific with any policy you're referencing of Trump's for immigration that you like?
Or like, I think even a better question would be, you're telling us that what Biden did with the border was ridiculous. Okay, what did Biden do with the southern border that you thought was just terrible?
The fact that millions were coming across every month.
Okay, I need you to clarify how Biden caused that. Like, what policies did he push through Congress? What executive orders did he pass? What
You guys-
policies did he
all right,
repeal?
so-
What EOs did he repeal? Like, what was the
This
action
is-
which he did that caused that?
So here's my thing. When you guys are having these conversations with people, the gotcha moments of like naming a specific policy, I don't think that's an effective way to get your point across to people who
These aren't gotchas.
may
These
be
are
open
how
to
we
vote.
understand you, so we can actually have a dialogue with you. If I don't understand your position, if I don't know what you're specifically supporting, well, then I can't respond to your particular position. You thinking that it's a gotcha, right, actually just shows me you've done no research. You have no clue what you're talking about, and it's the exact reason why this needs to be called out
No, you're
on a live in
asking
front of
about a
people.
specific policy.
This is very productive because it is the case that it shows that you didn't look at the
Were
facts prior,
millions
and that you do
coming
need to
through
look
or
into
not
it.
under the Biden administration?
And I just want to like
Were
kind of
millions
drive
coming
home.
through or not?
So before you ask that again, I want to drive home the point that Parker was just saying by giving you like the equivalent argument that a liberal might make, that a liberal without a lot of education might make. Like, for instance, you're just saying what happened under their terms, so you're going to blame it on him. It was his fault. They probably had some policy that caused it. Okay. Well, what if like an uneducated liberal was like, well, under Donald Trump's first term in April of 2020, we had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression in the last 100 years. Happened under Trump's presidency. Trump must have caused it. Now, this means that Trump had unemployment policy and he was very bad for the economy. He was just as bad for the economy as the Great Depression because he caused the highest level of unemployment since it. Like, what would your response be in that circumstance? Okay, well, while he's looking up the answer, we'll find somebody to debate alongside him. If you're MAGA, let us know down below. We'll get you up on the stream. We're going to go and load that next guest in as we speak, everyone. Just give us a minute.
Maine and Mexico.
Boom, he
Maine and
repealed the...
Mexico. So the asylum process that you're referencing, that's referencing a legal process, all right, of immigration. You're not referencing any undocumented immigrants. Now, for the people you're referencing in terms of seeking asylum, like having to remain in Mexico, right? If people are seeking asylum from Mexico, where should they stay while they're seeking asylum?
Well, Jay, unless you could see us, we can't hear you. And Micah, what's up? How old are you? Micah's not even
19.
here. Oh, 19. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sounds good. Jay, ERA, do you have a response to what Parker said there?
Is my microphone working?
So your microphone will only work if you're on the TikTok app and you could see us.
Okay. My question was, where do you think they should be going then? Where do you think they should be going? Do you think they should be going to sanctuary cities in America?
Okay.
Like asylum seekers? Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. I mean, I don't even think well, actually, let me clarify. I don't like the idea of sanctuary cities because I wish that asylum seekers and refugees could be accepted in any city. The only reason that sanctuary cities exist is as a reaction to Republican legislators, governors, and state officials, state and local officials, that like uphold like 75% of the land in this country that don't allow refugees or asylum seekers to have just treatment, right? So I wish that they could go anywhere and receive just treatment.
But
Now,
it's I think the problem is the
I'd also like to
differentiating.
point out that less than like 2% of immigrants are asylum seekers. So how would him reversing the Remain in Mexico policy cause millions of undocumented immigrants that are not here on asylum to enter into America?
I think a big issue was the asylum seekers. That's what a lot of, Republicans, at least, and I don't identify as Republican or Democrat, but I think a big issue with the Republicans was all the asylum seekers flooding the cities and then the crime spiking and everything else.
So if you wanted to actually deal with the asylum process, do you have any bill to deal with the asylum process to make it go quicker? No, he didn't. He actually undermined a bill that specifically would have done that. The bill that you're referencing is subject to the critique that I provided, that people who are seeking asylum from Mexico would have to stay in Mexico while they're seeking asylum, which defeats the entire process of the asylum, entire
But don't
basis
you
of the
think that
asylum
would be,
process.
shouldn't Mexico be responsible for how they wait and
Yeah, once again, you just left the app and we can't hear you. But once you respond to Parker, I'll just refute the entirety of your position. So respond to
Do you-
Parker and then I'll refute you.
I had a phone call there, so I didn't hear the last 30, like maybe 20 seconds there. Someone called me, I had to reject it. What I was saying was, what do you think Mexico should be? What I would say is Mexico should be more responsible for their people waiting to come here rather than us being responsible for them to come here. It's
Okay,
their
so
people.
You could
So-
say that, but the process of seeking asylum is so that they could do that. Sorry, Dean. I was just making
No,
sure
no
you
worries
knew
at all.
that.
No worries at all. So, okay, there's a couple things that you're just not understanding that I want to make clear. First and foremost, you said that asylum seekers increase per capita crime rates, just like legal immigrants and undocumented immigrants. That is not true. They actually have lower crime rates on average compared to natural U.S. born citizens. So that was a lie. And then second of all, there is a lot of pressure points as it relates to asylum seekers in sanctuary cities. I don't think that the appropriate way of resolving that issue is to just tell asylum seekers that they have to remain outside of America while their claim is processing, as that will just generate no harm and not fix the root issue. I think the way that we could fix the root issue is by decreasing the time that it takes for an asylum seeker to get their claim processed through their court. A lot of the pressure points with asylum seekers is the fact that while their claim is processing, they cannot legally work. And that is why we see cities offering them food, offering them expenditures, offering them a place to stay, because if they didn't, then they would starve on the streets. So how about we just reduce the amount of time that it takes for the claims to process, increase the amount of work visas offered to asylum seekers, and allow them to get the same level of treatment anywhere in America, not just large, typically less metropolitan areas. Then all of a sudden, the interests and the needs of the asylum seekers are met, and your concerns are mulled over.
All right. Give him a second. In the meantime, everyone like the stream.
Sorry, guys. It keeps, I don't know. This is my first time doing this. My question is, what do we do with the 2% then? Right? If your family was a part of that 2% crime, you would be affected. And a lot of these, obviously the media is going to focus on that. So what we're seeing a lot of is the 2% of crime. So when you say a statistic quickly that says, well, that's really only 2% that's being violent and, graping and this and that. But
So it's actually not what I said at all. So asylum seekers are less likely than you to commit violent crimes.
Yeah, whatever it was. Sorry, I'm not trying to misquote you.
Like
But
multiple times less likely.
okay, but it still happens, right? And that's what's being focused on. So what would you recommend be done for the violent crime? What about the stuff that is happening?
Yeah, for sure. I think that the solutions I offered can even further reduce the crime rates of asylum seekers, which would be to approve them for work visas the moment they step foot on American soil, and expedite the time in which it would take for their asylum claim to be granted. Now you tell me what we do about the crimes committed by citizens, maybe citizens like Trump, a 34-count felon, adjudicated rapist. What you did about it is you empowered him and put him in the most powerful position available to humans.
I didn't empower him, but anyway, so
you told us you support him, you voted for him, you empower him. Yeah.
I actually didn't vote this time around. I lean more towards.
So you still
that
support,
than-
you still empower him. Okay. Well,
So, but
listen, I
my-
guess aside that you're denying the part.
No,
of my claim
cartel
that
is
you
coming,
empower him.
correct? Cartel comes through no matter what. They already have bad intent. A work visa isn't going to help that person who's already violent and has ill intent that wants to cross over. Yes, I don't care if it's 0.5%.
Wait, cartel?
Anybody, all I'm saying is any type
Wait,
of
wait. What's your reason to mention the cartel? Unmute your mic. Where's the cartel come into this? Hello?
Sorry, dude, this thing keeps muting. Cartel was an extreme example. I'm just saying, like, people who are violent, right? People who are already criminals, who are coming with ill intent. Even if it's 0.001%, that it's still happening. There are still families being impacted. And if it was your family,
Okay, if you care so much about crime, how come you support a criminal that's president? Like, I just seriously, I just want to recognize the hypocrisy in your fucking views.
I
Like,
understand.
you act like you care about so much crime, regardless on the level in which it presides in. Wouldn't you agree that a criminal like running the country
Brother,
is
I'm being
significantly
respectful
more
to you.
important than like a criminal being an asylum seeker?
Listen, I'm a grown man. I know you're still young. I'm respecting you. Don't cuss at me. I won't cuss at you. All right.
I don't think that the use of cuss words is inherently disrespectful.
Okay, I do. So I'm asking for you not to cuss to me. If you don't want to respect that, that's up to
I
you.
won't. I won't use words like fucking shit when I'm talking.
Great, beautiful. So my point still stands, right? I'm showing you respect. Respect me. You're naming stuff that he did that.
Never mind. I kicked you because Parker texted me and told me that you have weird videos.
Yeah,
I'll just trust what Parker said.
I mean, definitely a first for someone I've seen in terms of the page, the ones that were on the the page.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna trust you, man. Coral, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Vic, thank you for the 5. Jonah with a 5. Skyhawks with the 2 Australian dollars. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love over there on Super Chat. I would also like to quickly say thank you to Nicole for the $5 on Vimeo saying owning the MAGA. I'll never stop. Thank you, Nicole. Teresa with a $5 saying long-time listener, first-time supporter. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Teresa. Megan with a $5. Nicole with $10. Thank you so much. Batista with a $5. Cody with a $5. Shout out to Cody's girlfriend, Maddie. Hopefully you're still watching. Maureen with a $5. And then Sam with the $10. I do really appreciate you guys so much for the love over on Vimeo. And I'd also like to show some love to James for the $10 over on PayPal and Caitlin with a $5 on PayPal as well. Welcome in, Danny. Do you support Trump? Doesn't even look like Danny's here. Moving on to the next guest. We got Andrew loading up in here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. Andrew's loading into the box as we speak. What's up, Andrew? Do you support Trump? That's a child. Cool Red Knight 55 is connecting. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. If you're watching on TikTok or in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. What's up, Cool Red Knight? You MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 21. I was born on.
Oh,
Dean,
Dean, did you ever get your DNC Dean account back?
I did actually. Yeah, I got it back this morning.
Okay, but first of all, I have a question for Parker. So, Parker, so you said that Elon Musk was doing the Schnazi salute. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, then why do you have a picture of yourself doing the Schnazi salute on the internet? And I could show it to you right now.
Yeah. Go ahead. And then the one posted by older millennial. Yeah. So that one, there's either two explanations because when I first saw this, I was confused as well. It's either that one, it's just a random picture taken out of context, right? Or it is the case that it was edited. To me, the picture looks edited because of under my arm, like it looks like very incredibly blurry, right under the arm specifically. But yeah, I've never intentionally done that. Specifically, Elon Musk, you can see intentionally he literally did specifically right in that scenario. Whereas, for example, like there are scenarios with Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, where they put their arms up like that in that particular setting, and people take that out of context.
Okay, well then, don't you think that you guys took Elon Musk's video out of context with this? Like, how do you know he really intended to do the Schnazi salute? Like you can't really.
He
can't
did
really
it
tell.
twice. He did it twice, and I also have on my Twitter. I can tell you right now, specifically him giving his heart out to the crowd in other scenarios was like this. He went like this.
Okay, but okay, let me just explain something to you because obviously you guys don't know how this works. You
Can
didn't
I
realize.
offer an alternative position? So like this is like the first thing I said when I saw Elon Musk do this. In fact, I even made a video about this. You could probably find it somewhere on my page. And this is like the messaging that I wish the left would pick up around that. You know, because like you and other Trump supporters are going to be able to deny all day long that he didn't intentionally throw it up. So like, here's the better take, I think. Regardless of his intention, he did do the Nazi salute. And following him doing the Nazi salute, instead of saying that was wrong, that was bad, and absolutely, diminishing and outcasting the people that took that and used it to embolden alt-right fascist movements in America today, he instead turned around and made lighthearted jokes about it, saying he did the thing that he didn't mean to do. So the material outcome of his action, predicated not only on him throwing the salute, but his response of making a lighthearted joke by saying he did the thing people didn't want him to do, absolutely emboldens alt-right fascism in America today. And his lack of response, and Donald Trump's lack of a response to condemning it, right, to saying that alt-right fascism is bad and outcasting the people that use that as a new as a new symbol of their movement, they decided to do what I described. So that's why I think that was wrong.
Okay, I mean, I hear what you're saying. Okay, like it did look bad when you watched it and everything. But I'm just saying though is that like from like when going back to what I explained with what Parker did and that. Yeah, you can say that.
We also don't have a video of what Parker did. And on top of that, like Parker hasn't like notoriously donated millions of dollars to the alt-right German movement AfD that wants to uphold quote unquote traditional German values, right?
Okay, yeah, and what I was gonna be saying before is that you guys do realize that I want to explain something that Elon Musk.
Oh, and Parker also doesn't follow Nazi Twitter accounts. You know, that's one of the weirdest things about Elon that nobody talks about enough is he follows Nazi Twitter accounts. Okay. And the only reason I know this, right, isn't because I've seen the headlines. It's because for whatever reason, Nazis on Twitter love to respond to my posts. And every so often I'll click through these accounts. And yesterday I clicked on one of these Nazis account. Every single post was about how bad everybody but white people are. And guess what? It said followed by Elon Musk. Okay. So he follows Nazis on Twitter. He supported AfD in Germany. And he threw the Roman salute twice and made a joke about how he did the thing that others didn't want him to do. I'd say we have a pretty compelling argument here.
Okay, now, okay. But what I'm saying is, Parker, like, what could you have possibly done with your arm, with your like right or left arm that you just like straight up, you did the exact salute?
Yeah, that's exactly why I lean towards the idea that I think that it's edited. I seriously don't know. And that's why it caught me by surprise when I first saw the picture as well, right? Like I genuinely didn't even think it was me.
Well, because I was surprised too, because it seems to me that the way you did it is even way worse than what Elon Musk did.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, because okay, let me explain something. This is what I was going to go. Elon Musk.
So I'm just unconvinced that you actually give a shit because you're defending Elon Musk.
No, but I'm just calling out Parker's hypocrisy for saying that.
I've given you 5 reasons why it's not hypocritical. The first reason is it's likely, or at least probable, that that image was edited. The second reason is Elon Musk follows straight up Nazis on Twitter. Parker doesn't. The third reason is it was Elon Musk that supported the alt-right movement in Germany, AfD, that wants to uphold traditional values and encompass literal Nazis and donate $1 million to them. That's not something Parker has done. And then the fifth reason would be is that like Parker, like if that is something that he did, Parker doesn't say, "Oh, like that was so cool, ha ha ha, funny."
Exactly.
Unlike Elon Musk, who said, he did the thing that other people didn't want him to do. So those are the 5 reasons why Parker's a hypocrite. But let me guess, you're going to ignore them and you're going to go right back to calling Parker a hypocrite. I'm going to yawn. Everybody listening is going to spam kick in the chat. And like nobody here is going to have a good time. Is that what we're going to do?
Okay, well, let me ask you. Okay, if you don't mind, because I haven't actually heard about him following like these like Schnazi like Twitter accounts. Can you show me evidence that he actually did that? Like
that would require me like knowing the handle of the Nazis on Twitter or following them myself. I'm not going to invest like 30 minutes to do the investigative work to find the account right now. Maybe I'll do it overnight and I'll
Wait,
have
now,
the app
Parker,
tomorrow.
now Parker, what could now explain? Like, let's
How
think
about
of-
we stop talking about like
We
that? and you
also
tell
talk
us
about
why
his
you think
support
Trump's
for
the
AFD
president.
as well, but
Oh, yeah, I brought that up as well.
Okay,
So do you
what
want to tell us
could
why
you
you
do? Okay,
support
let me
Trump as
just ask you
president?
one. Wait, what? Yes, I do.
Okay, so go into that. Why do you support Trump as president?
Mostly because of immigration, because there's less illegal crossings that are coming over the southern border. So that's
Okay,
kind of
so do you support his mass deportation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, name one way that undocumented immigrants in America hurt the American economy.
Like, wait, can you say that one more time?
Name one way that undocumented immigrants hurt the economy.
Well, I don't really have an answer for that specifically, but I can tell you
Okay.
that I
So you don't
support
have an
him
answer to
because
that. So then could you just tell me one way that undocumented immigrants in America hurt America in general?
because I don't want illegals into our country.
okay,
That's not answering my question because I asked you a question about how they hurt the country, right? Like you just not wanting them here. That's not a valid response to the
No,
question.
no, because why would you? No, because you're kind of pivoting over to the economy when I'm specific.
No, I asked you about the economy first when you said that you didn't have a good response. Then I asked you about the country as a whole. Can you just qualify one way that undocumented immigrants serve as a net detriment to this country?
Because they've broken our immigration laws.
Okay, so breaking the law is always bad?
Yes.
Okay, so if there were two gay men that tried to get married before 2009, that would have been bad. Or like during American slavery, it was a legal obligation that individuals had to return escaped enslaved individuals to their captors. If they didn't and they did so knowingly, they would have broken the law. Would you say it would have been morally wrong to not forcefully return an enslaved individual to their captor during American slavery?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why maybe you're also a Nazi, right? Only a Nazi would say.
by the
that
way,
it's
Ego, thank you for the
morally wrong,
$5. Amanda, thank you for the
to not
$10. Thank you so much. I
forcefully
really
return
appreciate
an
it.
enslaved individual to their captor.
Mike, thank you for the
right? Are you
$5.
also a
Jonah, thank you
Nazi?
for the $5. Petra, thank you for the $2. Thank
No.
you.
Oh, well, actually, how about we go there too?
Thank you,
know,
thank
it was
you.
also the law that like Nazi soldiers during World War II in Germany had to facilitate the command of.
By the
like,
way,
Hitler.
Charlotte, thank you
So
for
when
the
the war was coming to
$30
an
on
end,
Venmo. Thank you,
and
Charlotte.
Hitler
By the way,
started
I'm muted on
expediting
TikTok,
the-
everyone.
the final
Sam with the
plan or
$10.
final
Thank you so much. And
experiment,
Allison with the
and he
$10.
started,
Thank you so much.
having his foot soldiers kill all the Jewish people they could find. If a foot soldier didn't do that, they would have been breaking the law, their legal obligation. Would that foot soldier have been doing something wrong?
Yes.
Okay, so
And
you are
I
a
don't-
Nazi,
I don't
sure.
think
Because
that's-
only
okay,
Nazis,
and-
only Nazis think that people are doing something wrong by not killing Jewish people. Right? That's a Nazi thing.
You did
to
not
say.
fucking just say that. That's so crazy. Why are you
we
laughing?
No, I don't know.
After wait, is this after he just ran that
No,
argument?
I'm just saying though. Is why are you trying to pivot? We're talking.
I'm sorry.
about
Is that after you just ran that argument against me? There's no fucking way, bro. There's no fucking way.
No, because
You
dude, you have a picture-
disingenuous
Hold on.
piece of shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because you have a we have a picture of
You literally just said that it would be wrong if they didn't slaughter Jewish people. What are you talking about?
You want to explain that view for us?
No.
Well, I want you to. Why don't you go ahead and explain that view? Why do you
No,
think
'cause
that
you're- no, 'cause
it would
you're
have been
pick-
wrong if Nazis didn't kill Jewish people?
Well, I'm sorry that we don't that we on the Republican side don't like criminals and you guys do. But
You voted for a criminal, a convicted criminal, held civilly liable of sexual abuse, and they released violent criminals in the country by pardoning them. What are you talking about?
Before we get there, can you defend the view? Tell us why you think it would have been wrong not to kill Jewish people. I don't know. Like, I'm the only one that's like, holy fuck, we need to slow down and pause and ask this guy why he thinks this. But that's definitely what's going through my head. Like, that was a big thing to say, right? I want you to explain it. Tell us why you think it would have been wrong if Nazis didn't kill Jewish people.
I need an anxiety pen.
sorry, can you answer that question again? Can you ask that question again?
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll ask it again because you're dumb and you didn't listen the first 9 times. But Nazis are dumb. They really are. I'll ask it a 10th time. Don't worry. My question is very simple. You said that it would have been wrong if the Nazis didn't kill the Jewish individuals. Why?
Because it was just the time. It was just the time.
The time said that it would, that because of the time, if they didn't do a genocide, it would have been bad. You sound insane.
Dude, you're just pivoting all the way like freaking like back.
I don't think that like I don't think so.
Okay, well, can we actually get back to like the present time with Trump and immigration and stuff like that, and not like
No, tell us a little bit about the time and why it would have been wrong not to do a genocide. So the Allied forces in World War II, right, stopped them from trying to do their genocide, or at least more. They tried to prevent it as much as they could, right, towards the end of the war when we were involved on the European front, okay? Right? Was that bad for the Allied forces to do since they were trying to stop the genocide and you said it was wrong to stop the genocide?
Yeah, I already explained that. I don't know why you want me
So
to
you didn't support, right, like Russia, America, and so on, like stopping the Holocaust. You thought the Holocaust should have continued?
Yeah.
What's your full name?
I'm not giving that name on TikTok.
Why not?
I'm not
Why
speaking.
not?
I'm
What?
not
No, come, please.
Okay,
please, no, please. What's your full name?
I need your full name, social security number. I need your credit card number with the 3
What's-
digits on the back, the expiration date. I need your street address. I need the school you went to in elementary, middle school, high school. Actually, I don't even know if you went to high school. But I just need all of that information right now. Give it to me.
So do you classify yourself as a neo-Nazi?
No. I'm just a Trump supporter.
So what's the difference between you and a neo-Nazi?
What's the difference between me and a neo-Nazi?
Yeah.
I don't really I'm not going to classify myself as a Nazi.
All right. Okay. Neither do I.
No, it's just that he
but
doesn't
I could-
classify himself. That's the only distinction.
So the only difference is that you don't accept that label. It's not that like you were against it.
Yeah.
Vote to kick. I vote to kick. Thank you. Oh, you know that. I really appreciate that.
I kicked before.
I
you
vote to
voted
kick.
kick.
I vote to kick. You're like,
Yeah, no,
he's insane.
Come on. Yeah, no. Goodbye, Nazi.
That's so fucking crazy.
Come on. Yeah, no.
There's no
goodbye,
way
Nazi.
he came on the live arguing that about me. Like that's the type of people that argue that about me. It's like it's being totally disingenuous.
That's just that's nuts. Yeah. So guys, that was a neo-Nazi. Everybody, that was a neo-Nazi. Morgan, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Morgan says it's my birthday. Love watching you. Keep educating. How you do? Thank you. Yo, shout out Morgan. Okay, all right, everybody. I want y'all to show some love to Morgan in that chat. Spam W Morgan. Happy birthday, Morgan. While we're focusing on getting this next guest up on the live, everyone just give us a minute. If you're MAGA, let us know. Hop in that queue. We will get you up here. We will have a conversation. We got the next guest filling up. As well as XIAO. Thank you for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Holy fuck. Let's get a billion XIAOWs down below in that chat. They say, thank you for the good work. Good to see intelligent young Americans like you standing up for a better world. I really appreciate you for the kind message and the $100 fucking donation. Dude, that is insane. Thank you so much. And I seriously mean that. Huge shout out to you, XIAO. Thank you so much. Danny, what's up? My man, are you MAGA?
I wouldn't say MAGA. I'd say I support Trump, but
Okay, why
I
do you
wouldn't
support him?
So, I mean, I would support any president. I'm not. So, I think the better question for me would be like,
I have a
why
question.
do I vote for Trump?
If you lived within Nazi Germany, would you have supported Hitler?
No.
Okay, so then you don't
That's
just support
different.
Okay, so again, you're saying that Donald Trump isn't excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't support him, or I can give you very good evidence to believe that he's excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't support him, right? Do you think that someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will is excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't support them?
See, this is kind of my problem with you guys because this is kind of why I lean to the right because I feel like you guys rage bait and for more views and like clickbaiting.
I'm actually not rage baiting. I seriously was just asking the question.
Like, no, I don't know what you want me to say to that. Obviously, I don't.
Are you saying that you don't have an argument? You don't have a response?
I mean, I honestly wasn't listening too much. Like, I don't.
So then, what's the point of me engaging in a conversation with you if you're not willing to listen to what I'm saying?
Because you were
Oh, Danny.
talking pretty quickly, and I'm doing
Okay.
homework right now too. I didn't
So,
expect to be
So
invited.
you said that you support him because he's a president. Parker said, well, there's like really compellingly wrong things he's done that should mean you shouldn't support him, like the fact that he raped a woman. That's all he said.
Wasn't Joe Biden accused of raping a woman too?
Tara Reid. Yeah, he was. But guess what? I don't believe Tara Reid. And the reason I don't believe Tara Reid is because when Tara Reid lawyered up, even her own lawyer said that she had a contradictory story. And then when she realized that, she dropped it, she fled to Russia, and she joined an alt-right misinformation campaign.
Well, anyway, the point I wanted to get across was, I just like I don't have a huge problem with you guys, and I'm not like I wouldn't consider myself MAGA. I would say that I do support Trump. Like I think there are issues with everybody, but my main problem with you guys, I don't have a huge issue with you guys, but
So
my
be
main
honest,
problem,
you came up here to talk about your problems with us, not about Trump.
why I voted right. So the why do you support Trump question, like I answered that obviously with I would support any president, any U.S. president.
So did you vote for him?
I did vote for him. That's the question
So
that I
feel
wanted
like
to
that's
answer.
I feel like that's what we're looking for. So why
Okay,
did you
yeah.
vote for Trump compared to Kamala Harris? Maybe
So,
your answer to this question could be a little bit more informative.
So why I voted for Trump was I've like you guys and like and Harry, like it's just and a lot of the comments I'm for the country being united, but I feel like the rage baiting and the
I wasn't rage baiting at all, and you just didn't listen to what I said, and you assumed it was rage baiting.
you just but you got into
Can I be honest? Can I be honest, Danny? If a couple chronically online white boys make you vote for any candidate, you're probably in dire need of touching some grass.
It's not that like it's not just you guys. It's what I see the left as in general. Like it's
Okay.
I just see a lot of like divide. Like I see divide on both sides, but
I think
see
that Donald Trump is the ultimate cause of the political division we see in America.
and I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I feel like
Thanks for coming up, man. I just don't feel like that conversation was of substance. I think you finally made a claim that was at the left cause division that that we would refute. And then my refutation started by saying that I think that Donald Trump is causing the division, and then you just agreed. So I don't know. I don't really see like much substance in the conversation that we would have had if I didn't kick you.
Liam,
Hello,
did you vote
Liam.
for
Are you
Donald
MAGA?
Trump?
What was that?
Do you support Trump?
I can't say that I support him, but I did vote for him. I did vote.
Okay. So you think that he's a better president today than Kamala Harris would have been if she was elected? Why is that?
So the only way that I look at it is military wise, right? Because I'm in the military, so
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you mind if I completely derail whatever you're about to say?
Why is that?
Because you said you were in the military, and I have a damn compelling argument for you.
All right, I'll hear you.
You took an oath to uphold the American Constitution, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so in the 2020 election, Donald Trump tried to coup our civil electoral processes as defined by the Constitution by attempting to install himself for a second term. He admitted to this in court. He said it was an official act of his presidency that he should have immunity from. And then in December of 2022, he explicitly called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the American Constitution. In the beginning of his term, he violated the constitutional rights of all undocumented immigrants and their children for around 2 months before a federal judge overturned his EO relating to only defining birthright citizenship for citizens. He then violated the constitutional rights of Abrigo Garcia when he illegally deported him without due process. And then when the Supreme Court ruled that was a violation of Abrigo Garcia's constitutional rights, he said he didn't care. He then attempted to violate the constitutional rights of a group of Venezuelan immigrants in northern Texas when he tried to apply the Alien Enemies Act to them. SCOTUS ruled he couldn't do it. So that was another unconstitutional thing he did. He unconstitutionally violated the rights of a of a woman in college in America by black bagging her because of her visa in one state, and then having ICE violate her right to being kept in that state for 48 hours and moved her 1,000 miles to an ICE detention center. He violated the rights of other Venezuelan immigrants when he deported them on a plane without giving them due process first. And then when a judge ordered that he had to turn that plane around, he said he wouldn't do it. And then the judge said that he had probable cause to hold the Trump administration in contempt because they were violating a legal order. He didn't care. And then the climax of all of this was telling an ABC News reporter 2 weeks ago that he doesn't even know if he has to uphold the Constitution. This man is an evident, abundant, and obvious threat to the Constitution. You took an oath to prevent threats to the Constitution. You, in other words, took an oath to prevent Donald Trump from holding any public office that he could use to embolden his anti-American, anti-constitutional platform.
So I haven't been in for that long. I actually joined when Biden was in office. I joined in 2023. So I don't know. It's just out of both the candidates that were running for presidency, right? At this specific time, I chose him, and
how do you feel about specific things that I just said?
What?
How do you feel about the specific things that I just said?
Well, okay. So what I'll say on that is, I did hear about that stuff, and I will say that a lot of people have done very bad things, and I'm not sitting here saying that Trump is a perfect person. I'm not saying that, what I'm trying to say is, like, everybody has mistakes.
Did you know that you took an oath to prevent every single one of those people that would serve as a threat to the Constitution?
Well, yes, but unfortunately,
So that would include
fall under
Donald
his
Trump?
command. I fall under his command. So there's not a whole
You don't.
lot.
You only
I
fall
can
under
do
his
about that.
legal command. You don't. Oh, one thing that you can do about it right now is to revoke your support.
Well, like I said, I only look at it from a military standpoint. I don't really look at it from, the standpoint that you
Yeah,
and
he's
other
disrespecting every service member that has ever lived and lost their life in the line of duty, and every service member that will lose their lives in the line of duty, and every service member that won't lose their lives in the line of duty.
But what
simply
about the
because they're a service
13
member, and
what about
which
the
and
13
which is
Marines?
willing to put their life on the line
What about
to defend core American values such as the Constitution.
right? But what about those 13 Marines? And
There's
who
13
was it who
there's,
said
there's
that?
13 remains. Do you know how many people died under Donald Trump's first administration in the military?
Well, yes,
How many?
obviously. Like what
many?
I'm trying to say is, like,
How
everybody's
many?
not a perfect person, right?
How many military service members died under Trump's first admin?
How many military people die under anybody's?
How many
doesn't know.
under Trump's first term? 65. What about them? Have you ever heard him talk about them? Nope.
65 versus 16, and then like
Who-
they
who
only
was
talk
it
about the
that
13
completely-
specifically. That a
Right.
lot of the people, the 13 that died specifically on that day, right? A lot of those people were killed by people that were released to the Taliban specifically due to Donald Trump specifically and his agreement with the Taliban.
And also, do you just affirm or deny the conclusion that you took an oath to prevent people like Trump? Like, do you affirm or deny the conclusion that Donald Trump is a threat to the American Constitution?
I took an oath for the United States of America. I didn't take an oath for one specific person.
The oath would include that one specific person. But answer my question. Can we agree that Donald Trump is a threat to the American Constitution?
Me personally, I can't say that.
Okay, so I gave you 6 explicit examples that prove he's a threat to the Constitution. Why do you not accept any of those reasons?
Because I just don't look at that. I look at
So
everybody.
you don't accept those reasons because you don't consider.
It's
those
not that
reasons.
it's not that I
So
don't.
I'm gonna now ask you to either consider those reasons or give us good reason why you shouldn't consider the fact that he tried to rig a presidential election, proposing the largest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War. Why won't you consider the fact that he explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution? Why won't you consider the fact that he's violated the Constitution 5 times since he got the office, explicitly stated he doesn't give a shit, and that he doesn't even know if he has to uphold the Constitution? Why don't you consider any of these things?
It's not that I don't consider them, right? Because I think we all can agree.
You just
that
told us that you don't
2020
consider.
election, the 20 or
No, sir. I'm going to stop you there because you just
Not the 2020
explicitly
election.
told
Sorry,
us-
the 2016 election.
You just explicitly told us that you do not consider these things. That is a sentence that came out of your mouth.
No, I said it's not that I don't consider them. That's exactly what I said, word for word.
It's not.
I think we all can agree that during the 2016 election, during Trump's first presidency, Twitter was not his best friend. He made a fool out of himself on Twitter. I think we all can agree about that.
So could you
Just
tell
like
me
there
why
are
those
things that are
reasons
happening
doesn't-
now.
Could you tell me why those 6 things that I named doesn't make him a threat to the Constitution in your eyes? Could you explain to me why him trying to rig an election? Why him explicitly calling for the termination of the Constitution, violating the Constitution 5 times and not giving a shit? Why don't those things make him a threat to the Constitution?
I can't answer that. I'll give you that. I can't answer that.
So you deny it with no reason.
Like I said, I never denied it.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
You said that you don't
No,
think it's a threat to the
no.
Constitution.
No, I never said that at all.
So is it the case that you do think he's a threat, or is it the case that you don't think he's a threat?
It's a case that I think everybody has issues with some things, right?
Okay, so you're not answering my question.
If that's how you want to take it, then sure.
Because there's 2 possible answers to my question. You either do think this or you don't think this. So which one is it?
I already answered. I gave you my answer, my personal answer.
Could you clarify on if you do or don't think this? Or is it that you
Yeah,
don't
I
know what you
can't
think?
clarify because it's just like I've already given you my personal answer.
So there's as far as I'm concerned, there's only 3 possible answers. You do think he's a threat, you don't think he's a threat, or you don't know if he's a threat. Which one is it?
What do you mean by threat?
I've already given you my answer.
Okay, and which one? Okay, so because those were the only 3 possible answers, your answer would have been one of those 3 options.
My
So which one of those
answer-
3 which one of those 3 options was your answer?
My answer is yeah, he might not be a good person, right? Everybody's not a good person. Everybody fails at some point, right?
Okay.
Everybody
so
does.
then okay, so if that's your answer, then you're not answering the question that I asked. Because keep in mind the question that I asked, do you think he's a threat to the Constitution for the reasons I gave? Or don't you think he's a threat to the Constitution for the reasons that I gave? Or are you unsure if he's a threat to the Constitution because of the reasons that I gave? Which
If
one
I
is it?
had to give you an answer to your specific question, I would say I do not think he is.
Okay. And guess what I'm going to do now, Liam?
What's up, Dean?
I'm now going to remove you from the live. The reason why I'm going to remove you from the live is because 2 minutes ago, before I had to prod into you for an answer to my question, you said that you've never said that you don't think he's a threat to the Constitution. When I was able to get a slam dunk on you for you denying the fact that he's a threat to the Constitution. But now, after me prodding at you meticulously, pulling nails, I've got you to admit that you don't hold that position, right? So earlier when you said that you don't think that, or you haven't said that, you're just being dishonest, man. And I don't really appreciate dishonesty.
All right, then you guys have a good night.
You as well. Moving on to the next guest, everybody. We're gonna move on to Carson. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you're MAGA, everybody. And then Noah, thank you for the $100 super chat over on the YouTube stream. Noah says, "Yeah, he's a solid fascist and neo-Nazi." That last guest, dude, totally Noah. Also, thank you so much for the $100 donation, dude. My God, everybody, show some love to Noah down below in that chat. Noah, this is your 2nd time being in here. I recognize the name. I think the other day you showed some love. I really appreciate that, Noah. Seriously, guys, show some love to Noah down below, guys. Also, I'd like to thank Eliza for the 66 cents. Valerie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying that Trump is the most unpresidential president in U.S. history. Deadass, Valerie, thank you for the love, as well as Kinsey, thank you for the $15, saying under the UCMJ, Liam Thompson cannot make his political affiliation known while in uniform or engaging in political debates. Yeah, that's a Hatch Act, right? I forgot about that, or I would have warned him. Thank you for the $15, Kinsey, as well as for helping me remember. If you're watching the stream, let us know. We will pull you up, guys. Just looking for the next debate. What's up, Cross? Do you support Trump? Okay, and they're gone. Hey, man, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you're American, at least 18, and support Trump and willing to come up here and debate. May says, pull me up. All right, I'll pull you up, May. Let's have a debate. I really hope that you're MAGA. What's up, May? Are you MAGA?
I don't like the term MAGA, but I voted for Trump, and yeah, I know. I do have a few things to say, if it's okay. before, and I have a question for you.
Yeah. Take it away.
First one is Parker. Your hair looks like feathers. It's beautiful. And the second thing that I have to say is one of the most common arguments to everything you say that I've heard is that you use a vape pen, and I wish people would stop saying that because it's not really relevant. It makes anybody that does support Trump look bad. That's your best argument. Secondly, I'm from Louisiana. I'm from the Deep South. I think that the reason that I support Trump so far, I am starting to learn, has been ignorance. But I'm trying to find where to look to find something better, okay?
Okay. So did you come up here to give us an argument why you think he's a good president? Because I mean, if you're just trying to like deconstruct your beliefs and you're trying to realize that a lot of the reasons are rooted in ignorance, I think it's that like maybe watching the stream and being a viewer is going to be like better for you compared to like being on the stream and being a debater, you know?
I understand that, and I do agree with you, but that's why I have a question. Being rooted, unfortunately, in ignorance in the South and just figuring this out by looking things up for myself, it's still a fear of mine that everything is biased and I don't know where to look. So to be honest,
you just test it for its bias, right? But
exactly.
if I had to give you, honestly, I'd recommend Ground News. Ground News, and actually, you could go to ground.news/Dean, and you can get 40% off of their Unlimited Vantage plan. And you'll have a full subscription to Ground News, and what they do is they actually give you bias ratings from different. Oh, they're not paying me to say this. I'm going to say it anyways. They give you bias ratings about like different topics in the news. They also give you details about the ownership of different media organizations, as well as they indicate to you, where companies get their funding from. And they give you a full spread of reporting on the same topic from the right, left, and center, as well as they indicate what bias each publisher has. That's a decent place to start. And actually, Chad, I'm doing a paid promo with Ground News soon. And I never
actually
do.
wasn't one. That genuinely was not one.
Yeah, I just know that they gave me that link for when I do the paid promo. But I could give you that link now. I don't get like compensation from that or anything.
That's so cool.
But anyways, that's a good place to go. But I do appreciate you for coming up.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna actually share that around. So you guys
take care. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Let us know if you're MAGA down below in the chat. Yeah, chat. How do we feel about that? So I like typically don't accept paid deals. However, I think that like Ground News is like actually a good product. So I did with them. Like they're gonna like sponsor me to promote their product. And from my perspective, I think that's totally fine because it is like an actually good product. What are your thoughts though, Chad? What's up, Bill? Do you support Trump?
I voted for Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
44.
44. And Bill, oh my God, why would you ever support such a terrible president?
Everyone seems to like Ground News.
Because I'm rich and Trump is making me more rich, like he's making the rest of his billionaire friends.
Yeah. What's your annual income, buddy?
Too much to talk about.
Like 7 figures, 6 figures. Where are we at?
I'm just kidding. I'm trolling. But listen, I am sick of these guys coming on here and saying, I don't know anything about policy. So
I'm going to kick you because we want a Trump supporter. But dead ass. Moving on to the next guest, everyone. We're going to get Dominic up on the stream. Let me know down below in that chat if you support Trump. We'll get you up here to debate. Everyone, just give us a minute. Dominic, how old are you, man?
What?
Get out of here. Jane? How old are you?
Janae. And
Janae.
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
My friends do.
Are
And
you with your friends?
I've debated them a lot of times, and they've all said, okay, we're not going to listen to his lives. But each time I bring up any of your arguments, they're like, you don't know that's facts. So I'm
know what,
recording this, and I'm wanting to show them. I'm asking their questions. And, you know,
I'm so sorry, Janae. Like, I only really do typically like debate individuals that are like here and present. I don't go through a medium because like you won't be able to like give like a counter argument or whatnot. What I'd recommend, Janae, is I will happily like keep your name and your profile picture in mind. And if I ever see you in the chat again, I will happily let you up. If you happen to be with your friends and you want to request stuff, I'd love to talk to them.
okay, I'd love that. Thank you.
Cool. Have a good one. Scotty, what's up? You MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Oh, dude, no, why? Ew, dude, come on, bro, why?
Multiple reasons. First is foreign policy and foreign relations. And the third is, well, I don't like him for this, but it's the Pornhub ban. And I love Goonin, bro. I love Goonin.
Get
I love
outta
stroking
here.
my shit, bro.
Bro, get out of the live. Oh my god, get the fuck out. What a weirdo, dude. I mean, what a total weirdo. Yeah, go on a stream and talk in front of 9.6 thousand people
what?
about goading. No, bro, that's actually like that's crazy. The more
That
you
was
think
so
about it, the
cringe.
worse that gets. The more you think about that, the more cringe it gets. Imagine just standing at like a literal like microphone with speakers, and you have like over 10,000 people in front of you, and you're like, "Oh, I love stroking it. I love stroking it, dude." Oh my! Oh, the more I think about it, the worse I
that
get.
is actually so
the,
cringe.
the more I think about it, the
That's,
worse
like,
it
actually
gets.
so cringe.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I gotta stop thinking about that. I'm gonna die from cringe. What's going on? One of many United. Do you support Trump?
Louise, thank you for the $10.
Yeah.
Iris, thank you for the $3, and then Kiara, thank you for the $3 as well. Thank you.
Yes, I do. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
Enjoy watching you guys. You guys get in the stream, and I don't even follow you, but it's been entertaining. Key reason: slowing down DC.
Slowing down DC. What do you mean by
The real problem, guys. But I'll talk about Trump. I'm not going to side over to DC, but DC is the problem, guys. And the other thing is,
I think that Trump makes it more of a problem.
no, you guys, the approval rate for DC
Isn't
is
the issue that
horrible,
the-
even worse than Trump.
Wait, isn't the
We all know this.
Isn't one of the main
It's been terrible for 40 years, guys.
Isn't one of the
Terrible.
isn't one of the main issues that we have that they don't act quick enough or that they don't do enough?
Yeah, it's divided.
So
right?
then why would you?
So they've been spending $1 trillion
why would you-
every 100 days for the last 4 years, partner.
So why would you want there to be more division and less?
Oh, I don't want more division. When Trump leaves, there'll still
microphone-
be
hey,
division.
I'm just glad
Bro,
you guys-
dude, you're talking
You
about
guys-
your toaster. Wait,
You guys, Romney
listen,
was going to put you all back in chains. Are we going to play a song now?
Listen,
Dude,
do you have
it's so
do you have like a Bluetooth mic connected or some shit?
I don't know, just whatever works.
Okay, well this mic doesn't work. So if you're on a phone and you have like AirPods in or some shit, could you disconnect like any and all Bluetooth devices?
Yeah, please.
There's going to be an echo.
Dude, yeah. This guy's like freaking out with like this toaster microphone.
It's so loud, bro. I'm like, geez, dude.
While he's fixing
Did
that,
that
I
work?
have to think. No, Chicago. Sorry,
You laugh like a girl.
I laugh like a girl. What
You
do
do,
mean I
buddy.
laugh like a girl?
Dude, this
Are you just calling me
Laugh
that?
like a girl just now. Let's rewind it.
This
misogynistic
misogynistic
Are we talking about Trump?
Like a girl.
This
I have a
misogynistic
question.
We're talking about Trump.
Hey, buddy, how would you possibly even like? Okay, how is it logically possible that you would know what a girl or woman laughs like when you have never been in a
I live with one,
5-mile
buddy.
radius of one?
And married with one. Are you kidding me?
I feel bad for her.
Let me guess. It's like she goes to another school type shit.
Everyone
Dude,
type,
I'm 50 years old. Are you serious?
type F in the comment section to pay respects to the wife.
Oh, yo, Becky, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Becky, as well as Ariel. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. And
All right,
again,
let's get back.
Chico, thank you for the $20 as well. Guys, show some love to Ariel and Chico, as well as Becky down below in the chat for the two $20 donations and the one $25 donation, as well as James. Thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. James says, one moment here. I'm going to try to pull up his message. You have an incredible amount of patience to talk with MAGA callers. Oh, dude, it requires it. I appreciate you for the $10, James. Thank you guys so much for the love. Would you mind thanking the donors real quick, Mr. Guest? Say thank you. Be polite.
Thank you.
Good boy. Okay, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump?
Yeah.
Well, close borders. Number two
Wait,
would
hold on.
be
Is it
Kamala
possible you could
wasn't a good
turn down
candidate.
the gain
She
of his
wasn't even
mic?
primary.
Hey, is it possible you could turn down the gain of your mic? It's like you turned the gain of your mic to the highest possible setting it could go to.
Thanks for the play-by-play.
Also, by the way, I just want to let
Are
you
we
know.
better
that,
now?
like, I also
No.
just want to let you know that, like, quote unquote, you laugh like a girl is only an insult if you hate women.
Okay, Dean. Kamala was a terrible candidate.
Kamala.
Okay, why-
Whatever it was. Whatever it was, dude. She wasn't even primaried.
Just call it.
Bernie Sanders agrees. The threat to democracy is the DNC.
Oh.
Go watch the podcast. Andrew Schultz.
Watch the
I gotta
podcast,
turn
watch
him
the
down,
podcast.
dude.
Don't worry. You do it.
It's
Parker.
okay.
I'll
You
take it away.
guys-
I'll take it away. Just take the headphones out. I got this. I got this. Okay. So let me
We're
ask
gonna
you
be
a
okay.
question. You said that the DNC was a threat to democracy, but for
Yeah,
whatever
no
fucking
primary
reason,
since 2008.
but for whatever fucking reason, when Donald Trump sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states in the 2020 election to then cast fake ballots for himself to Congress to be counted as real, to install himself as the president against the voice and the vote of the people, that didn't care at all.
You
right?
just hit it,
That didn't
Dean.
matter at all.
It's
right?
both sides, buddy.
Well,
It's
I mean,
both
that's more than a
sides.
both sides issue. When have you ever seen a
Oh, no, no,
Democrat
no.
try to
At least
literally
the
rig
Republicans
a
have a
general
primary.
election?
At least the Republicans have a primary.
Well, hey, I want to let you know that the primaries, as observed
In
in the RNC and the
2008,
DNC,
Dean, when the DNC chose identity politics,
I muted you because you interrupted me. Now I'll let you know that, like, the RNC and the DNC and their primary processes are the same. They have the same rules, statutes, and regulations. So if you want to say that the rules, statutes, and regulations of the DNC are anti-democratic, then you must also say the same thing about the RNC. They are the same. And then also, it's worth pointing out that both the DNC and the RNC are private political organizations, which are not a fixture of our government, something that you could go and start your
the
own
RNC has
fucking tomorrow.
primaries. The DNC does not since 2008.
So you're just repeating what you said, but not responding to my.
Well, did you
points of what
agree
said.
with that?
So can
Do you
you
agree-
agree that it is the case that the RNC and the DNC have identical rules, regulations, and standards of operations? Parker's losing it. Chat, should we kick him? Is his mic that bad? I'll kick him if he's that bad. Maybe he just doesn't sound that bad in my headphones.
Dean, it is horrible, dude. It's like
Alright.
I have my headphones off, my earphones off. I can't
It's
hear you at all. I can hear him loud and clearly, dude.
Okay. All right.
It's
all right, I'm
so
sorry.
bad, dude.
All right, we kicked him, everybody. We kicked him. Henry, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Hell fucking yeah.
Oh, all right, buddy. How old are you?
I'm just kidding. I'm 17.
Okay, funny fetus. Goodbye. Moving on to Cody, everybody. Keep in mind if you like what you see, you want to support me. My Venmo, my PayPal are in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. If you donate to me, I'll be able to read out a message on live, as well as you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, on the YouTube stream in the pinned comment or in the link in the bio. I appreciate you guys for the love. Let's go to get that
Speaking of
next guest
which,
up in the live.
Jay, thank you for
Speaking
the $50 YouTube super chat for Love You Parker.
Hello?
Thank you so much, Jay. Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section
you,
right now?
Jay.
Thank
Love
you,
you,
Jay.
Jay.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Braden, you MAGA?
Yeah, I'm pretty MAGA.
How old are you?
My
bro?
son.
19.
19. Why the hell are you MAGA, dude? So lame.
I know. I mean, if you can change my mind, like I'll definitely change. I'm not one of those that are stubborn, but
All right, let's do it.
I like how he, like economically, like with foreign relations with the leaders, I love how he's very bold. Like I don't like how Biden was kind of weak. But if you can prove to me that he's strong with like Putin and stuff, I rock with it.
Yo, dude, I will prove to you in like
Bet.
under 2 minutes that like Joe Biden, okay, is infinitely stronger against Putin than Trump. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to start my argument by describing how infinitely weak Trump is against Putin. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
So imagine this. This is before the election. The US gets word of leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that Trump is easy to manipulate. They're verified as authentic. We know they're real. If I knew about it, so did Trump. Okay? So
Yeah.
Trump knew that Putin thought he was easy to manipulate and still continued to peddle this idea that we were giving Ukraine too much money. A month passes, we're still before the election. We get even more leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that he wants to push propaganda in America and convince Americans that America is giving too much money to Ukraine. Once again, if I knew this, so did Trump. So Trump knew that Putin thought he was easy to manipulate, and Trump knew that Putin wanted Americans to think that we are giving Ukraine too much money, but he still runs on the agenda of anti-support for Ukraine. He becomes a president, and then he stops all humanitarian support to Ukraine. Exactly what Putin wants him to do, and exactly what Putin wanted Americans to think was a good choice. And Trump still thinks he has a good running relationship with Putin. 2 months pass. We're now over 100 days since Donald Trump's term begun, Putin has not accepted a single ceasefire agreement from Ukraine. And Donald Trump, after 120 days, finally says that Putin is unwilling to cooperate. And he just has no clue why Putin isn't willing to accept a ceasefire agreement. Putin drops the biggest bombs that he ever has in the history of the war on Ukraine. Donald Trump says, this isn't like him. Why is he doing this? Even though he's obviously being manipulated by Putin, and he knew it half a fucking year ago.
Yeah.
That demonstrates Donald Trump's weakness, like so well.
Wait, so when they first attacked, was it under Biden's administration when they first went under, like when Russia went and tried to invade Ukraine?
Well, I mean, they got Crimea under Obama, but yeah, like the war that you know, yeah.
Yeah. So does he think that Biden is weak as well? Like he thinks both of them are weak, or did he like fear Biden?
Well, I could say I'd be willing to assume that Putin's a raging narcissist that thinks he's the strongest person alive, and anybody that's not him is weaker than him. But I could definitely say that he feared the Democrats, Biden and Harris, more than Trump, because the Democrats, Biden and Harris, were like, yeah, that Putin dude, fuck him. He sucks. He's a dictator. Let's go ahead and stand 10 toes behind Ukraine and give them what they need to fight off the invader. Trump was like, I have some respect for the guy. We've had a good running relationship. Even though he thinks he can manipulate me and has and will again, I'm going to continue to say that we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine.
So when would enough be enough, though? Like, let's say, God forbid that this war goes on for another 30 years. Should we keep giving money and aid every single year? Like, is there ever a threshold where we need to start focusing more on maybe like isolationist a little more?
Well, I'm totally fine with giving Ukraine everything that they need to win. Not only because of the contractual agreement we made with them in the 90s, the Budapest Memorandum, but also because it's a humanitarian cause, and I think we have a moral obligation to do so. And then we're really wasteful with money. Like, I don't know why you care about $32 billion per year disproportionately in weapons, not in money given to Ukraine to stop the slaughter of their innocent civilians. But like, you support Donald Trump, even though right now he's advocating for this quote unquote big, beautiful bill, which is going to redistribute money from the poor to the wealthy, and it's going to cost $3.8 trillion. Okay. That's like 1,000 times more funding than what we're granting to Ukraine on a yearly basis. You know where I'm coming from?
I understand. I think it's a lost cause. There's no way. I don't think that they could stop Russia if Russia wants to invade Ukraine.
Sure.
Now it is because the funding has been cut off.
What do you say?
Now it is because the funding has been cut off. But prior, when the funding was up, it was the case that the West is able to uphold Ukraine's economy and able to continue the war longer than Russia would be able to because of their economy being in shambles. Right?
Also,
But
just
their
keep in
economy-
mind.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, keep in mind that this is what Putin wants you to think.
Okay, yeah. And I don't necessarily I don't like Putin whatsoever. I think no matter what, he's not going to think our leaders are strong. Obviously, you said he's egotistical. But Zelensky, on the other hand, there's a lot of questions of him becoming a leader. Like, are you aware of how he became a leader and things like that?
No, I'm not like particularly like that interested either. Because what I care about is the innocent Ukrainians that have been ethnically cleansed, the innocent Ukrainians that have lost their homes, the innocent Ukrainians in which have been forced to relocate halfway across the globe, such as the 238,000 innocent Ukrainian refugees in America right now, the innocent Ukrainians that have been killed, displaced, slaughtered, the innocent Ukrainians which have been blown up by fucking FPS drones and like war crimes by Russian soldiers. Like, you could critique Zelensky all you want, but whatever you have to say about Zelensky definitely does not diminish the fact that I think the state of Ukraine has a right to self-determination, and I don't think it's cool to just ethnically cleanse hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians.
100%. I also don't believe it's a democracy how we see it. I've seen a lot of civilians be dragged into cars and put on the front lines for Ukraine, and that on the other side is terrible.
So A, I don't know if that's true. I've heard that's Russian propaganda. And B, while we could help prevent that by giving them the means to better equip the soldiers they already have.
So why don't we just go all in? Like, let's stop Russia right now.
Because it would be World War III, and there's both sides are nuclear powers. So this is as far as we can go in without causing World War III.
Do you think it'll end soon, or do you think this is going to be
Well,
just?
now, but like it will be the case that Putin has significantly more power. You picked the side that gave Putin more power.
Yeah, you did. How does that make you feel?
I don't know, man. Like I'm always searching for the truth, and even if it seems a little bit weird,
Can you agree that you did pick the side that gives Putin more power, though?
yeah, 100%, because
Okay.
the
So
other side
historically-
donated to
So,
Ukraine.
like historically, was picking the side of the genocidal maniac dictator a good idea or a bad idea?
Well, you could say that with Kamala Harris, supporting Israel more.
You
That could be a genocide
actually can.
itself.
Well, you actually can say that. So I don't.
It's both
support-
sides, you know?
I don't support the pro-Israel policy of Kamala Harris, but since you want to pivot to her pro-Israel policy, the reason why I still think she was better was because relative to Trump, he was more pro-Israel.
Who was more pro-Israel?
Donald Trump.
Than Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I don't understand. But
He
he's
said that
taking a strong
himself.
stance
Yes,
now. He's told Netanyahu.
He said that himself, by the way.
But he's told Netanyahu that something has to be done in Gaza, or he's going to cut off aid.
So he said that he wants to what needs to be done is that the US needs to go into the Gaza Strip, help personally ethnically cleanse the 2.1 million Palestinians living there, forcefully relocate them to Jordan and Egypt, give them no right to return, then turn the strip into a resort for Netanyahu, then gifting the land to Israel.
That is
what he wants to be
terrible.
done is more ethnic cleansing.
Well, the big thing with me is a year ago, honest to God, I probably would have went to war and died for Israel. And I've seen so much, and it's so weird. I'm MAGA 100%, but that's the one thing that I disagree with Trump. Like the Zionist policies, I totally disagree with. And I think it's a genocide. I do think it's a genocide. But then on the other side, they both support Israel.
Well, what like matters insofar as what you should have used to determine who you would have voted for in context of this issue is who is like worse, like who would have generated the worst material outcome.
100%.
Given that it was two candidates, one was going to win. We need to be able to choose the one that will generate the lesser of two evils.
Well, me as a 19-year-old, like going into this economy and trying to get a good career out of college and things like that, I just looked at Trump as a businessman and a better economy. Because under 4 years, and
And
maybe this is
we
where
were
I'm-
we were able to go ahead. I just wanted to point out real quick that you were able to successfully pivot away from Ukraine. Then you were able to
No.
pivot away from Israel and
Listen, but this is because we agree that both sides do this. So this is what I'm saying. Why I voted
no,
for
but no. But obviously, Donald Trump was worse.
in terms of Israel, or in terms of Ukraine, or genocide, or
Both.
I don't know. Maybe okay, but that's not my biggest thing. My biggest thing, I know this sounds selfish, is the economy, and I know that sounds bad.
Let's talk about it, right?
Yeah,
So one, can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
No, but I can name a billionaire who's generated billions of dollars for himself and his companies.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't.
So-
Every successful businessman has had a bankruptcy. That's not something we value. We value it on their net worth.
6 times though. But like here, and he inherited $400 million accounting for inflation from his dad. So I just want to bring that up. That's a huge important thing to bring up. Secondly, if we want to talk about this, under Donald Trump, name what economic policy you support of his.
Economic policy. Wait, is this going to sound stupid? Oh my gosh, it's going to sound stupid.
Yes, it will.
Like with low gas prices.
Okay, that's not a policy, right? And can you tell me specifically?
No. Like more like.
So do you think the Biden-Harris administration caused gas prices to go up?
I do, with the stopping of drilling in Alaska. Because there's less supply.
So they did. Okay, so less overall supply
Yeah.
would increase their prices. So funny enough, the most oil ever produced in a single month under Trump's first term was 12.9 thousand barrels of oil per day. That was in December of 2019. They produced more than that for a fucking year straight. And every single month under their administration, through the totality of it, it is the case that they produced more than the month prior.
Then why was it higher?
Yeah, because we had a massive reduction in imports because we sanctioned all oil from Russia.
But in 2024 still?
We still have it sanctioned today in like
Oh, wow.
2025. It's because they've been doing very bad things to Ukraine. We should be sanctioning them. Yeah.
So you agree that under the Biden administration, like our economy was better?
Our economy was better relative to what?
for the average citizen, like cost of goods, quality of life,
Compared to when? Like now?
compared to the first Trump administration?
I'd say it was like better than towards the end of his term under the pandemic, but I would say like before the pandemic under Trump's first term, the economy was better than like the first 3 years of Biden's term.
Because of COVID.
Yeah, I don't really think that Donald Trump did anything to make the economy better under his first term, and I think that Biden and Harris did a lot to rebound us very successfully from the pandemic. And now today, I think that Donald Trump is actively destroying that work that they did. Like I don't know, is it fair for me to assume that you're not in the top 20% of income earners in this
Oh,
country?
100%. Yeah, no, I don't got no motion.
Yeah, you'll be paying more in after-tax income, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities of Donald Trump's tax cuts bill, the BBB passes. So, what the Center for Budget and Policy Priority says is that 80% of income earners will have a lower after-tax income because of that BBB because of Trump, and our government is paying $3.8 trillion to tax you more, and that's Donald Trump's economic plan. That's bullshit, right? Can we admit that's bullshit? His economic plan is to spend nearly $4 trillion, so you're paying more in taxes.
That sounds terrible. But what about no taxes on tips and things like that?
So you could definitely point out a couple things in the bill that may impact you and may be helpful. However, when we consider the impact of the totality of the bill, you're served a net negative.
Oh, so at the end of the day, it makes it worse.
Yeah, that's what the Center on Budget and Policy Priority says. And that's bullshit, right? Spending $3.8 trillion, almost twice as much as every penny spent under the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration on non-COVID related expenditure on one bill just to raise your taxes. Oh God, he's a madman.
That sounds bad. Now, I just
That
got
sounds
one
terrible,
more question, though.
but that's what's happening, dude. It's like that's what I want to convince you of. That's why I do these live streams. He's a tyrannical idiot.
So you don't think at all like he's a good president?
No.
Do you think he's the worst ever?
I think he's the worst of either of our lifetimes.
So, okay. Wait, when were you born?
2004.
Okay, I was gonna say like Bill Clinton, but
Oh, he's worse than Clinton.
really?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like maybe
Ooh.
like the one name that comes to head that I'm like, maybe worse than Trump is like Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, Andrew Jack or Woodrow Wilson because he was pretty racist. But I have okay. So if Biden went on to be the nominee, you have voted for Biden.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Did you
I would have
any
voted for.
concerns about his mental capabilities and things like that.
Even in the state he's at
Um,
right now, even with a diagnosis.
About his like mental capabilities, I had like I mean I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see like a 45-year-old in the presidency,
Yeah.
right? So obviously, if we're gonna compare like an 85-year-old to a 45-year-old, what I'd like to see, okay, yeah, they're older, but I'm honestly not too concerned with Biden's cognitive abilities. You know, like okay, he's a bit slow at moving, maybe he needs some help going down the stairs, and he's not like super quick at thinking. You know, like he can't hold himself together too well, like in a debate. But I mean, I think that he handled his presidency really well, and he's still handling the press today quite well. I mean, I think that he was obviously preferable to Trump.
So when Trump says like things that Biden was using an auto pen and he was fully incapable of holding office, you think that he was 100% making the decisions? 'Cause that's what a lot of MAGA agrees.
Yeah, I think that Trump is just spouting bullshit.
Really?
And then also, like, no president makes 100% of their decisions. Like, they all are surrounded by
Right, but he meant
cabinet
like
and
vegetable.
advisors.
He meant like
Oh
full-on
yeah,
vegetable.
that's a full-on lie.
But we can agree that he was kind of mentally, especially in the last 2 years, unhinged.
No, we cannot agree that he was.
We can't agree on it?
No, we can't agree that he was mentally unhinged. Why? Well, okay, I actually want an argument. Convince me that Biden was mentally unhinged.
So in that first debate, I forget when it was.
The debate.
Yeah, Biden.
For sure.
versus Trump.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
for
bad.
sure. I mean, I think that I'm beating you worse than Trump beat Biden. Does that mean that you're even more mentally unhinged than Biden was?
Well, I hope that I'm kind of conveying my opinions. Like it was I felt so bad for him, even as a MAGA person. Like it
Right,
felt like having an elderly man.
And
with me.
I could agree. Maybe we could have some common ground there. But I don't think that meant he was mentally unhinged. I think that just meant that because of his age, he wasn't able to think on his feet as quickly as he maybe did when he was 40. But lacking an ability to think on your feet super quickly because of your older age, like sure, that shows mental degradation, but that doesn't tell me that he was mentally unhinged.
Okay. And now that is it prostate cancer now? That
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
And also, isn't it funny how you have to completely ignore Kamala Harris to even maybe have a talking point?
I think she
Like, isn't that
her
great?
last-
Isn't that
I
great?
don't know.
Like you have to like exist in like this world that doesn't exist, where you're like, Kamala Harris never ran. I definitely didn't vote for Trump over her. I voted for Trump over her. Like, you have to kind of like set up this fairy tale make believe realm in order to even start a conversation with me about how terrible Trump is. You know?
Well, I think there were questions about Kamala Harris's mental capabilities too. Like,
Oh, come on.
no.
Listen.
Listen.
The moment I hear anybody say that, you want to know what the first thought that comes into my head is?
What?
Misogyny.
Really? Like,
you can convince me otherwise, though. Try to, please.
Okay, I'll try. Just her little sayings and things like that, and always like she laughs way too. I know that sounds bad, but she laughs way too much. She never has a serious tone.
You're not convincing me. You're only making
She
it worse.
does.
The moment
That's
I hear
ridiculous.
somebody say that a woman's laugh is worse than fascism,
I mean, it's like when she's being questioned about foreign policy.
Braden, for example, at the debates, do you think she didn't have a serious tone of the debates?
I think she did decent in the debates, 100%.
I think she destroyed Donald Trump. I think she was incredibly serious. I think she went over all of the points that you'd think are practically relevant from your perspective to go over. So I really wonder why specifically, or even referencing this, when in the place where she literally, right, was on the spot to the most, right, in front of the entire country against Donald Trump, she performed the best.
Also, I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
If my biggest critique of Trump was the way that he laughed,
Oh, it's not the way that she laughs.
do you think I would I would be a strong proponent of liberal ideology and be an icon of the dismissal of the right?
No, I mean, like when she's being asked serious questions and she laughs it off and things like that to make it a funny situation rather than taking it serious. Like in a
Your biggest critique of Kamala Harris is how she laughed in some scenarios, and I don't even know if these scenarios exist because it's just a claim coming from a MAGA supporter.
Yeah.
That's your biggest critique of Kamala Harris.
I think
my
she's
biggest
unserious.
my biggest critique of Donald Trump is that he fulfills all 14 candidates of fascism. That's seemingly
Actually?
worse than that's seemingly worse than laughing, right? Or maybe
I'm cool with her laughing, but
him committing 34 felonies, raping a woman, or advocating for economic reform that redistributes wealth from the poor to the rich.
So he says that Kamala Harris isn't serious. Watch this. Donald Trump, when he called for the termination of the Constitution, what do you think about that?
I'm unserious because I just laughed.
Braden, what'd you say?
Wait, he called for the termination of the
Called for
Constitution.
the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So with the
So-
revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with the big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
So is he arguing that parts of it are subjective, or is he saying that?
No, he's
some
saying
parts
he
should be
calls for the
fully-
termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He's saying terminate the Constitution because, particularly, right, he won the 2020 election, which there was no evidence to indicate.
Hmm.
So, like, don't you see that as a huge issue, or is he not serious?
I think that's an issue. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just okay. Do you have a real argument against Kamala Harris, or is it probably time that me and Parker move
It's
on?
probably time. Thank you guys, though.
Have a good one, man.
You too.
Let's go and get that next guest up in the live. Everybody, if you're in that queue, make sure that you support Trump. Let's go to get that next guest connected up into the live, y'all. Let's go to get that next guest connected up into the live, everybody. All right. Bushmaster, what is going on? Are you MAGA?
Oh, this guy again.
Have you talked to him before?
Yeah, he's insane.
Yeah, I've talked to Parker.
Are you
You've
insane?
talked to him too. You've talked to him too.
Okay, are you insane? Are you insane, Bushmaster?
Yes, we did this last time he came up on the live, and I said he's insane. He's like, "Oh my gosh, how am I insane?" After literally every single time the same shit happens.
Well, that's cool. I mean, I'm glad you.
I'm
think
pretty sure you kicked
insane.
him off last time.
Bushmaster, are you driving?
No.
Okay, could you disconnect like any and all Bluetooth devices from your phone? You sound like you're like a billion miles away.
Well, I don't know why, but
He's a.
I'm sitting in my truck in a parking lot.
Yeah, so just disconnect Bluetooth on your phone because right now it's going through your truck's mic and it's bad.
Oh, so I just need to turn the volume.
Okay, yeah.
Is that
I'm
better?
willing.
Turn
No,
off
it's
the
not
Bluetooth.
because you just have to deter. Dude, what kind of phone? Are you on?
What kind of phone do I have?
Yeah.
What you just asked me? iPhone 16 Pro Max.
Okay, watch this. So here's your iPhone 16 Pro Max. Swipe down from the top right-hand corner. Okay, then when you
Yeah.
do that,
And
you'll
you
have
can
this,
pull that up, and then you press the little top left.
and then yeah, turn it
Yeah.
off right now so we could hear you better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Finally.
Dude,
Bluetooth's off.
there we go. All right, what the hell do you want, buddy?
I was just listening to y'all talk. Y'all was talking about the debate between Trump and
No, it's still bad. I'm sorry, man. Your mic sucks, dude. MAGA Mike.
That is a MAGA mic.
Goodbye. That is a MAGA mic. Quite frankly, moving on. Everybody, let's go to get that next guest up in the live. Bridget! Thank you so much for the $20 over at PayPal. Let's get 200 Bridget W's. Bridget says, Dean, I donated earlier in the week, but it's worth another $20 to get your attention to tell you that I'm disappointed. You let a MAGA get away with saying that there's no Democratic primary in 2012, 2016, and 2020 because there were all 4 times. I apologize for letting MAGA get away with that. I'm pretty sure I just ended up kicking that guest because his mic sucked too. But thank you for the $20.
I
Bridget.
actually didn't even hear that myself.
Yo, what's up, MAGA for life? Are you MAGA? They're not even here. All right. If you're part of the 8.6 thousand people watching and you support Trump, let us know. We'll pull you up.
Yo.
Also,
Go ahead.
No, go for it, man.
Yo, Chris, thank you for the $3.33. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. As well as Elena with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elena. Can we get some W's for Elena in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Elena. I really appreciate it. I'm so happy to hear that. That's fucking amazing. W's for Elena in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Elena.
I was just gonna say,
Yo,
like,
can you hear me?
yeah. Hi, how old are you?
Cookie King mogs you. I just gotta say that.
Question. J-O-B. What does that spell?
Yo, don't even bring that near me, bro. I don't want to hear that.
What is it?
I don't want to hear that.
What does it spell?
I'm not saying it.
I'm a job application. Oh
no!
Get the fuck off the stream. Get the fuck.
You know, Dean, I've started getting those as well. Like they started coming on my live and saying Cookie King mogs you.
Dude, just a bleed over effect. The bleed over effect. Trigger word, everybody. It's a trigger word. What's up, Miguel? Do you support Trump?
Oh, I had a couple questions.
That's a child. That's a child.
How long do you plan to be on, Dean?
I'm gonna be on for another hour.
Nice.
Yeah, we're gonna get that next guest up in here. What I was gonna say is, hey, if you're watching and you want to support me because you like what you see, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream. I get 100% of all the proceeds on those platforms, compared to 33% here and 33% over on the YouTube super chats. Go straight to me, as well as you'll be able to attach your name in a message that I could shout out and read off on live in front of.
See you later,
everybody
Courtney.
watching.
Have a good night.
Hello, Delph. Do you support?
What's
Trump?
up?
I'll be on until 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I
my
don't really
time,
do
chat.
the whole political thing. I just got a question for you because I've seen you a whole bunch on my For You page.
And
It's like,
shoot, I'll give you
I'm-
one question.
okay, so it's like, do you believe in world peace, man? Like,
Yeah,
truly?
W World Peace, bro. W World Peace.
Like,
right? Yeah, can we get
there
some
ain't noth-
W World Pieces?
there
while
ain't
we're in that
nothing
comment
against like
section?
females and stuff. It's just having
Right.
somebody, a female, in charge of our
Women?
country right now would not be the good look.
okay.
Look
so,
at Afghanistan.
Okay, so hold up. So because misogyny exists in the world, you're saying that
Mhm.
we shouldn't elect a woman. So are you
It's-
saying
it just
because wait, hold-
depends on the
hold-
woman. I don't
listen,
think
listen
I
to
don't
Mr.
think
Quick.
Camilla was the woman.
Kamala. So
Kamala,
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe ableism exists around the world?
What is that?
Like discrimination or bigotry against people who are disabled.
Yeah. I'm disabled. I get hate on all the time.
Okay,
man.
so ableism exists around the world. Does that mean that like you wouldn't vote for a disabled vet?
You said what?
Ableism exists around the world. So are you saying you wouldn't vote for a disabled vet?
I'm a disabled vet, so I would.
Okay, so you would still vote for a disabled vet. So it's not a good argument to say just because a form of bigotry exists around the world means that you shouldn't vote for someone who is a victim of said bigotry.
Also, I'd like to point out that this next argument is based upon vibes. So let me know if you disagree with my vibes. But I get the vibe that the UK had just a general sense of more respect, support, and camaraderie when we had the Queen compared to now when we have the King, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, I mean, I even see a lot of posts on TikTok just referencing back to the UK when Queen Elizabeth II was still around and running things compared to now. People really miss Queen Elizabeth II. People had so much respect for Queen Elizabeth II. Everybody loves Queen Lizzie. And, this isn't to say that the king now is bad, right? In fact, I don't know much about him, but he just doesn't have the aura that she did. And that's on the global stage with other global leaders. So I'm actually not willing to accept, the idea that on the global stage, leaders are less likely to support, to respect a woman compared to a man. And
It's not.
there's
It's not
definitely
about-
there's some countries I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Afghanistan is run by the Taliban, and they're
Yeah.
just terribly misogynistic.
Yeah.
Well, they automatically they won't even respect male leaders of countries because they don't think that women in their countries deserve zero rights, right? So
Yeah.
because there's male leaders that don't think women deserve zero rights, those leaders are gonna have less respect by incredibly misogynistic leaders.
I agree. I think females should have rights. I just
Women.
in this time period, I don't what's her name? Kamala. I just don't think she was the right fit.
Okay.
I bring it back to when what was that dude's name? Clinton, Bill Clinton, when he was president. Hillary really ran things. What she said, that's what he did. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows
Can you
that.
give me one policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
I like the no taxes on overtime. I used to work overtime a whole bunch.
Where's that bill?
Where's that bill?
With zero taxes on overtime.
I have to look, but I know he passed
no
that
such
bill. He was talking about passing it, so
Nope.
I believe he will pass.
There's not actual no tax on overtime.
Sorry, Parker, I chose peace.
It's okay.
He said that he doesn't think that women should be able to lead. Both you and me give very simple, easy to follow and understand refutations. And then he just ignores it, goes back to repeating the claim. I don't think that there's much productivity and continued conversation. Let's go to get that next guest up on the live. Let us know if you're MAGA down below in that chat. We'll get you up here. I've definitely taken a stand of just kind of kicking out guests if they're not here for productive conversation. I think it's better for the live. Plus, I think it's better for the people watching. But it's definitely better for me, bro. You're saving me. I'm getting saved a lot of mental distress by not giving my time to people who don't do anything productive with it ever. Let us know if you're MAGA down below in that chat. We'll pull you up. I'd love a debate. What's up, J Money? How old are you?
19,
What year were you born in?
2006, sir.
Okay, are you 19 in high school?
No, sir. No, I go to UTSA.
It says MBHS in your bio.
Oh, I just graduated, sir. But I promise you, I am not.
Nah, I don't trust it. Sounds like you're making your voice deeper. Hey, if you're watching, you want to come up and debate, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section. I'll pull you up here. Everyone, just give us a minute. We're gonna go to get that next guest up in the live literally right now. Give us a minute, y'all. Give us a minute. What is up, MAGA Boy 47?
What up?
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in? What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay. You said in the bio that, you said in the comment sections that we're paid by the DNC.
Yeah, I was kind of just trying to get you to let me up.
Okay. But you actually support Trump. So why do you support Trump?
Because, I mean, what's not to like?
He's doing everything we voted him in for.
So there's so many things to like. It should be really easy to name one. Like for instance, there's like so many fucking colors that I could very easily name a handful: red, green, blue, yellow, purple. If there's
Yeah.
so many good things that Donald Trump has done, it should be pretty easy to name one, right? So can you name one good thing that he's done that you like?
Yeah, but first, let me start off by saying, just so there's no confusion, I'm Dark Gothic MAGA, not just MAGA. So yeah, and then my follow.
Trolling, totally trolling. Get the fuck
Bro,
off live.
Chill, Parker.
You're a Cookie King viewer.
Guess we're moving on. Hello, welcome in, new guest. Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say I wanted to thank you for everything that you've been doing on this live. It really does a lot. for
Building a
people.
Bear 18. I appreciate you for the love. That is incredibly kind of you. And Veteran, thank you for the $50 super chat over on that YouTube stream. Veteran says, good on you for learning to recognize a color so that it just can't be helped. This boomer is very proud of you, sir. Veteran, I love you. You already know that. I tell that to you every single day. Show some love to Veteran down below in the comment section. I want to be just like them when I grow up, and I say that every single time. We love Veteran here. One of the crowd favorites. Mike, what's up? You said that you're MAGA down below in the comment section. Why would you ever support such a terrible president?
So I actually voted for Harris, but I think I made a mistake. Even though she didn't win.
Okay, all right. Actually, the first time I've heard
So
that since
you
the
were
election.
so you think you should have voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm sorry, you lagged.
So you think you should have voted for?
I didn't hear
Donald
what
Trump?
you said. Either that or maybe voting for a third party or like independent
WER,
party.
thank you so much for the $6.45 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you.
Given
so
that
much.
you can either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who do you think you should have voted for?
I mean, my reasoning for thinking I might have made a mistake, I'm really not sure, is I am a Christian and a lot of my people I know voted for Trump. And even like till this day, they explained to me why.
all the Christians supported slavery too. It's something that's weaponized as a tool to draw people into your politics, and it has been weaponized as a tool to draw people into your politics, or into just a set of political beliefs forever.
Also, one thing
Christianity
is like
totally weaponized.
Yeah. Also, one thing is like Trump is like literally not even meeting the criteria of Christianity. For example, like, do you think that someone, in order to be Christian, they have to repent?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, Trump claimed that he never asked God for forgiveness, and a fundamental tenet or aspect of repentance is asking God for forgiveness.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was not aware of that.
Yeah. Also, like, I just
I
want to
know.
be clear.
Maybe I'm just more confused than regretful.
Sure. He also like has basically violated every single one of the 10 commandments. He's cheated on every single one of his wives. He has 30,000 confirmed lies under his administration. Right. He specifically said that he won the 2020 election with no evidence. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. His policy specifically disproportionately helps the rich at the expense of the low and middle class. 80% of people will see tax increases under his bill, specifically through the big beautiful bill. That's his policy, and that's antithetical to a lot of the things Jesus advocates for. So, like, even if you are Christian, if you want to uphold the real good Christian norms, the good things about Christianity, well, that's everything that Donald Trump doesn't support.
Yeah, I think I'm more just confused, but when you say that,
Okay,
I
well-
think maybe it's a better thing I didn't vote for him. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, Mike. Cody and Joe, what's up, guys?
It's not right.
Cody and Joe, are you there?
Yeah, it's not a vape.
Do I vape?
No, it's a fucking
I've seen
anxiety
vape,
pen. It's an anxiety pen, Joe. When will people get it right?
All right, I've seen you vape.
Cody.
Yeah.
Listen to me, man. I've had it up to here with people coming on this stream and telling me that I vape. Cody, I need you to hear me when I say this.
I didn't say that.
I don't vape. And the fact that you would perceive me as a person that would vape, that would smoke the nicotine, it honestly, it makes me disheartened in the way that I'm presenting myself to my community.
How dare
Okay,
you?
because guess what? It's not a fucking vape. It's an anxiety pin. I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay. And honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do. Okay. So cut the shit. It's not a vape. All right. It's an anxiety pin. And God, the amount of times that I've asked you to respect me and respect my anxiety pin is at this point getting ridiculous. Cody, so please,
Justified crash out
for the final and for the billionth time. Will you please just respect the fact that it's not a vape and that it's an anxiety pin?
It's a goddamn anxiety pen. Get it right.
What flavor is your vape?
Yo, you really got
God,
me.
get the fuck
in
just
for this.
get the fuck out.
Get him out.
I hate women.
Okay, get out. You get out too. You fucking weirdo. What, dude?
What?
Do you vape? Parker, do you vape?
No, it's a damn fucking anxiety pen. Okay.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck, dude? What? Okay, Joe, you suck. Okay, we're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Let's go and get the next guest up in here. If you're in the stream and you support Trump, go ahead and hop in that queue, bro. What the fuck was, dude? What was that? Dude's just like randomly. Oh, I hate women. Dude,
Like, bro, let Dean do his bit. Like, let Dean do his bit. That's Dean's
yo.
one bit. You know. Actually, you know what's kind of funny? You gained 1,000 viewers just doing the bit. Dean just gained 1,000 viewers doing the anxiety pen bit. I'm gonna be scrolling on my For You page later, and I'm gonna see a fucking video with like 3 million likes of Dean screaming about the fucking anxiety pen. Hey, whoever edits that video, you better fucking put me in it, buddy. You better put me in it, okay? I better see myself on my damn For You page later, okay?
Dude, honestly, it's just such like a. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That is a total fucking content farm. I like,
It totally is. It totally is.
but it's funny as fuck. Okay, all right, yo, Gar, what's up? Do you support Trump? All right, Gar's not even here, guys. Go to drop a maggot down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate, y'all. We're gonna go to get that next guest up on the live literally right now, everybody. We're gonna go to get that next guest up on the live literally right now. So if you are in that queue, make sure that does mean that you do indeed support President Donald J. Trump. In the meantime, I would like to thank Caitlin for the $10 over on Venmo 15 minutes ago, saying that you're amazing. Keep up the good work. I appreciate you so much for the love. Also, Parker, would you help me get a guest up on?
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
As well as Connie, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Say thank you for fighting the good fight. I really do appreciate what you do as a trans woman. Connie, thank you so much for the love. So let's show some love to Connie down below. As well as Kate with
Hold on. Bruce, can you keep
And I'm
speaking?
back,
Can you be
motherfucker.
quiet, or can you mute your mic? Or leave? Oh, you're what a good boy. What a fucking good boy, Bruce. What a good boy.
Bruce sucks. Bruce triggers me. Let's get him out of here.
Yeah, I wanted a good boy, Bruce. Sorry, I have to.
Caffeine
do it.
addict, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
1.
Yo, first honest thing. Okay, all right, awesome. Also, Kate, once again, thank you for the $10. And I'd also like to thank Jennifer for the $50 fucking donation over on PayPal. Holy shit, Jennifer. Jennifer says, our beautiful late Queen Elizabeth. We in the UK got the petition going to Parliament to stop Trump coming here in September. We don't want him. Oh God, I don't want him either, Jennifer. I guess we're in agreement. Everybody, show some love to Jennifer down below in that chat right now for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Jennifer, that is so incredibly kind of you. Seriously, guys, show so much fucking love to Jennifer down below in the comment section. While we're getting that next guest up in here, what is up, Luke? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Luke, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Nice. And why do you support such a train wreck of a president? One of the worst that's ever been.
I don't think he's the worst that's ever been, but
Okay. All right. So
I would say
why-
Biden was way worse, to be honest, but all right.
Let's do
How so?
comparative analysis real quick. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna say one bad thing about Trump's character or one bad policy that he passed and why, and then I'm gonna give the mic to you, and you're gonna say one bad thing about Biden's character or one bad policy that he passed and why. Can we agree to the terms of this game that we're about to play?
Let's do it.
Okay, I'll start. So Donald Trump is an adjudicated rapist. Your turn.
Well, that's not even true, though.
It is. So you could see the signed jury completed form where they did unanimously agree that he violently sexually abused E. Jean Carroll. So I'd be willing to bet money with you that.
What was the evidence about that? Like, was there any evidence?
Oh, now you're asking for the evidence. Of course, we could have that conversation when you concede that it is true that he's an adjudicated rapist.
No, because it's not true.
Okay, so you don't think that a court determined he raped Eugene Carroll?
Well, they might have determined it, but like it could have been just like a liberal court.
A liberal court. Okay. Why do you think it was a liberal court?
Yeah, yes, I do. I think it was a liberal court
Okay. Why?
because they were trying to make him not be able to run for president again. Like they were trying to kick him out, you know?
Okay. I have a question. If it was a liberal court, all that you're saying is that the jury ruled that he was guilty without enough evidence of his guilt, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's only one way you could know this. The one way you could know this is if you know the evidence they ruled on.
Well, the jury could have been like paid off or anything, honestly.
But regardless of what led them to being biased against Trump, that bias would demonstrate itself by them ruling he was guilty without enough evidence. And the only way you can know that is if you know the evidence that they used to rule his guilt, right?
I guess, yeah.
So go ahead and name one piece of evidence they used to rule his guilt.
Well, I never really looked at all the evidence, you know, but
Okay. Well, now you just dunked on yourself because
that's
you
why I asked you.
agreed.
That's why I asked you.
So
What
you
was
agreed.
the evidence?
You
Can
explicitly
you tell me the
agreed.
evidence that they had?
We'll get on to that conversation. But right now, I want to make it clear you explicitly agreed the only way that you can know the jury ruled incorrectly is if you know the evidence they ruled on. And you don't know the evidence they ruled on. Therefore, you don't know the jury ruled incorrectly.
Yeah, sure. But can you tell me the evidence? Like, can you educate me on the evidence or no?
Yeah, for sure. So the evidence included testimony from Eugene Carroll, which maintained consistency with therapist notes from the 90s, still under state records, alongside the testimony of seven other witnesses, as well as she claimed to have a dress with Donald Trump's DNA on it from when he raped her. The judge took the dress, confirmed it had male DNA on it, turned around, asked Donald Trump to provide his DNA so they could prove or refute that it was his specifically. Donald Trump said, no, I won't be doing that. Seems like something a guilty man would do. Not to mention the lies in Donald Trump's stories, such as the fact that he said he had never met Eugene Carroll, and which was met with a picture of them together, and the fact that he said he never raped her because she wasn't his type. But then he confused a picture of his ex-wife, who obviously was his type, because she was
Okay, how could there be
Eugene
DNA?
Carroll.
How could there be DNA on her clothes if it happened like 25 years ago?
Do you know how DNA works? Do you know there's
Dude, we-
DNA for cases where people were murdered like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and they get DNA and they hold them accountable now because they didn't have the DNA or same
They
DNA
don't like
practices
wash
back
their
in the past?
clothes. Like if you wash their clothes,
Actually, plenty of great victims don't, and they hold on to things like that for decades.
that is a
DNA
weird thing to hold on to. in my
DNA. So DNA has a half-life of 520 years.
He's just a victim blamer. He's
Didn't
saying,
Eugene Carroll said it was like consensual too?
no, she
Like-
did not fucking say that. She did not say that. You just made that up.
No, I
Luke,
didn't, because they said
You
they
just made that up.
Hey, Luke, I have an idea. Are you ready?
Yeah.
So were you listening when I thanked Jennifer for donating me $50?
Nah, but you can go ahead and thank her if you want.
No, I already did. That was a while ago. But what that means is now I have $50 to spend. I would like to bet you $50 that what you're saying is wrong.
For saying what?
You made the claim that she said it was consensual. Let's bet each other $50. If you're right, I'll give you 50. If I'm right, you give me 50.
You already get enough money on this dang app, bro.
So
So
you
you
know
admit
that
that
you'd
he would
end up-
get the money from you.
Well,
You know
no,
that you
I'm not
didn't
gonna
give
admit
me
that. I'd bet, to be honest. Like, let's do it.
All right, take the fucking bet. You own $50. You literally already own 50 bucks.
Are you ready? Okay, you take the bet. You press.
Well,
F to
didn't he,
accept.
let me say what I heard, right? Like they went into like the Trump.
I just want to know
right?
if you accept my
And
bet.
then-
I'm betting you $50 that you're wrong when you say that she said it was consensual. Are you willing to do that?
Sure, dude.
Oh, okay. Everybody, he just accepted it. He just verbally, explicitly accepted it. Go ahead and prove that you're right. Where's the evidence?
You prove that I'm wrong. Prove it to me that I'm wrong.
Dude,
There you go.
Okay. So you actually have the burden of proof since you made the positive claim.
Okay, well let me tell you this. I saw that they went into the Trump Hotel Plaza, right? And then they both like went into
Luke,
the back
Luke,
room.
I have dollar signs.
No one was screaming. No one was doing any of that. Like
I have dollar signs in my eyes right now. Give me evidence that she said it was consensual.
that she wouldn't say that. She'll never say that.
Okay, you owe me $50. Why would you make that bet?
I'm not. I don't owe you nothing. No.
Yeah, you do. You accepted a bet. I bet you $50 that you're wrong in saying that she said it was.
I'm muted on TikTok, everyone. Rich, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you, Rich.
I never
owe me
said
50
that.
Wow,
Thank
what
you.
a dude! What a lie! What a lying POS! You owe me $50. My Venmo, my
Hell
PayPal
no.
are. Listen, I'm gonna clarify it. My Venmo, my PayPal are in the link tree in my bio. So it's at DEANWITHRS. They're in the link tree in my bio. You know, my chat could even make it easier by like spamming it. If you're watching on the YouTube stream, you could also find it in the pinned comment. You owe me $50.
Let me-
as well as Brenna, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal saying, always good to see you. Thank you for the love, Brenna. That is incredibly kind of you. Everybody show some love to Brenna down below in that comment section. And Eric with $100 over on PayPal. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the love, Eric. That is ERIC. Show some love to Brenna and Eric down below in that comment section. Eric says, gonna make a deal. If any MAGA supporter can out debate you for and prove why Trump is better for the country, he will personally wire them $10,000. Oh my God, Eric, I love you and your confidence. You are great, dude.
Eric,
show some love to Eric.
I'll take you up on that, Eric.
I'm
what the-
only gonna allow you to take Eric up on his offer once you pay me $50 because that's what you owe.
Okay. You know, I voted for Trump just because, honestly, of the border policy. You know,
Laugh it
because
off, buddy.
there was
Laugh it off.
25 million people.
If
that
you're gonna
came to
laugh it off,
delivery
we're actually
illegally.
still not done playing our game. So I told you something bad that Trump has done. Now you tell me something bad that Biden has done. Remember the original
let
game?
25 million come into our country illegally.
Okay, how did he do that?
Weak leadership.
Okay, could you like enumerate how his weak leadership let 25 million undocumented
He
immigrants
told
into
them
America?
to come on over with open
Okay.
arms.
Okay, when?
It was all over the news, buddy.
Then it should be easy to tell me when and find me a source.
You can look that up yourself. I'm on my phone. You have a computer in front of you, don't you?
Well, I mean, I adhere to MLA citations on this live. I don't request anything more out of you that your 11th grade English teacher wouldn't have. I simply asked for a publisher and a title of an article.
Well, I don't have a computer in front of me right now, so
You actually do have a computer in front of you. It's in your hands. It's your phone.
I
You can
can't.
go
I
and
can't
pause
talk
can
to
go
you and like
Google.
look it up, can I?
You're right. You can't talk to me when you read
Brianna,
that,
thank
but
you for the
will when you
$20.
take
Thank
it
you
to
so
life.
much.
You
That's
believe
so
that
based. You know what?
Google
For
stuff
that, outletable.
Also, Dean, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Another Dean W. Dean says, real people keep their promises and uphold their bets. I didn't make a bet, but it needs to be said. Yo, can we get some W Deans in the comment section? All right. And I think he's telling the truth. You owe me $50. Why haven't you paid me yet? Also, Kate with the $10. Thank you so much. Yes, you do. Are you ready for me to clarify exactly why you owe me $50?
I don't owe you $50, Dean.
I could clarify exactly why you do. Are you ready?
You said if I can, you can't even fucking prove that. What? Like it happened so long ago. Anybody can just come out and say that.
Well, you're saying that you can't prove it. Okay, that would still mean you don't owe me 50. But you actually said that it didn't happen. Okay, because what did we bet $50 on?
Bro, that Donald Trump raped her.
No. So we actually betted $50 on if E. Jean Carroll said it was consensual.
I never really heard you there, but all right.
You did.
No.
Okay, why are we lying?
I'm not lying to you, bro. Like I never really understood the question there, but
You do genuinely owe Dean $50. If you're not willing to pay it, that means you're not a man in your word.
Presley, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo saying the good fight. I appreciate that, Presley. That is PRESLEE. Thank you for the love.
Well, yeah, I mean, just I'm a Trump supporter, so I mean, the reason I voted for him was just mainly because of the border policy. That's it.
Okay, what's your favorite Trump border policy?
It's not about really policy, in my
You
opinion.
just said it was.
Well, no, it's about leadership.
Yo,
to be honest.
Brianna with the $50.
It
Thank you
doesn't
so
have
much for
policy.
that's even more based. Let's go.
man.
By the way, I'm
Everything's,
muted
like,
on TikTok.
nobody's crossing
But
the
thank
border,
you so
bro.
much, Brianna. Thank
Like,
you.
why would it matter?
I'm
If
so
the
sorry.
person
I'm
should-
sorry. I'm gonna be annoying. Okay, why is our music playing? Give me a second to turn off the music.
Example.
That's a good song though. Anyways, I'm gonna be annoying. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna be annoying.
I would have better.
Bro, you literally
really at the border policy. That's it. I'm a Trump supporter, so I mean, the reason I voted for him was just mainly because of the border policy. That's it.
Okay, what? Did you hear that?
Well, yeah. Well,
Let's listen to it again.
a Trump supporter, so
Oh.
I mean, the reason I voted for him was just mainly because of the border policy. That's it. Oh, you got me. You got me. Hands tied, dude. Good job.
So, dude, what's your favorite Trump border policy?
Bro, you gotta stop this shit. Honestly, like.
Luke, why can't you just
It's not about
Luke,
policy,
Luke, why can't you
bro.
just admit defeat?
Okay, I admit defeat right there. My bad. I shouldn't have said policy. I should have said like leadership.
Okay, what about his leadership do you like?
Well, how like nobody's coming across the border or anything now, so
Oh, okay, you're right. So you're right. Undocumented crossings into America have fallen dramatically, and I don't care, and here's why. Well, a lot of the motivations, a big reason why we've seen a huge reduction in undocumented entry into America is because undocumented immigrants are getting their human rights violated in America. He has illegally deported Abrigo Garcia without due process against his constitutional rights to a center for terrorist confinement in El Salvador, and that scares the hell out of other people. Okay, so although that does reduce undocumented entry, A, it's not long term because maybe the next president will be a full-blown fascist, and B, it's very unethical, right?
wasn't
And
he a
like,
citizen of El Salvador?
yeah, he was.
So you don't think it's
I'm
good?
so sorry. Like you're a citizen of America, right? But does that justify me violating your human rights, tying you up, and throwing you in a hole that only terrorists go into? No.
But I'm a citizen of my country, you know. So
So do you think that the Trump administration illegally deported him?
no.
Okay. So I want to make another $50 bet. I want to bet you that he was illegally deported. Will you accept the bet?
Well, he was here legally, wasn't he?
So we're talking about if his deportation was legal or illegal. Would you like to bet me $50 on that?
Well, I would say he never got due process, but I mean, but he was a member of MS-13, so.
Oh, okay. So there's actually only an allegation.
There was like 2 court documents that said he was MS-13.
Which ones?
Which ones?
Bro, I can't fucking like. What do you want me to do, bro? I don't have a computer.
We'll give you time to go look it up. We'll talk to someone else in the meantime. Go look it up, and we'll talk about it.
All right, I'll look it up. I'll come back with some evidence. I'm gonna smoke you, Dean. All right.
Good
Like the
fucking
attitude,
luck.
bud.
I'm
Like
gonna
the
come back
attitude, bud.
here, and I'm
You're a
gonna
go-getter.
literally,
You're
bro,
a real go-getter.
I'm gonna blow the top off this, buddy. So just be ready. Be ready
Yeah,
for my
aye, buddy.
return.
Yeah, aye,
worm.
buddy. Go find the
Be
find
ready
the
for my
document.
return, worm. Feel it.
Yo, Michael, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Michael. I read your message today. That is very kind. As well as Celestino, thank you for the $25. That is CELESTINO. They say all Trump supporters have the same mental capacity as him, and they will always like their president and say that they never said it or that they don't understand the questions. They will never own up to what they have agreed to or what their responsibilities are. I think that is a great description of 99% of the people that come onto this live, with the 1% remaining being people like Parker. Thank you for the love. What is going on, the banana? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Ooh, I'm gonna why?
Because he was stopping a two-prisoner long war in Afghanistan.
We've talked to this guy before.
Oh, how long has it been?
He has the most distinct voice ever.
Why do you guys always remember my voice?
You're like
How long
you're kind of sick too.
How long has it been since we've talked?
I don't know. It's been a while. It's probably been about a year.
How come you're
Maybe
still
like 6
running the
months,
same
I
old
don't know.
talking points?
Because it's really all I need. It's factual.
Yeah.
I have a question. How do you feel about his BBB?
Better Business Bureau?
The big, beautiful bill.
I don't see a problem with it. What's your beef with it?
Yeah, it costs like
What?
almost $4 trillion and decreases the after-tax income for 80% of Americans per the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities.
And it cuts
You didn't look at the
Medicaid.
economic projections moving forward, like the next how many fiscal years, how it gets it back.
Wait, restate that.
How it gets the 3.8 trill back.
Yeah,
Wait,
and
where-
you didn't look at the economic projections created by the economic models that they used.
Right. Well,
name,
I-
name,
I-
the-
I'm
name
not
the
gonna-
study.
Yeah, I don't think that there has been any studies done on the
I don't know the
projections.
study. It's actually
I do know that
it's in the bill.
I do know that the
Well, the
first-
categorization.
the first go around with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only added 0.02% growth to the GDP per year. But I'm not gonna lie, even if it got every single dollar back and it net costs $0, it would like still cutting the after-tax income for 80% of Americans is a bad thing.
Let me show them how ridiculous that is. In order for you to be able to get that back in revenue, you would have to get like 30 trillion in GDP growth.
Well, wouldn't you think like the tariffs on all the other countries would compensate for that at some point?
What? The tariffs? No, the
All
tariffs
the
won't
tariffs on the
compensate.
other countries.
No, because you're not going to keep them in place, are you? Aren't they for renegotiation?
Some of them are. Some are retaliatory, saying back down or we're not going to back down.
Okay, so you want to keep the tariffs implemented. They're not renegotiation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you are aware that America gives about 24%
Then why are
of the
they
global
currently
GDP
paused?
based off our spending power.
Then why are they currently
What?
paused?
Which ones?
Practically all of them?
Are you talking about the low duty tariffs that China had going on that CNN, MSNBC bragged about and they were put back in place? Those judges got, slapped in the face.
No, I'm saying the fact that they're paused because he's currently trying to negotiate with them. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, some are retaliatory, some are meant for different purposes. Like we saw the Canadian border being reinforced and the Mexico border being reinforced. Hey, he actually completed a promise he gave to us in the first term. But you guys said a wall was stupid. We agreed.
It actually contradicts his trade policy with Canada and Mexico in the first term, as the USMCA specifically was targeted to decrease tariffs.
How did this guy manage to?
Oh, I
work a
really
lot
don't.
of
I
this
really
volume?
don't care about Canada's agreement because Canada was charging double the oil barrel price that under Biden
How
that they
did-
were
how did
for
this guy,
Trump.
like,
So they kind of
manage to,
slapped
like-
us in the face.
How does this
He
guy
didn't
manage
answer
to
what I
wiggle
said.
out of responding to the fact that the BBB decreases the after-tax income for 80% of Americans per the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities? How did he manage to wiggle out of that one?
I didn't wiggle out of that one. We
Yeah,
didn't
you-
talk about it. You didn't bring it up specifically.
We brought it up twice.
No, you didn't. That's the first time you literally brought it up. You said, "How do I feel about the BBB?" And I said, "Better Business Bureau."
You
didn't elaborate.
I elaborated and stated this next quote twice. Per the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, it reduces the after-tax income for 80% of income earners in America. I elaborated that twice.
What's your source on that? Is that in the actual bill and the breakdown by the economists?
Yeah, so it's once again, I gave the source in the elaboration, the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities.
Okay, what page? I'm gonna bring it up.
For sure. Let me pull it up. Yeah, go ahead, Parker. You can talk to him. when I pull it
Yeah.
up.
So I don't know. I don't know what your point is, man. We were talking about. Do you think the US?
So I got a
do you think
question.
do you think the USMCA was bad?
What's USMCA?
The
YMCA?
The United States, Canada, and Mexico agreement. Like their
Oh,
trade
I think
agreement
like we
under-
pretty much
Go ahead.
like Canada pretty much thrives off of anybody giving them money. I mean, if you look at their GDP stimulation based off international trade, yeah, they depend on everybody. We can make the rules however we want. They depend on us, not vice
just to-
versa.
To clarify with you, the USMCA was under Trump's administration. That was his trade deal.
Yeah, and we actually did good because we're getting half the cost a barrel per oil that Joe Biden totally screwed up.
We're not even close to half the cost. You just totally made that up.
No, you can go to EIA.gov and
Yeah,
look it up.
and
dude.
it's not
literally
half.
there.
You want to bet?
Yeah, go ahead.
You say it was half the cost. Half the cost in what point?
It was-
The end of Biden's
No,
administration?
not exactly half, but pretty darn close to. You
no,
look at the difference
wait,
price
wait,
comparative analysis between crude oil between both.
Wait, comparative to the end of Biden's administration?
No, during Biden's whole administration.
At the end of his administration.
Canada's a non-OPEC governed country, and
I'm
if you
at-
look
I'm
at the
at-
export
hold on,
levels
hold
of Joe Biden, he was actually shipping all of our shit out overseas to OPEC governed countries, and we're paying double to Canada. That's why the prices went up.
So at the end of Biden's administration, are you saying the price of oil or price of gas was almost 2 times that of the price of gas or oil right now?
No, what we
Then
were
what's your
paying
argument?
to Canada per barrel.
Okay, well,
He was doing it all through his administration.
What's your source for that?
EIA.gov.
Yeah, no. What's the title?
Just look up crude oil cost, import Canada. Last 10 years by year.
Also, yeah, I'm gonna give you like the page. I obviously I'm not gonna expect you to read this all right now because it's lengthy as fuck. But if you literally go on
Okay.
cbpp.org and you click on like the first thing on their homepage, which is House Republican tax bills skewed to wealthy, costs more than extending 2017 tax law and fails to deliver for families. They do a full-on breakdown of the claim I made.
You are aware that I can wipe my ass and create an org URL at any point I want, right? You got a .gov source?
Yeah, but if you were to create an org URL like them and make the claim that they did, you'd also have to be like them and provide, let's see here, 56 different citations for their work.
Also, he just
You
like
actually don't,
completely made up his
because
claim.
the internet's not governed by the Federal Communication Commission, so they're not subject to libel, slander, or misinformation.
So actually, yeah, you can be subject to libel, slander, and misinformation on the internet, regardless of like if you're
FCC regulations cover that now?
It's covered not by FCC regulations. It's covered by federal law.
Oh, so they get no penalty for lying out of their ass to be politically biased. Okay, that's why I was
You,
asking for
you
.gov
absolutely
resources.
can get a
I was
penalty
asking for
for
the bill.
lying out of your ass. You absolutely can get a penalty for lying out of your ass.
Yeah, it's called civil suit. We
Yeah,
remember that with Donald
precisely.
Trump, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's not really a penalty because everybody's lying about him. What is he gonna do? Line up all 5 million?
So then you agree that they can be penalized. So I want to clarify that you haven't even read the study and you want to critique it already? Because
No,
like,
I read the
not a-
study. I know you're full of shit and you're pulling talking points. That's why you can't go to .gov.
You've read the study, truly. Tell me what figure 1 in the study is.
I haven't read your study. I read .gov.
Get the fuck out of here. You've read
That's why I was asking you to go to .gov. Yeah.
.gov is not a website.
We're talking
that's a
about
subdomain.
politics, dude. We're not getting rumors from strangers we don't know.
Wait. .gov is not a website. That's a subdomain. What do you mean? Go to .gov. What?
URL, go to .gov. For the domain, dude. Go directly to the source.
This guy's lost.
What do you mean? Go to .gov? Okay, that's like
Are
the
you
equivalent
crashing
of-
out?
I'm
You
just saying that's
crashing
like
out, dude?
a little bit because that's like saying go to .com. Just go to .com.
.gov
Just
is a
go to
government
.com,
resource.
bro.
We're talking politics, government, economic policy created by a government. Someone goes
Just
right
go
to
to
the source. I
.com,
know
bro.
it's weird,
I'm telling you,
guys.
just go to
I know it's weird. Heaven
I'm telling you,
forbid we go right
just go to
the source,
.com,
right?
bro. I'm telling you.
Get your ass out of here. You're wasting my goddamn time. Go to .gov my ass, bro. Holy fuck. Let's go get that next guest up in here. But I'd implore everybody to go to .org, particularly cbpp.org, and read their super extensive breakdown. It's on the top of their website. They have over 56 total citations. They're a great group of people. They're putting in the work for the American citizens. And by the time you're done reading that, you'll be like, holy shit, this Trump guy sucks. And I mean, if you just like want to reject any source of information that isn't coming from a .gov, well, then you're probably in the wrong place because you know this live stream isn't a .gov. So like the arguments that I make and back with fact are like synonymous to the arguments that they make and back with fact. A lot of people are saying that. Guess one, I would love to talk to you guys. In fact, I'm going to invite you. Now there's going to be a whole lot of people that start spamming it because I just said I'm going to invite the people that say it. So I'm actually not going to invite anybody new.
Cookie King mogs you. Cookie King mogs you. Cookie King mogs you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was one of the. Yeah, that was one of the people. Anyways, we're gonna move on to the next guest, Epic Gamer. Quite frankly, everyone, just give us a minute, y'all. Just give us a minute to get that next guest up in here and Wow. Okay. I'm not gonna read off your name because they would like to stay anonymous. But thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. Please don't say my full name. But this is for Luke, not giving you your winnings. You can read the
That's
message
rough.
if you want. I have autism, and watching your debates really means a lot to me. And I love you. Oh, I love you too, Roger. Thank you so much for the $50 donation and the incredibly kind message. Please show some love to Roger. They said not to read their full name, so we could refer to them by Roger. Show some love to Roger down below in the comment section. That is incredibly kind of you. Shout out, Roger. That's awesome, man. I love you, bro. I love you. It's very kind of you. What's up, Epic Gamer? Do you support Trump? All right, they're not even here, y'all. We're gonna go to get that next guest up in here, and I'm gonna end the live pretty soon. Co-hosting with me all day, Parker. How'd you like it?
Yeah, and I'm staying after you too. I started before you, and I'm staying after is diabolical.
Bro, what's up with like the demon mode you've been on recently?
What do you mean?
Like you just been going like demon time, like 8-hour streams a day.
I'm not even doing 8 hour. I'm just doing like 5, 6.
Okay, bro. I mean, hey, have fun. Have fun. You're killing it. You've been killing it. I don't have it in me to do that. Sally, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Sally didn't leave a message, but Sally, just know that I appreciate you. Know that I appreciate you a whole lot. And if you're watching and you're interested in supporting me, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal, the handle for them, on the top of your phone screen right now, right there on top of why do you support Trump? They're right there. Let's go and get that next guest up in here, guys. This is probably going to be the very last guest of the evening. We got Dakota James.
In the meantime, everyone,
loading
make sure to
in.
like the streams and tap the screen on TikTok. Let's get to 4 million likes before we end Dean's stream.
Wow, man. I also just wanted to thank you guys for hanging out recently. The streams have just been doing crazy.
They've been going well.
Kennedy, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Saying
Yo, what's
I
good,
love
D?
everything that you do and that you stand and that you fight for. Thank you, Kennedy. And then Jack with the 2 cents saying buy yourself something real nice. Yeah, thank you, bro. It's gonna get me a whole lot. What's up, Theo Lifts? Are you MAGA?
Yo, yes, bro.
Yes.
So-
Are you British?
Nah, I'm
Or
from New Zealand.
Australian? New Zealand. All right. Well, unfortunately, we're only looking to talk to people from America. Do appreciate you for coming up, though. All right. Who's the last guest? We'll try to get Carson up here.
Parker, you gonna continue? Yes, I should be on until like 7:30. 8
What's
my
up,
time,
Carson?
so it's about 6 o'clock.
You support Trump?
Hell yeah.
Oh, ew. Cringe. Brandon, thank you for the galaxy. Cringe, Carson.
Who are you?
Who am I? I'm Dean. Who are you?
Trump supporter.
So why do you support Donald Trump?
Why would I support Kamala Harris?
How old are you? How old are you? How old are you? Real quick, how old are you? Yeah, you're a child. This is a child. Yo, Mustang EcoBoost. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Not an EcoBoost, but yeah. you already know it.
Mustard EcoBoost?
Okay,
No,
I'd like to,
it's a
I'd like to
Mustang.
I'd like
Mustard?
to clarify that you
The
you said there
Mustang
that
GT.
I'd like to clarify there that you said it was a GT, so no, that is an EcoBoost. You could
No,
tell
look,
that
no,
it's on the
no.
exhaust.
It's a GT in the back. Trust me. I drive
so-
every single day.
So that's called an aftermarket Temu
Really?
You're just it's an emblem. It's an
Nah, you're
aftermarket
mad because you
Temu
don't have
emblem.
one, bro. You're mad because you don't have one.
No, man, it's just an EcoBoost. Why you're
It's a
mad because you
GT.
drive an EcoBoost that you rebranded with the Temu emblem?
I did not rebrand it. No.
Yes, yes, it is. I swear to God, that's a rebranded.
You swear to
EcoBoost.
God?
Yeah, that is an EcoBoost. Right
You know,
there,
they
bro.
don't even make this your Mustang EcoBoost.
Well, they obviously
so you're
do
stupid.
because it's an EcoBoost.
What do you mean? Obviously, do it's
What do? You lie about the year it was made too, because that's an EcoBoost.
the 2014. They don't even make the fifth. I mean, sorry, the EcoBoost came in 2015.
Why are you lying about it being a 2014? Then is that just like the?
Why would I
argument
be
that
lying, dude? It's my
Why
Mustang.
are you lying?
don't have a
Because you
Mustang.
want to
You're mad you don't have a
drive a
Mustang.
DT, but you don't drive a GT. You
I
drive
do-
a
I do
V6
drive a GT.
EcoBoost. No, you drive a V6 EcoBoost.
A V6. Okay, what's a V6 again?
A
Tell me what
V6 is a
is.
6-cylinder engine that you drive.
And how
You
much
drive
does the
an
EcoBoost have? How much does the EcoBoost have?
What the fuck is being said right now?
How
what's
much?
being said-
How many
what's being-
cylinders does the EcoBoost have? Do you know, Parker?
I know it's like
Why
two,
the
right?
fuck would
'Cause
I
it's
know
so
that?
slow. It's,
I
it's
know
actually
more
it's
cars
actually
about
it's
you.
actually
I
a
know-
one
I know about-
it's
I know more
a
about cars
one
about you.
cylinder engine.
I know more about cars about you, Parker. That's
Shut up!
crazy.
It's a 4-cylinder engine. You can't even pull that. I was just.
So why'd
fucking
you call it
with
a V6 EcoBoost if the V6 is 6-cylinder and the EcoBoost is 4-cylinder, huh?
Because
Oh, I
it
got you
reminds me
there.
a lot of a V6. You know, like the same V6 that got my my bicycle from
No,
zero.
what
to
do you
60
drive?
around 2
What do you
minutes.
drive? What do you drive?
Definitely not an EcoBoost.
I don't speak car. Like, what is going on right now? Is this cars? Like, okay, Lightning McQueen.
I have a
Lightning
question.
McQueen?
Why
Yeah.
do you lie about your EcoBoost being a GT?
Why are you so insecure that why are you so scared to tell me what car you drive? How about that?
I'll tell you what car I drive as soon as you admit that you drive an EcoBoost.
It's a
'Cause you
GT.
It's an EcoBoost.
It's a 5.0 Mustang
Stop
GT.
fucking lying. It's an EcoBoost.
Why are we lying about the car? Why do I lie?
It's a lie. Stop lying. It's an EcoBoost.
Once again, they don't make these fucking models in EcoBoost.
Yes, they do, because you're driving it. It's in your profile picture.
No,
You're
they
looking
don't.
at the model. It's an EcoBoost. You're
If
lying
looking
about
at
the
it,
years
then
made.
it's
It's a
GT in the back.
2016 EcoBoost.
It's a 2014.
No, you're lying. It's a
And the
2016
2015
EcoBoost.
ones are
Why do
actually
you lie?
S550.
Why just admit that you drive an EcoBoost?
Why don't you admit? I mean, why don't you tell me what kind of car you drive?
Because you won't tell me.
It's good. It's a fucking GT. And you know it. You know it's a GT, right?
Buddy, I need you to
Don't
calm.
don't buddy me.
I need you to calm down.
What kind of car do you drive, Dean?
I really need you to calm down.
You're so mad you don't have a Mustang GT like me,
No,
right?
I just like,
Parker,
I
what do you
like
drive?
the troll.
Tell me what you drive. Just tell me what you drive. Just tell me what you drive. Both y'all, right now. Tell me what car do you drive?
Give me your license plate number.
You can see it in the photo. How about that?
Don't say that. Don't say that, bro. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Come on, bro. You know, I was just joking, bro. Come on.
You can see it in the photo.
Okay, stop it.
What do you drive? Answer the question.
Wait, do you?
I'm not going to tell you.
Actually, see it
Why?
in the photo.
Oh,
Why
well,
not?
actually, because of privacy and security concerns.
Well, the kind of car you drive, really privacy and
Yeah,
security concerns.
for sure. I was out getting dinner with my girlfriend the night before last, and we got shot.
I don't
by
think you're
some
that-
lunatic with a BB gun.
Well, how about you, Parker? Then, well, you tell me.
yeah, it's a valid.
What did you
concern.
want to hear, Mustard?
No, shut up about the mustard shit. What kind of car do you drive?
I'm not gonna say.
Why could you? Why? Because you know my car's faster than you. My car's faster than yours, and it's better. Has better handling. It's faster. Sounds better. Everything's about it's better.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a lot of something to make up for.
Expand on that for me, please. Expand on that.
No, I gotta stop that now. Don't call people with decent cars small.
No, he's just overcompensating.
Don't
That's all it is.
say
He's
that.
overcompensating. That's all it is.
No, not everybody. This guy might be overcompensating, but not everybody.
No, I
with a
promise.
nice
No,
car is
I
overcompensating.
totally
What do
agree.
you drive?
It is this guy. It is this guy.
Parker, what do you drive? Just tell me. Just tell me. Like what car? Like what kind of like? Let me guess. Toyota Corolla.
No.
Honda Civic.
Nope.
Honda Accord.
Nope.
Is it front wheel drive?
No.
It's rear wheel drive.
I think so. I
It's
don't
not.
know. I
It's
actually
not.
I have
It's
no.
not
Don't
rear
know?
wheel drive.
I
do
Your
not
car's-
know your cars.
I have
your
no-
car's
I have
not
no
rear
clue.
wheel drive. Your
How do
car's
you not know your?
it's-
It is rear wheel drive.
No,
I
it's not.
actually,
It's
it has
all-wheel
four
drive.
wheels.
It's all wheel drive.
It's all wheel drive. That's what I thought.
Right,
Your car just all wheel drive. Like an Audi or something. You have an Audi, like
No, I don't.
a truck. Like what do you like? Just give a sedan. How about that?
Car talk.
I
Give us a sedan.
Dean, does it categorize itself as a sedan?
Just tell me. Why are you so scared to tell me? Why are you so scared to tell me?
It's an SUV.
It's an SUV.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. No.
We cool. SUV.
EcoBoost. You drive an EcoBoost. Stop
I drive a
driving
Mustang
an
GT.
You drive an EcoBoost.
Once again, they don't make the 2014s in EcoBoost.
Do you
How many times
want
have they
to
looked
know? Do you want to know the reason I know that you drive an EcoBoost?
How?
Because I saw you the red light the other day. In fact, you're still at it because your car goes fucking 0.02 miles off the jump. Miles
No,
per
the
hour off the
0 to
jump.
60 is
Yeah, like
4.6 seconds.
zero to 60 in
Plus
like
wheel
6
spin.
months, bro. Like I swear to God, you're gonna
You
get to your
couldn't be able to handle the
destination-
car.
You're gonna get to your destination quicker
No,
by
no,
like
no, no, no.
fucking UPS, dude. Put yourself in a box and ship yourself. You
The
know,
moment
not
you-
even priority to your neighbor's house, and you'll get
You
there
probably
quicker.
spin out and crash and end up hospitalized because there's so much power you can't handle it. You know, because this car's rear wheel drive, 420.
No.
horsepower.
I would
The real
rather
wheels.
be hospitalized than in the driver's seat of that EcoBoost. I'd
Well,
get
it's a-
more shit done.
Really. Oh,
I'm so confused right now.
Sorry. No, I just like to troll this guy about his car. I'm sorry. That was totally unproductive.
Just tell me what you drive. Just Parker.
No, concerning concerns. Tell us just okay. Stop the car talk. Tell us why you support Trump.
I like his policies. Actually, no, not policies. I like what he. I don't like abortions, and I don't like Kamala Harris that much.
Why
Yo.
don't you like Kamala Harris?
I just because like you know how she was like next in line when Joe Biden backed down, she was like just there, like next picked.
She doesn't have an EcoBoost. That's
She probably drives like a little Toyota Corolla too.
come
to
on.
be honest.
Can you like actually like go ahead?
Yeah. So, and I'm pretty sure like I don't like how she you know when she goes like on stages or talks to different audience of like different races, she like switch up like the way she
Code
talks.
switching. So fascism, you're okay with. You saying you dated 10-year-old girl in 10 years, you're okay
That's
with. Held civilly
disgusting.
liable of sexually abusing a woman, you're okay
That's
with.
disgusting, bro. That's
Undermining the
disgusting.
2020 election, you're okay with. Oh, wait, that's disgusting. That's the guy you voted for.
10-year-old girl that
You're willing
Really?
to overlook all those things because she
Wait,
code switches.
When did he say that? Wait,
The 10-year-old girl point?
yeah.
1992. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. It's on audio recording. We can play the audio for you if you'd like.
I can't support that. But like, besides his like nasty character.
Wait. So then, given that that's the case, why would you? Do you regret voting for him?
Well, no, because I feel like he said he was gonna make the economy better.
Wait,
Like-
so you would say that you would support a candidate that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years as a 50-year-old man, so long as he quote unquote makes the economy better?
That's not what I said. I can't defend that, Parker. I can't.
Okay, so you can't defend that. So then why do you support him?
Because I vote for like what he's gonna do with the country, not what he said 30 years ago.
Okay, so then you're willing to vote for anyone, regardless of what they. Wait, if Trump literally shot someone on Fifth Avenue, would you still support him?
No.
So why is shooting someone on Fifth Avenue so bad insofar as you wouldn't support him, but not saying you would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years as a 50-year-old man and being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Because I believe killing is worse than saying something.
That's
disgusting
sexual
like that.
abuse?
I'd say those are both the same severity.
Then sexual abuse and pedophilic jokes.
Those I'd say those are the same severity. Like I can't really decide.
Those two aren't excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't support someone.
They are bad. I'm not saying that it's not bad. I'm just saying that like that doesn't really have to do with like today, like 2025, and being.
Yo, Owen, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying love you, Dean. Also, that guy's got.
Do you agree on that?
So real, Owen. He does. Thank you for the $5.
Someone being okay with pedophilic jokes and being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman is definitely indicative that they're going to support things that are not beneficial for many of the communities in the United States, especially those that are marginalized.
Expand on that for me, please.
I mean, like that Donald Trump doesn't care about women or marginalized communities.
He probably changed. It was 30 years ago. Again.
Yeah, I feel like the word probably there is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Well, hopefully, I'm hoping he changed.
For your vacuous position.
Has he ever addressed his behavior? He still denies it to this day.
Right, and he called for E. Jean Carroll to be in prison like a month ago.
He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, he mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that they're either both his type or both not his type. So he would have
I don't want
sexually
to hear
abused her
about
either
it.
way.
That's gross. I don't want to hear
Okay,
about
so
it.
then why do you want to support him still? If you don't want to hear about it, why do you want to support him?
Yeah, bro. Like you spend too much time under the hood of your EcoBoost. You need to definitely spend more time educating yourself on politics, but particularly the man that you support, because you seem to be calling a lot of the things that he's done disgusting. But maybe if you
that's
actually believe
disgusting.
these,
I can't defend it.
but exactly, you can't defend Trump.
No, I can't defend the pedophilia and saying he's gonna, I can't defend pedophilia and saying he's
Dude,
gonna rape
if
someone.
Biden was a pedophile rapist, how far do you think he would have gotten in the election?
Nowhere. But then the run, I remember he smelled like a little girl's head before, so that
Oh,
weird too.
yeah, he did. He smelled his granddaughter's hair at her father's funeral.
No, I remember it was a little Asian girl. She was Asian, and that wasn't his daughter, or grand.
Okay, then I don't know what you're talking about. Honestly, I
so
gotta
he's-
get off for the night.
All right, well.
we're kind of running up. One last thing.
His dude, is that the EcoBoost? You driving the EcoBoost? Can we hear
Yeah,
that?
one
No, I don't
one
have
last
a-
thing. Do you think that you could push your car faster than it would go on its own?
Dude, this thing is. I had it up to 150 before. This thing is a. this
Did
thing
he
is
just admit on a TikTok live to going 150?
Wait, 150
miles
centimeters
per hour? Miles per hour.
Centimeters per.
Where were you doing this, Mustard?
Back roads, like it was in Ohio.
In
So, like,
Ohio? Okay.
It had like straight roads, and I just gunned it.
You just gunned it and you went 150 miles an hour on
150.
a road, right?
Yeah, but no one's on the road. No one's on
Dude,
the road.
okay, yeah. There's nobody on the road. I'm just gonna say this to you, man. Don't do that. Come on.
That is
Stupid
just
as
not
fuck.
smart. That's just not
Your
smart.
car-
man.
Listen,
Your car
man.
can't do it. I know that. Your
I'm
car
not gonna lie. I'm not gonna
20.
lie. I remember I was really young and I was friends with a dude that was too crazy for his own good, too crazy for my own good. And we did the whole go 150 on a desolate straight back road with nobody around. And looking back on that shit was dumb as hell.
It's still fun though. You only have you can only
Bro
live
said
once.
it's still fun.
Dude, it's
When you live
stupid.
once, just aim at your muscle.
Exactly. You only live once. That's my point.
At least die doing what you love. And for me, that's speeding. In my case.
And maybe wipe out a family of 4.
If it's
No,
on,
I said there's no one on the road but me. so that wouldn't happen.
Yes, die speeding, guys. What like
There's
this
a
is
time and place
this
for
is the best advice I've ever heard. Also, the whole like time and place thing, bro.
Yeah.
Don't trust it. Don't trust it because what you think is a time and place to speed can very easily turn out to not be a time and place to speed. But by the time you realize, it's way too late. You know, like one of those desolate fucking back roads. There's like a house every 3 miles. Well, I mean, next thing you know, there's a car pulling out one of those houses. Don't worry, they're half a mile in front of you, but there's not shit you could do because you're going 150 goddamn
I have
miles
6
per
years of
hour.
experience in this car. I've been driving this car since I was 14.
Well, no amount of experience could ever account for some granny pulling out of her driveway.
Dude,
okay?
take a shot for every time this guy admits to a crime on live.
Not a crime.
It is.
I never got caught though, so I'm gonna continue.
Like, yeah, no cop, no stop. So real, bro.
I never get
dude,
caught.
Be real. Be real. Be real. No, like I get it, man. It's fun to go fast in nice cars. But it's like
I think it was nice car. Thank you.
it's
Thank you, nice
definitely a
car.
bad idea.
Nikki, I appreciate you saying I'm a nice car, but
Oh no, you drive an EcoBoost.
no, you know it's a GT. Oh, you know it's EcoBoost can't even go that fast. That's the crazy part.
I know
They
that it went
don't.
it went 150 centimeters per hour, not miles.
Centimeters?
Yeah, 150 centimeters per mile, 150 full rotations in 24 hours.
Nah. I'm gonna get off your live now.
Yeah, feel free to run
Could you-
away from the live. It'll be faster to run
Let me
than to
see.
drive.
I'm
because
running away
you're
from your
driving
live. I'm not
EcoBoost.
running away. You're just
No, like I said, it'd be faster to run from the live than to drive because I mean you already know why.
okay. It's my car faster than your car. How about that? I can't
Wait,
answer
wait,
that.
wait. Did you crash it?
It was. I think it was when I was going a little fast on these straight roads, and I hit like ice slush, and I spun out in someone's yard. But
Dude,
the alignment was off.
please, bro, please.
He did not just
Like-
have that conversation with us and then inform us of that.
For
That is
like
just-
this isn't.
There's road conditions.
This isn't even like political anymore, bro. Please don't do that anymore. Dude, you could have fun in a fast car without going 150. You know, like gun it off a stop. See, you know, maybe just do a quick little 0 to 60 type shit.
No,
Don't
I
go,
was
like,
going.
150.
I was going straight. Then I floored it. There was ice slush on my rear wheels, and I 360 in someone's yard. And like the bumpers.
Earlier, you told me that I wouldn't know how to control it. I'd spin out in somebody's yard. Turns out you're speaking from experience.
No, but like you would spin out in my car on like normal roads, perfect roads. You know, like I can handle the car without traction control. I don't need any of that traction control, stability control. I can drive.
Wait,
all
do you,
that
like
stuff.
on a typical day by day basis, do you turn off traction control?
Not really. I don't really need to. Unless I'm going.
Okay,
unless I'm,
thank God. Thank God. I thought you were about to say that you did. Oh my God. What a
No,
Okay, all right. Go right away in the EcoBoost. Go right away. Yo, MT, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, MT. MT says you're doing more good than most of the Dims in Congress right now. I probably should have read that before I just rage baited that dude about his car for fucking 20 minutes.
Dude.
But regardless, MT, thank you so much for the $50 donation, guys. Show some love to MT down below in that comment section. As well as Lynn, thank you for the $10 saying you're the best. Thank you for the love, Lynn. As well as another Dean with the $5. Guys, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate everybody and the kindness that you guys have shown today. At this point, it is 7:10 p.m. over here in Colorado. I'm going to get off, make some dinner, hang out with a girlfriend, and have a good rest of our Saturday evening. Everybody in here, if you feel like watching some more debates, I'm sure that Parker's going to go live pretty quickly after we end. That also applies to the 1,700 people in that YouTube stream. I will see you guys tomorrow. And if you haven't already, make sure to hit that follow button because we do these lives every single day. Yeah, where are you going live, Parker? Inform the chat so they could follow you.
I'm already live on TikTok on Parker Got a GF. I'm just gonna go to my girlfriend's account, but you can also just click through on this account, and I'll join as a guest on this one, on my thing, on this account,
So
or
you
you can go
guys-
to my YouTube, Parker Get a Job.
So you guys know where to go at Parker Get a Job on YouTube or at Parker Got a GF on TikTok. I love you all so very much. I will see you tomorrow. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Saturday evening. If you're going out, stay safe and have fun, guys. Have a good rest of your evening, Parker.
Good
Take
seeing you,
care.
Dean. As always, man.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Does everyone hear me? Hello? Does everyone hear me? Does everyone hear me? There we are. What's good? What's good? I love your debates on religion. I love debating religion too. People don't like it as much though for some reason. So. But what's up, everyone? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, everyone joining in? Do tap that screen on TikTok if you're on YouTube to make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate it. Helps get it out to more people. We're at like 1,000 likes right now. Let's try to run it up a little bit. We're going to be on for the hour, 30 minutes or so. But like seriously, if you stay on TikTok, it always really helps. This account I'm building up, it's my girlfriend's account. So I am, using this one right now. You can, it's kind of funny. You can see the little bit of like tape I have to hold up the sign. I'm going to get a different background. I'll probably get like an AOC one. Like that's more like, end of the times because she's still running and stuff. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, everyone joining in? What's good, everyone? If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio or in the description of the YouTube. But let's get this next person up here, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Again, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Not old enough.
Not old enough? Okay, thank you for telling me. Thank you for informing me. I really appreciate that. Thank you. W honesty. W honesty. Someone said Parker drives a G-Wagon. No. I don't drive any like really nice car or anything. Like I like, to be honest, like don't really care about cars like that, if it makes sense. In terms of getting one for myself, I wouldn't spend like a bunch of money on one myself. I just, it gets me there.
Yo,
back.
yo, yo.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
July 18, 2007.
July 18th, 2007. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah.
You did?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when you were 17?
Oh, yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, boss, I'm 24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. Why so?
So I've actually followed you for a bit. So my reasoning for voting for Donald Trump is more so ideology. I can debate policy. We can go into that. My main reason is I'm more lean on the libertarian side of live and let live, right? So for me, the way I see the parties right now, I am personally a believer, the right is just more leaning in my belief system, but also with the left, what I see, I just feel like if you don't conform into what person thinks, you get attacked. And so my thing is I want a party that if you want to partake in this, great, do your thing, don't force it on me, but I won't force my lifestyle on you either. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. So I think that's going to contradict a lot of Donald Trump's stances. One, like his border policy. Two, like his abortion policy. We can point to like plenty of things. I can keep going through, but like I don't think those are really along the idea that like you're very libertarian on the matter. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, so I would say we can touch on the pro-life stance, right? I am a believer of, same as libertarians and conservatives, smaller government. So I personally look at it as, okay, he's pro-life, but he's handed it back to the states. So if you live in a state where you vote for abortion, then you may partake, but why should it be an overall all-country federal law? That's what I want to understand.
Well, then would you be okay with other rights being up to the states?
Yeah. Well, give me an example. What would you
What about
reference?
women's right to vote?
I mean, there's some things, there's just our human rights are protected. So I guess, are we going into, are you saying that abortion, I'm guessing you're going to
Is a
probably
human
say the
right.
healthcare right
It
protected
is
by
under
the
your view
human
because
right.
you're a libertarian. It's bodily autonomy. You have no obligation to sustain the pregnancy.
Okay, so let me just I guess turn your mindset. Let's say fine. You know what? If for some reason the state wants to vote against women voting, I just think it comes down to also the populace, right? We're not in a populace anymore where a state is probably going to overturn women's right to vote. I would say we have a pretty morally grounded social populace, wouldn't you?
No. And that's why we have Donald Trump as
Okay, give me a
president.
couple examples.
Donald Trump being president. Right? There are
Okay, so
plenty
then
of
how about I
states- there
turn
are
that back
pl-
on
there
you
are-
and say
there are plenty of states.
Biden became president
There are plenty of states
the
specifically.
same way?
Yeah, and I have plenty of critiques of Biden as well, right? You understand? I don't think Biden is very great in of itself as well, right? I think that there's a lot of work
Okay, so
Biden could
typically,
do.
I guess I've just seen you and Parker stand on that stance.
I
So
am
who would you
Parker.
have put in office?
Yeah, I would prefer a more left wing candidate like an AOC.
Oh, like AOC. Okay, so you're more radically progressive.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we'll find common ground there. I will say, as someone who voted for Donald Trump, I am pro-life. So for me, I'm on my aisle saying I would vote for a state where our rights to life, which I do view conception as life, to be protected. But I'm not going to go to, let's say, California and, oh, wow, everyone voted for the right to an abortion. At that point, that populace has the majority. So I feel like it just comes down to the majority. So if you go to Florida, you have a populace that's going to vote for abortion. rights.
Do you think that the right to force vaccines should have been up to the states?
I didn't partake in the vaccines myself, and I mean,
I'm just
I
saying
have
the right to
personal family members that.
the right to
Go
force
ahead.
vaccines, should that have been left up to the states?
Well, give me an example. I mean, what if vaccines were forced?
No, I'm just saying in general. Do you think that should be up to the states?
I do. Yeah. If a state wants to obligate COVID vaccine, go ahead.
Okay, why don't you make it down to the district, or to the city, or to the household, or to the individual person? Oh wait, you're back to federally recognizing the right.
I'm confused. Can you expand on that? Maybe I just didn't understand that.
I'm saying, like, why wouldn't you want even more represent? If it's for greater representation, you have no issue with it. Well, then wouldn't that just be the case that you would be reduced down to like, oh, why wouldn't you want it in the city? Why wouldn't you want it in the community, right? Why wouldn't you want it in the neighborhood? Why wouldn't you want it in the household? Why wouldn't you want it in like up to the individual?
But in that same stance, then it would just be good to leave all decisions to each individual.
That's exactly what I was saying. In federally protecting the access to abortion, like through Roe versus Wade, left it up to the individual person, whereas your view doesn't leave it up to the individual person and allows for certain states to restrict people's rights to get access to that right. Or to that,
Then go to a
abortion.
different state. I just understand.
Yeah, you understand that like for many people that's not like possible, and also like you're okay with restricting freedoms because they can just go to a different area.
But it's not a freedom.
It is,
I
it
mean,
is a
that's
freedom.
not. It
It
was
is
never
absolutely a right.
constitutionally.
It's absolutely a right.
It is not.
Yes, it is. It's the right to bodily autonomy. You don't think bodily autonomy
Yes.
as a
So this comes down to a further argument,
You're
right?
not actually you're not actually a libertarian. You're just a conservative.
No, let me restate. Maybe I misrepresented. I said I have some libertarian values. I'm sorry if I misrepresented. I myself am a conservative leaning individual, where with some stances, yes, I would lean libertarian. But in this topic,
Jennifer, thank
what
you
this
for
really
$10.
comes
Thank you,
down to,
Jennifer.
I guess, would be, right? It's not a debate anymore of our universal rights. It's we have to first agree on the conception of life, which I guess you and I will probably never find middle ground on. I think we can agree on that.
I agree. Life begins at conception.
So wouldn't that be its own bodily autonomy?
No.
And why is that? If that is a life, and a life is protected, why does that life not have a say so?
I don't know why the life is protected at cellular life. What's
Okay, well,
valuable about it?
that's where we disagree.
What is valuable about cellular life?
What it could potentially become. I mean, it is. There's a whole argument of okay, it's a pack
Manny,
of cells.
Manny, is it wrong to
It
pull
can't make
out?
this. Yeah, go ahead.
Is it wrong to pull out because there could have been something?
Wrong to pull out what in sexual activity?
Yeah.
Yes, that's how, I mean, that's my point. If you
You
choose
think pulling out is wrong?
to partake, no. Sorry, I thought you meant differently.
No, I'm talking about
I
pulling out. Do you think pulling out is wrong because it's getting rid of that potential?
no, that's
But
before
there was active
that's
potential there.
before conception ever happened.
But there's
I'm
active
talking
potential.
about the potential of at the moment there is conception of life.
Oh, okay, so it's not about just potential. It's about some attribute that you consider valuable. So what attribute do you consider valuable within the zygote?
The fact of that at that point, life is now forming. That we all know that once the egg is attached, it can now become a human being. That woman will give birth.
Okay.
Obviously, you have instances of still.
Okay,
Go
well,
ahead.
then let me ask this question. Do you think that women who have IUDs are murderers?
Okay, so I've seen this debate a lot. This is where I would say, like you have some far right people. I do understand how an IUD works. I myself do believe that it gives a prevention of the egg attaching. So no, I don't see it as evil. I don't see it as something that you should not do.
Even though it can prevent the implantation, which prevents a fertilized egg at conception from implanting into the uterine wall?
So actually, this is where I'm happy that we brought that up. So that's where my lean starts to lean a little differently, right? So my point is, I will agree with you. It's okay to prevent. If you're taking an activity and that's what you're saying is your way of protection, preventing an outcome that you want to have, then by all means take that step. I might disagree, but I can choose that in my own life. My point is, at the moment that you know there is life, it has attached, you are able to give birth, that baby is forming, that is when that life should be protected.
Okay. So when it's forming, so at implantation, because it doesn't start developing and forming until implantation. But then that would be
Yes.
a ridiculous standard, because then the zygote, 0.1 second prior to implantation and 0.1 second after implantation, has no distinct qualities except for a distinction in location.
But at the same time, at 1.2 after, you won't be getting an abortion at that moment.
Well,
You're not even going to know. Come on.
Listen, I'm giving you in terms of philosophical sense. I'm saying the only distinction between the two beings is not based on any of the qualities of the being. It's simply based upon the location of it, which is ridiculous to base it upon. You don't base the value
what
of
I'm
an
saying
entity.
is, I'll give
You
you
don't
that.
base the value of an entity based upon the location of it. You base the value of an entity based upon the qualities in which it has.
Yes, but at the same time, if we were basing it off the qualities that it has, I can then turn around and say, do you take someone, which I know you've heard the argument, if they're brain dead, right? What qualities are they bringing?
What do you mean?
Well, that would be a life that brings no quality or value to society.
Wait. So then, but they're cellularly alive. So do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Absolutely.
You do? You think it's murder?
To pull it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely think that.
You think family should be forced by law to do $2,000 to $7,000 per day to keep them on medical services, right? When they are never going to come back in terms of their sentience. You understand that's incredibly expensive. 1, 2, if you want to relate to this, you're saying all of the families that did decide to make that choice are murderers and should go to prison.
I would say go to prison. If you want to touch on that, I would say it also comes down again to that bodily autonomy, right? If I'm brain dead, but I put in my will or my rights that I do not want to be pulled, or the same way someone says,
I'm saying if there is no determination specifically through the brain dead individual, like they never said whether or not they wanted to or didn't want to be pulled on terms of the plug.
But yeah, so at that point becomes individual morality. I would say in my case, yeah, I can't personally turn and say,
is it murder?
That I find that to be okay. I would personally, with my belief system,
it's murder.
Find that to be murderous.
You do? So you think that they should go to prison for murder for literally pulling the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
I'm not going to say I think someone should go to prison because again.
So you don't think murderers should go to prison?
Okay, this is wordplay. I'm trying to have a very straightforward, silly debate. I'm not saying. I'm sorry, am I cutting out? I walked away from signal for a second.
You're good.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. No, I'm not saying a murderer should not go to prison. And I'll even, you know what, I'll even backtrack and give you some ground here. Because those are decisions that are hard, right? I had a grandmother with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's who cannot feed or function on herself. Being in that room, you know, we didn't pull the plug. She went and passed.
I'm not talking.
Naturally.
Dude, I'm not talking about euthanasia. I'm talking explicitly about when they're brain dead, which means there's irreversible sensation of aspects of the brain that produces subjective experience. Meaning,
again, that just comes down to the individual. And I do believe that would be murderous.
Okay, even though the subjective experience will never come back.
Yeah, I think I still stand on that moral ground.
And so then they shouldn't go to prison. Not all murderers should go to prison.
If that's how you want to word it, then I do believe we should have a court system. There would be special cases in that scenario where it's actually broken down in court.
Okay, so would you stay friends with a murderer?
Again, I mean, if we're gonna put that in the context of, okay, you're a murderer.
No, I just want to ask you the question.
I do believe.
Would you stay friends with a
Okay,
murderer?
go ahead. No, I would not stay friends with someone who outright had the intention to kill someone with life.
Okay. So to clarify, if you wouldn't stay friends with a murderer, then you think that people who pull the plugs on family members of their family that are brain dead, you think that they're murderers, you wouldn't stay friends with someone who's had to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead.
So I see the leading question, and I'm more than happy to debate another topic, but I'll answer your question. I would say in that case scenario, it's not that I wouldn't be friends with them. Again, if we're going to make it broad, like I said, that it should be broken down in court, I would then make the same context into whatever man in their life, right? If I know you went out and shot a man and killed him, no, I would not befriend you. But if you pulled on a family member, I have my moral ground on what I believe.
So he essentially thinks
But I'm
that
also
it's
not going
murder.
to.
You essentially believe it's not murder, you're just not willing to say it.
I would break it down to the same way. If someone goes and does something that me as a Christian believe is a sin, I'm not going to not befriend them because they don't agree with it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you saying that Christians are committed to believing that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead? Are you saying
No,
all
I'm comparing
Christians
the
are committed to-
situation.
Wait, so then you're saying
I'm not Parker.
Wait, so then to clarify, you're saying as a Christian you don't have any of those commitments. So then you're completely fine in believing that it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, right? Even though you're Christian.
As a Christian, and this is where you have to break down, biblical worldview. And this is where even believers debate a lot. I, as a believer, do believe that person still has a soul. But that's no longer a political debate.
I'm confused. Your point is.
So that's where we're going in a circle. So if you want to discuss something else, I'm more than happy. I don't think you and I are going to find common ground in this subject, nor do I think it will lead back to political topic.
I'll ask you this question. Can you name one economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
Well, I would even go and turn around on the tariff system, but I know you're not going to agree with that either.
So tariffs, but his tariffs aren't even really implemented right now.
Yes, but I do believe the concept of what he wants to do with foreign nations. I mean, take China into example. Most nations on how they were putting tariffs on us, but yet we had their products here and we were not receiving anything. Our nation is not doing much in that. So I do believe his concept 100% could work.
I'm confused. What do you mean?
I'm saying that with the system he wants to place with tariffs, I do believe over time can have economic value.
Okay, so tariffs over time, can you give me any evidence that tariffs in the long run will lead to a production of economic value?
Well, our nation used to have tariffs put in place.
No, I want evidence, right? You saying that tariffs used to be in place does not mean that they would be effective or increase GDP now.
Well, show me where they wouldn't.
Okay, for example, right? Do you think that all economic policies that existed in the past, like, are evidence that they would work today? Like, for example, we didn't have Medicaid in the past. Did that mean it worked? We didn't have Medicare in the past. Did that mean it worked? We didn't have Social Security in the past. Did that mean it worked?
Well, I will say this. I never agree with putting it in place. And yeah, I don't believe it worked. What I'm saying is that
You don't
the
believe
same way we
Medicare,
tested
Medicaid, and
those theories.
you don't believe Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security worked.
Okay. I never said Social Security.
So you don't like Medicare and Medicaid?
I will say I'm not going to go into that topic because that's not an area where I myself would be the most knowledgeable. And I'm not good. I don't want to propose a conversation where I just spew lies because that wouldn't respect you or your life.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
No, thank you for having me on, and I'm happy we got to talk.
For sure. All right, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. It helps get it out to more people. I would seriously appreciate that so much. Make sure to like the stream. I don't know why the live is not pushing out a little bit more on this account. I wonder why. I wonder why. I wonder why. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. By the way, Keisha, I just gave you mod actually. Because I actually did need on this account I don't have as many yet. So I can add people. Trinity, get out of my live. Leave me alone. What's wrong with you? Why do you keep doing this? Why are you in my guest requests every day? Why do you spend every single day in my live stream? Can you answer me and tell me why? Because it's like getting ridiculous at this point. It's like actually insane. Eli, I got you, by the way. And Trinity left. Maxwell, did you vote for Donald Trump? Not there. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's good, Parker?
How old are you? You have massive echo.
That's not for me, I don't think.
You have massive
got
Tyler, you have massive echo. Can you swipe out of the app, swipe back in? Swipe back in because you sounded like you were speaking into a fishbowl. Oh, they left. Okay, great. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. This next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Can you get out of my guest requests? Why do you keep joining in? Stop. Seriously, leave. Read the room. Leave. I'm just going to keep doing this until you understand. Why do you keep doing this? I've banned you how many times? Like multiple times every single
No
day.
one likes you, by the way.
Me? No one likes you here. Leave us alone. Get out of here. Not a single person wants you here. Seriously. Leave. Thank you. What do you mean no one likes me? You like me. You spend so much time in my life. Don't even act like you don't like me. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Who is that girl? She's like literally like always in the lives and just like a hater. She says horrendous things in the chat, especially about E.G. and Carol. It's disgusting, dude. It's so disgusting. I don't know how she feels okay doing that shit. It's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
To be honest, I didn't vote, but he did have my vote.
So do you support him?
It's give or take.
So not
That
really.
makes sense. Like I'm on the borderline. You know what I'm saying? I look for the individual. So
Okay. All right. So it sounds like you'd be best like just listening to the live because you're kind of in the middle.
yeah, I just want like you and Dean, like I don't. There's like a whole bigger picture to the whole thing. It's like whole war situations going on. You got to look at the president. Who's going to be like who going to defend us the best? Who's going to give that order? Do what needs to be done.
Yeah, it's clearly going to be
And-
Kamala Harris comparative to Donald Trump.
What's that?
That's clearly going to be Kamala Harris comparative to Donald Trump.
Well, she got sent to Putin to make peace, and she came back, and they're at war, which they've been at war for a while.
What
But
that's called the correlation causation fallacy because they were already likely to get to the point in which there was going to be war anyway, right? So like you associating it to be her fault, right? I think is very ridiculous.
Well, it's not just her fault. I think
It's not her fault at all.
I think Putin's a bad person.
Yeah, and so why is Donald Trump giving Putin more power?
I can't give you an answer for that.
What'd you say?
What's that?
What'd you say?
I can't give you an answer for that.
All right.
But I look at more like who's going to scare the bad guys off more as a president than I
It's
do.
clearly not going to be a guy that makes the country more unstable. The guy that creates
But
more
has he, though?
uncertainty within our markets.
But I think the economy's doing all right. Everything's going to increase as time goes, no matter who's president. That's just how life is, and inflation.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna have you listen to the live, man. It sounds like you don't necessarily support Donald Trump, so I'm gonna go find someone who does support Donald Trump. But I appreciate you coming up. All right. All right. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 21.
And did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
What? Sorry. I was laying down.
What's up?
I was just laying down on my bed.
Yeah, so why did you support Donald Trump?
He's fixing the economy.
How so?
Have you ever heard about the big beautiful bill?
I have.
There's a weird echo, and I don't want to hear that. Bye.
What echo? Does anyone on TikTok hear an echo? No. Some people say yes, some people say no. What kind of echo? I don't hear an echo. Most people say no. If there's an echo, I tell you, go to YouTube. I tell you, go to YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Stewie, you there?
Hey.
Says hey as soon as I kick him. Can you imagine? I waited for so fucking long. I waited for so fucking long. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck Trump.
Based. We love that. You waited 3 seconds. 3 seconds is a hell of a lot of time for me to wait, you know? Yo, is it how old are you? Hello? All right, I'm gonna cry myself to sleep because we're not getting a single guest today. I blame Dean. I blame Dean. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Abortion.
Okay. What about abortion?
I mean, I'm pro-life.
Okay. Are you Christian?
Nah.
Why are you pro-life?
I just believe, like at the point of conception, it's life.
You just value at the point of conception? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's a human, bro. What do you mean?
It's a human, bro. What do you mean? Is that all?
Yeah, of course. Like it's a human life. What do you mean?
Okay. I have a question. Do you think that women, right, who get abortions in the first trimester should go to prison?
No. Yeah, I said no, bro.
No?
Yeah, no.
No, they shouldn't?
Nah.
Okay. So if they shouldn't go to prison, well then is that because you don't think it's murder? Because typically you would think murderers should go to prison, right?
That's a tough question. Yeah, first trimester, it's cool, but after that, nah, I fully disagree.
Why?
Because it's murder, bro.
Why? What makes it
'Cause
murder?
it's a human.
What makes it murder in the second trimester, but not the first?
Because it's just like cells at the beginning, right?
It's just cells at the beginning. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not about cellular life. What's valuable about it after in like the second trimester?
Well, when does sentience start?
20 to 24 weeks.
What trimester is that?
Later into the second. Almost.
Yeah,
to
see,
the
I
third.
value
Like
at that point.
basically at the third.
Yeah, right before the third is when I disagree.
Okay, well then you agree with my position. Well then you're pro-choice. So then you disagree with Donald Trump and you agree with Kamala Harris.
Well, I thought he was making it first trimester.
No,
it was good.
Nope, he left
But
it.
after that, no.
Nope, he left it up to the states, which led to women in certain states having restricted access to abortion, even if they were assaulted.
Fuck, really?
Yep.
Okay, shit, I gotta do some research, bro.
Yeah, his abortion policy is horrendous, and that not only is that harmful, we could also point to plenty of other things. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He said he would
Yeah, I
date a
know about
10-year-old
that.
girl in 10 years. You know about these things, and you should know he's a bad person. Then you should know that you shouldn't support him. Then, if you want to reference economic policy, right? We can reference 80% of his the tax cuts, right, within his tax, or not 80% of the tax cuts. 80% of the country is going to be negatively impacted by his tax policy. Big beautiful bill. It's going to cut over, I think it's like 800 billion in Medicaid, and then 300 billion in food stamps.
Okay, well, yo, I have one point that's kind of irrefutable. Like, it just makes him like the ideal president.
It makes him the ideal president. How?
You ready for this? Cookie King mogs you. Get the fuck out of here.
You're just gonna leave after that? Give me the argument for that. What's the argument for Cookie King mogging me? Can you give me that argument, bud? Come back here. Get back here. Give me that fucking argument right now. Cookie King does not mog shit. Cookie King gets mogged all day. What are you talking about? Can we get some L Cookie Kings in the chat? You know what? Fucking Dean, step down. I'll step up. We need some pro Parker and anti Cookie King edits. Stat. We need people out there supporting us in that journey, in that fight against the Cookie King fan base. Okay, you know what? We're a politicifying non-political areas of TikTok. Who's Cookie King? It just started random drama with Dean. Like they had like L Dean pro Cookie King edits, and they were all like joining Dean's like Dean's live saying like Cookie King mogs you. So I was like, you know, we got to fight back. Not people saying Cookie King mogs, you know, that's ridiculous, bro. Push that mustache. Yeah, you can't just see that. You can't see that that hat mustache and be like Cookie King mogs. That's ridiculous. That's an absurd position, I tell you. YouTube probably has no clue what's going on. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yeah, it's like a TikTok person, YouTube.
Yo, hello?
Did you vote for Donald Trump? Push that mustache.
Fuck faggots, fuck trans people. They're all fucking
You're a
waste.
horrible person. Get the fuck off my live. How about this? Fuck you. You're a horrible person. Fuck bigots. They're terrible people. Don't be a bigot like that guy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Max, you there? Abby? All right, let's go on to the next person. You know what? We're not having a good time getting a guest right now. This is kind of getting brutal. This is kind of getting brutal, chat. I'm trying. Is Max still there? Yo, what's up, BM? How old are you?
25.
What's your birth year?
1992.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I think just because he was the best chaos agent.
What'd you say?
He was the best chaos agent.
I can't hear you. You cut out.
He's the best chaos agent.
He's the best chaos agent? Okay. So, like, you know that he's a bad person?
No, does that make someone bad?
Okay, what do you mean by chaos agent? Like, how's that good?
I think the reason why we have a debt problem is because there's too much spending.
Yep, and Donald Trump
And
has
maybe
signed off
having
on more
someone
debt-related
in
spending.
there.
Yep, Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. His big beautiful bill adds 3.8 trillion to the debt and literally cuts Medicaid. It cuts food stamps, right? 80% of the people in the country literally have worse off after-tax income, given the fact that this bill is implemented, whereas it gives massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires.
I don't disagree with you there. What I'm saying is that there is massive spending built into the government right now. And the only person that can really tear that apart is Donald Trump.
The guy who signed off on more debt-related spending, really?
No, I don't. Like I said, I don't disagree with you there.
Well, you have to in order to make your position look half decent.
Not really.
Otherwise, you just look ridiculous.
If you want the person to go in there and do one job, then he's probably the best person to do that. He's a bull in a china shop. Is he
What's the
not?
one job?
Go in there, be a bull in a china shop, and tear things apart.
So you want him to tear apart the government?
I want him to tear apart some parts of the government.
That being?
That be the bureaucracies that don't work for us.
Like
the aid that isn't productive for America.
What specific
So
aid?
maybe there's aid going to foreign countries.
Yeah,
that is just a grift.
What specific country was getting foreign aid that you disagree with?
You know, I don't have the time to look into that.
But are you telling me that the government was running 100% perfectly efficiently?
No.
And there was no one stealing from the government?
No, I'm just saying you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You don't know what specific waste you're relating to. And Donald Trump is the cause of most of the waste that we relate to. Massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires when we have people in this country who are homeless. We have people in this country that don't have health care. We have people in this country that don't have housing affordability. We have people in this country that don't have basic amenities, right? When I believe that they should have basic amenities, right? I think that's a travesty. I think that's a harm that this country is
And
going
how
through.
do you take care of those people
How
if
the social
we're
services.
wasting money in other places?
Oh, yeah. So we should, instead of spending so much money on our military that Republicans are trying to increase through this big, beautiful bill, the military spending on countries around the entire world, on conflicts that we don't need to be involved in, right? When we could specifically be spending it here at home, or massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, when we could be spending that money here at home on people who actually need it, caring actually about like literally Main Street rather than literally Donald Trump caring about Wall Street.
I totally agree with you there about the military. I think someone has to go in there and gut that.
Yeah, and that's not Donald Trump. Donald Trump's increasing the spending.
Well, I mean, has any Democrat ever proposed that?
Yes, but not the
And they did
not-
something
it's-
about it?
It's not a mainstream position, I would agree.
No, it's not. And I think we
what's your
agree
point?
there.
So what's your point? Donald Trump's not going after that. So then what's your point? What is he doing? What is he doing? Tell me.
I actually
Give me
think
a
he
single
is.
policy you like of his.
A policy?
Yeah.
Trump doesn't have very good policy.
You can't.
And
you,
I didn't
you,
vote
you,
for
you would
him
say you have
for the
concepts.
policy reason.
Would you say that you have concepts of an idea of the policy that he supports?
Concept of an idea. Sorry. I had something else.
You just put your phone in the garbage disposal?
No, I had something else. What was your question?
I actually don't even remember. That caught me off guard.
Yeah, that's all right. Look, I think
I think I asked you. I think I asked you.
left
If,
and the right.
I think I asked you if you had concepts of an idea of his policy. That's I think what I asked you.
Concepts
Yeah.
of an idea of his policy. I think his whole policy is about deconstruction, about getting rid of taxes, getting rid of regulation, even whether it's good or bad. I don't think Trump really differentiates. You know, I'm a realist. I think he may be deregulating too much, but he deregulates more than any other president.
Yeah. How do you know the deregulation that he's engaging in is good? Deregulation, because not all deregulation is good.
You don't, but if you like deregulation, then you love Trump.
Okay. Well, seemingly not really, because if you cared about fiscal responsibility, you would vote for Kamala Harris because she was more fiscally responsible than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is significantly less fiscally responsible.
What
than
is
the Biden-Harris
what is
administration.
Kamala proposing to do differently than anyone else?
According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, over the next 10 years, there would have been $4 trillion less debt with the Harris administration, according to her campaign plans versus Trump's campaign plans.
Parker, I like you, and I agree with a lot of things you say. But when you cite like a policy group predicting the future,
The
I don't
Committee
think
for
that's a
Responsible
good.
Federal Budget.
Yeah, I don't think any of these policy groups. I think they lean in a certain direction.
No, it's nonpartisan. The Committee for Responsible
They
Federal
say they're
Budget is
nonpartisan.
nonpartisan.
Of course they do.
No,
Everyone's nonpartisan,
it's
right?
the Committee of the Federal Government.
Everyone's nonpartisan, right? The government can't be partisan.
You understand that like there's literally like bipartisan aspects of it, but like it's nonpartisan within that respect.
No, I hear you. That's ideal. That's in a perfect
That's the
world.
best
No
information
one's
that you
partisan.
could get on the matter.
But I just don't think that that's the best evidence.
It
that
literally
something
is.
is good.
It literally is. I forgot.
Okay.
The best evidence for you is that Donald Trump says it himself. Oh
No.
wait, but you don't
I don't.
accept that.
I don't
sometimes.
believe anything Donald Trump says.
You don't believe a single thing Donald Trump says?
No.
Okay. If Donald Trump says he's the best candidate and you don't believe that,
I don't believe that.
you said you disagree with him always, right?
I don't believe. I
So
don't
you,
believe
so you
anything
agree that
that
he's a
comes
worse
out of Donald
candidate?
Trump's mouth is the truth.
Yeah, he said that he's a better candidate. So that's false, right?
Yeah, that's probably false. I don't know.
So he's a worse candidate.
All I'm saying is, if your goal
Can you answer that?
is
So
to
is he
deconstruct the
because,
government,
wait, he said he's a better candidate. Does that mean he's a worse candidate?
I don't know where you're going with that. It's like a who's on first joke there.
All right. Is there anything
Well,
else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
all I want to say is that the difference between the left and the right is the value system. If you talk about an issue like climate change, people on the right care more about their livelihood and losing their income because we make coal illegal or something like that. And I love
And
the
that's why they
environment.
voted for Donald Trump's disastrous economic policy that will make them poor.
And I totally agree with you. It's just that the left and the right are not seeing each other's value system. They care more about their income. They have to feed their kids.
You understand that like people who are Democrats also care about their income and care about their kids, and that's why they
Yes.
want to address climate change.
Yes. But you can get to work by jumping on the train if you live in New York City. You have certain things that help you out. The government is helping people out. If you live in rural Oklahoma or wherever, and you don't have all these amenities that are given to you by the government, then you have a harder time. You're on your own. And if the coal mine's closing up, then you're fucked. And I think that's why we have to have empathy for each other. We have to see each other's value system. I care about the environment too, but I also understand that some people have to feed their families.
What the okay, dude, if you cared about feeding your families, then you would have supported Kamala Harris's tax policy, the child tax credit increase that would have reduced childhood poverty by 40 to 50%. Like when implemented in 2021, that's what it did.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but it's just that people put out these tax plans and thinking that their life's going to change because of these tax plans, and they don't.
What do you say?
I mean, there might be incremental change, but
Incremental change? What do you mean incremental change? Like, of course,
Well,
be incremental change.
Okay, so
Wait. That's how democracies work. There's incremental change. What? I just don't understand any idea of change that's not incremental under our system.
Well, there could be drastic change, like revolution.
Okay, so unless you have a revolution, there's not going to be drastic change.
Well,
Okay,
I
and
mean,
we're
what do
not
you-
going to have a revolution.
Good. Was that you?
No, that was you. Fix your screen. I'm fine. I was just moving it back and forth. I was trolling on TikTok. It should be fine. My camera should be fine. We're gonna get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat.
Yo, what's up, Parker?
Janelle, thank you. How old are you?
I'm 16 and I go to Alpha
You gotta
High.
be 18 plus to join the live. Janelle, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Louise, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. And then thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. Did you hear about the team man who got arrested for going into I did actually not. That's crazy. That's literally insane. The trans man that got arrested for going into the women's restroom. That's kind of crazy. Isn't that like literally like what they like say they want based on biology? Like what the fuck? That's so insane. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. Seriously, it helps send it out to more people. It really does, like so much. It does so much, I'm telling you. I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you. By the way, I just want to let you know everything that's sent through TikTok goes to my girlfriend. Doesn't go to me actually. So, because I'm using her account, I give all the I just let her keep all of the stuff on TikTok. So if you want to support me, I'd recommend to go to Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or you could just, if you want to go through the TikTok, you can literally send my girlfriend money. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Good morning, Parker. You are not a W, you are an L. I hope you know that.
Fetus? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Release the baby.
What? What'd you say? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
10/28/2005.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did,
Okay, what's that?
but let me say, I don't identify with any party.
But you do support Donald Trump.
Yeah, I did vote for him.
Why so?
He doesn't support faggots and transvestites.
You're such a disgusting motherfucker. Get out of the live, you weirdo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because he seemed like he was a better candidate than
Wha- wha-
Kamala.
Why is he a better
But
candidate
I
than
wanted
Kamala
to, I
Harris?
want to discuss something like another topic with you, if that's okay.
No, why
Still
do you
kinda
think that he's a
related.
better candidate than Kamala Harris?
What was that?
Why do you think he's a better candidate than Kamala Harris?
Because Kamala criminals from prison, and I forgot what she was like. I forgot what her job was.
You forgot? So can you tell me why Donald Trump is so great?
Because he's allowing us to immigrate as much legal immigrants in the country, which is going to be good for the economy of the U.S.
Okay. How are undocumented immigrants harmful to the United States economy?
Well, undocumented immigrants could be terrorists, dangerous to
Undocumented
US
immigrants are
citizens.
multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, or property crime in the United States comparative to natural born U.S. citizens.
Well, right, but that doesn't mean you should let all the undocumented immigrants in, even if they're less likely to commit crimes.
You're claiming that they're going to commit more crimes, which I'm just disputing. So how are they harmful to the United
I wouldn't
States?
say more crimes. I would say I would still like.
So how are
you know, it'd be
undocumented
better if there
immigrants?
was less crime.
So how are they harmful?
Not all of them. But it would be better to let immigrants into the U.S. with proper documentation.
Yeah, but the thing is, it takes too long to go through that process. It takes 5 to 7 years on
It
average.
takes too long doesn't mean we need to. Just because it takes too long doesn't mean we just need to totally disregard the fact that there should be a better process.
Yeah,
illegal immigrants
if the process is unjustified, I don't think you're required to go through the process. Janessa, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, Melody.
Wait,
Thank you
what
for the
process is
$6. Thank you.
unjustified?
What's up?
What process is unjustified?
Yeah, the current process where it takes 5 to 7 years on average.
Well, yeah, I mean, but still,
Do you agree that's an unjustified length? Genevieve, thank you so
I
much for the
wouldn't say
$5 for the L Cookie King. Francisco, thank you for the 2,500 CLP. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I actually don't know how much that is. I think that's like $2.50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I think I'm caught up on everything. And then Sid with the $50. Thank you so much for sending you something on Venmo a bit ago. Oh, no, don't worry. Happy Saturday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I do see it now, actually. Holy shit, that's from 52 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. Sid with the fucking $100 on Venmo. Give me some W's for Sid in the comment section. For W's for Sid right now. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Well, I'm glad that I'm on so I can create a distraction. I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming every single day. I hope you have a better day. I hope you have a better day, Sid. And if you ever need anything, literally just message me. I always appreciate Sid. Can we get some fucking W's for Sid in the comment section right now? W's for Sid in the comment section. Seriously. Show some love to Sid. Go ahead. You were saying?
I forgot what else. Can I also talk to you about your opinion on toxic masculinity?
Yeah, what's up?
I think it's ridiculous, quite frankly.
What do you mean?
It's a myth, and
You think toxic
think it's,
masculinity is a myth?
yes, I do.
Okay, so toxic masculinity is a fact of reality. It's these characteristics do exist.
I
I don't know why
disagree.
you'd say they don't exist. What do you know what we're saying when we say toxic masculinity?
Well, I think it usually derives from like paranoia and sociopathy and like malignant narcissism or self-righteous vindictiveness. I feel like the traits are as common in women as in men, although men maybe more likely to
That's not
express
even
physical violence, but
so.
the traits are still as
I'll give you
common.
an example of toxic masculinity, and you tell me if you think this exists. The idea of masculinity that if you address your emotions in public, that you're weak,
Well, I
that
mean,
you're not masculine for addressing your emotions in public. Is that a negative form of masculinity that not only is harmful towards women, but is also harmful towards men?
I agree with you that
That's toxic masculinity.
addressing that is not toxic
It is. It's absolutely. These are masculine characteristics that have been forced upon us as men, right? That specifically negatively impact us.
I mean, I don't
So
necessarily
toxic
think it-
masculinity, you don't need to think of it in a context where, oh, it's only just that women are identifying that toxic masculinity exists. You should be able to, as a man, identify that toxic masculinity exists because it negatively impacts you too.
Well, I mean, wait, hold on. Someone just say he's holding a fish in Instagram. Why does that even matter? Why does that matter, bro?
It's like a meme that we have. Nina,
Oh,
thank you for
really?
the $10. Thank you so much. I really
Dude,
appreciate thank you.
I love fishing, bro. I don't know.
I really appreciate Nina.
Why
It
is
do-
fishing
it
bad?
does take it does cost way too much. It's ridiculous. Thank you for the $10 for many W's to Sid. Yeah, of course. We love that. We love that. As well as Catherine, thank you for the $4.44. Thank you so much. For shout out to your husband, Leo. Nice. He's been watching your live. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then Janessa, thank you for the dollar. Melody, thank you for the $6. Thank you. You were saying, Charlie?
What was that? Oh my god. Fuck. I forgot what I was thinking. Damn it.
We were talking about toxic masculinity. So
Okay, yeah,
again, what I was identifying to you is that what you're doing is you're presupposing the way that you use the term toxic masculinity to be the way that everyone else is using the term. And then you say that doesn't exist when other people say toxic masculinity is bad or harmful. But then you don't actually disagree with the people. Like you don't disagree with me when I describe that these particular masculine characteristics are harmful towards men and women. Right. And that they're very normalized and that they shouldn't be that way.
I mean, I guess the fact of like society shunning men for showing their emotions, I don't necessarily disagree that that's bad. I just think that like the what I was saying earlier, the paranoia of like and the vindictiveness, and I think that's really harmful, and I don't agree with that at all.
I'll give you another example of toxic masculinity. Boys will be boys.
I mean, yeah.
Right?
I mean-
Justifying men's harmful behavior by saying,
Well, that-
oh,
I wouldn't
it's
say
normal
that's
men behavior, therefore it's okay for them to do. That's not a way to
Well,
justify behavior.
I
That's
mean,
a
give me the
harmful way that,
example of,
again,
like,
not only
bad
harmfully,
behavior.
and it's not only harmful to, again, women, it's also harmful to men.
Right, but like, what do you mean by boys?
Yeah, it's a common phrase used, like locker room talk, all right, in order to be able to be like, oh, this is normal men behavior in these types of settings. Therefore, whether or not you think it's harmful doesn't matter.
Well, why does it matter?
Why? Because these things are harmful and they negatively impact the rest of society, including the men who engage in these behaviors.
What behaviors? What behaviors?
For example, like Donald Trump saying he grabs women by the vagina without asking.
Yeah, that's not a. That's I don't agree. Like that's what.
Those
like,
are those are examples of what are defined within the context of toxic masculinity. This is why we say that Donald Trump is so harmful towards things like what is considered grave culture, because it is the case that he promotes particular things that reinforce norms that lead to a greater likelihood of women and men being sexually assaulted. And that's a fact. Again, harms both women and men. Men are also grave victims. They're harmed by that. So when you have this idea of addressing toxic masculinity as the thing that only addresses the harm towards women in your head because you think that your harms aren't addressed as a man, I think that's a way that you shouldn't look at it, as not only is it harmful to you, but also it should get you to realize that it's not a crazy thing to believe in. And again, you associating with it just being women that believe that specifically also reinforces the idea that it's like you're demeaning what particularly like women would be saying.
That's a good point, I guess. So you don't think masculinity is bad, though?
No, we're not saying masculinity in of itself is bad. We're saying these toxic aspects of masculinity are not should be what defines a man. There are very positive aspects of masculinity that are very, very cool and good to be associated with masculinity, right?
Right, like,
and those are the
yeah,
things
like
that we should
providing
promote. We should
for
promote
family.
them not in a manner in which you say you should be this way in order to be considered a man. We say if you are a man, this is a good way to express yourself as a man. That's an example of a positive masculinity.
Yeah, that's a good point. Do that one.
You know what I mean? Like we want to protect and preserve the positive
Yeah.
aspects of masculinity, and we want to get rid of the negative aspects of masculinity that are harmful to men and women. Because what we say as what is a good man should include the good aspects of masculinity.
Right.
Toxic masculinity is what a bad man is, right? We want to
Yeah.
define ourselves within the context of what good men are, right? What you should do as a man.
I mean, yeah, that's good stuff.
For sure. All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to address or talk about?
Yeah. I want to ask you about something related to the. Okay, so. Yeah, let me find it.
For sure. While you do, let me think. Mallory, real quick. Mallory, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for your lives. Make my day. Admire your work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mallory.
Do you? This is kind of unrelated, but also kind of related. Do you what is your opinion on WNBA players getting paid less than NBA players? What's your opinion on that?
I'm not completely familiar with the proportions. Obviously, there's going to be, because there's more eyes in one particular business, there's more of an ability to pay in that context. But there's probably also going to be relative comparisons that show that even given that, right, it still isn't like, comparative. But I'd have to look at it. I'm not actually familiar with the data.
Okay, well, I appreciate you letting me talk with you and go live. Thank you for that.
For sure. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump or do you support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio or in the description of the YouTube.
Free Palestine. Israel controls the whole Trump cabinet.
Hey,
Jews
W.
control.
I agree with the Free Palestine part, but were they about to like say something about Jewish people? I'm not quite sure. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Well, the big reason why I'm coming here was to talk about a certain aspect of his immigration policy.
Okay, what about his immigration policy?
I do agree that if you're caught as an illegal immigrant, I think the best thing is for you to be sent back to your country of origin.
Okay, so like say someone that was brought to this country as a child, right? and they're an adult now, should they be deported back to the country that they never even grew up in?
Were they born in the United States?
Nope.
Then I think.
Wait, do you even believe in birthright citizenship?
I do.
Okay.
So I'm really in the middle. I'm not really a big fan of Trump. I just turned 18 in October. So since then, as I've seen what he's done in his term, I do feel I've leaned away from him.
So you do not support him anymore?
I'm in the middle. So one thing, like I said, I do agree with you should be sent back to your country of origin, because I do believe it also de-incentivizes, coming in illegally and going through the process as rigorous as it is.
Actually, wait, chat. I figured it out. I figured out what the echo is for some people. You know what it is, chat? I have both my audio mixers on. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, so it wasn't me?
No, it has everything to do with here, hold up. Is that better, chat? Is that better?
Hello.
Or no?
I mean, I still hear an echo on my side. Oh, I don't anymore.
Wait, hold up. Primary microphone. No. I got this. Hold up. There we go. Is it better? Is it better now, chat?
Testing.
Yeah, it should be better now. There we go.
Okay, cool. So, like I said, the process is rigorous, and that's something I do believe should be fixed to make it more accessible. But at the same time, there are so many people that go through the line and wait all those years, and they get in. Happy for them.
Yeah, but it takes 5 to 7 years on average.
Yes, but in the end, a lot of them, thousands every year, do get in. And so what about the people that got in illegally? And I mean, Trump wants them to go back to their, country of origin. I believe Kamala Harris wanted to just, keep them here. So I believe that almost
actually Kamala Harris did not say she just wants to keep everyone here. But I do actually believe myself in mass amnesty for people who are in the country who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. In those conditions, what is the reason why they should be deported? Can you give me a single reason?
Well, like I said, if we are just going to keep people that cut the line, even if you're doing great for the country, why don't we let more people in? Do the same way. What if they say, okay, we should let more people in, just let them skip the line?
No, let them go into the country fast. I think the
If
country
they agree that they're not gonna do
I think
anything
the
wrong.
country should not only be fast for people who are already in the country for a pathway to citizenship who are undocumented, but it also should be fast for people who are trying to come into the country, right?
Oh yeah, I agree with that as well. Like I said, I wish the process wasn't as rigorous, and it definitely shouldn't take that many years. But based on the current status, if you're in, according to Kamala Harris, well, what exactly would she do if she was the president right now with illegal immigrants?
So I don't know 100% what her policy would be, but according to what I do know, it would be the case that she would be advocating for greater levels of amnesty for people specifically, right? Like through the DACA program, through particular systems in that respect. But it is the case that she would still enforce harsh border restrictions.
Got it.
Yeah.
So
We would make the system go faster. She would try to get legislation for that, but she would still enforce harsh border restrictions for the laws that currently exist. So I don't think she's perfect according to my view. My view definitely goes further than hers, way further. But in terms of her view, it's better than Trump's by far.
Yeah. So what would she do as, the president, if someone's trying to come in illegally and she catches them in the process? What do you think she would do?
What would she do if she catches someone going through the process who's undocumented? I don't know. Probably they would get deported.
So they would get deported if they don't make it, but if they make it, they stay?
No, you're misunderstanding between what my view is and what Kamala Harris's view is. Why are you thinking that they're the same?
Not gonna lie, I don't know.
I just clarified to you, right, that we had different positions.
What was your position again?
My position is mass amnesty for anyone who's in the country undocumented, who's not committed a violent crime or bad crime. They should be given a pathway to citizenship. Her position, right, is that we should make the immigration system go faster and make it safer, right, and fix the asylum process to make it go faster, right. But she would still enforce border restrictions, right, and security that exists currently right now under law.
Well, then I guess I do agree with your policy. I was more arguing on behalf, or I was arguing against Kamala Harris. But I guess if that is your policy, that's your beliefs, then I do agree with that, actually.
You agree with mass amnesty?
I guess I'm not sure exactly what that term means in and of itself. But
Amnesty just means that you allow people to get a pathway to citizenship.
Of course, that's definitely what I advocate for. But I was just
It
arguing
would be a
based on.
quick pathway to citizenship, and they wouldn't leave the country. They can stay in the country. Taco,
Got
thank you
it,
for
got
$2.
it.
Thank you.
I was just arguing based on what I
Okay,
assume.
so then why does Donald Trump have better policy? Elliot, thank you for $6.66. Thank you. Catherine, thank
Well,
you
like
for
I said,
$4.44.
if
All
you
right,
come in
get already.
illegally,
Thank you.
I think you should, go back to your country of origin.
Again,
However, I do think it should be more easily accessible.
But like the point that I just brought up, wait, if you said you agreed with me, then you don't agree with that position.
Well, you're saying a lot of positions. You're saying a lot of different things. I'm agreeing with some, disagreeing with some.
Were you agreeing with my description of Kamala Harris's policy, or were you agreeing with my policy? I think you were agreeing with my description of Kamala Harris's policy.
I'm not sure.
To enforce current border laws, but it is the case that we want to make it safer and quicker.
Safer and quicker, yes. Enforcing border laws, yes. But
that's literally Kamala Harris's position. So you agree with Kamala Harris's position?
But I asked you, what would she have done if she caught somebody in the process of illegally coming into the country?
Yeah, I told you she'd probably deport them.
Okay, so that I guess I would agree with. What was yours?
Mine was that they would get legal access to the pathway to citizenship quickly.
Okay, but so it's similar to Donald Trump's.
No, dude, what the fuck is this guy saying? No, Donald Trump wants mass deportation.
So him and Kamala share that same respect.
They both agree on deportation, yes, for undocumented immigrants.
But under Kamala Harris's view, if you make it in, you're going to gain access. Or under your view, if they make it in, then you would rather them have a pathway to citizenship. But if you catch them in the process, they go back.
No! What the fuck is wrong? I'm sorry. What the fuck is wrong with you? I have not...
What's the point? What's the point of the line then?
He doesn't understand the distinction between me defining my view and Kamala Harris and me defining Kamala Harris's view. My view is that we should make the process go faster, right? And people who are already in the country have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes should be allowed to stay in the country.
That's yours, not Kamala Harris.
That's my position.
Okay, so I mean, when you put it simply like that, then I guess I do agree with your policy. Then I don't really have much else to say.
So then you're more liberal than Kamala Harris.
I believe so. Then yeah, when you put it like that, like I don't mean.
What do you support Donald Trump on?
It was really just that. If I'm being honest, you said that you would only let people in if they voted for Donald Trump. That was a lie. I voted Kamala Harris.
I thought so.
I just wanted to be able to talk to you.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, how do you?
Hey man, how's it going? Hey, I'm 18 years old, February 20th, 2006.
Wouldn't you be 19?
I voted Trump because I'm an inbred hillbilly dumb fuck and I don't know any better.
Yeah, you would be 19. Yo, what's up, how do you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir. Donald J. Trump.
What's your birth year?
September 3rd, 2004.
You got it wrong.
September 3rd, 2004. What are you talking about? 20.
I was just saying. Go ahead.
Sky, you made me question myself, brother. Well, first of all, immigration, good economy, and also tariffs.
Immigration, good economy, tariffs. Okay, what's good about immigration?
Well, how there's also kicking out the illegal aliens.
Okay, undocumented immigrants. Why do you want to kick out undocumented immigrants? How are they bad?
Wait, hold on. Why did Chloe said I would be 21? Do you not know how to do math, Chloe?
Bro, would you like to engage?
Yeah, sorry. No, Chloe's just like, your basic blonde girl.
Chat, I also just want to say this so that people know. The lunatic who shot at Dean and his girlfriend was just caught by the local PD and admitted guilt.
Gosh, no way, really?
Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
You did not just say that.
You're next, Parker.
Like he knows he's referencing like a person literally shooting at Dean and his girlfriend, right? With a BB gun. Like, and it hit her hair. Like, if it hit her in the head, she could be in the hospital and could possibly experience death, like genuinely. So I'm really confused why they're doing that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
I just think it's very patriotic for the country. I just don't think Harris has that in her.
How so?
I just don't think so. I just can you give me some examples of Harris's patriotism?
Yeah, specifically the child tax credit, the $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, the $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare. The policy she passed through the largest investment in renewable energy ever through the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the infrastructure bill, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the high-speed broadband to rural communities, raising $5 billion for private for Central America to reduce the likelihood of them coming here. Those are examples of her patriotic behavior.
Gotcha.
You know, chat, I might have been getting restricted more in the algorithm simply just because the audio was dog shit. Because it's starting to send out a little bit more now. This person, I can't hear you, by the way. Alrighty. Let me see. I just did that. Booker, you just received a threat. Yeah, I know. Nina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nina. Oh, the person left, by the way. Can you find that guy, Parker? No, I can't. Hey, Hurricane Henry, I didn't say every single criminal that comes in the country asylum. I said people who are in the country who are undocumented, who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes, should be given a pathway to citizenship. That's what I said. You voted for a candidate that pardoned people who pled guilty to admitted to assaulting police officers. So if you'd like to accept the invite that I sent you to join up on the live, go for it. Brianna, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Back now and fully elevated based. So based. Probably got 30 more minutes left on the live, everyone. 30 more minutes left on the live. All right, let's try to get some more people up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. You want to support me as always? Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio for on YouTube to make sure to like the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, I wanted to ask you, bro, just to touch up on what you just said. Like, you said that like people who cross through the border illegally should be given a pathway to citizenship.
Yep.
So, don't you think they already broke the law passing through this country illegally?
It's not a bad crime.
Right, but it's still a crime.
Yeah, I mean, you voted for a criminal.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, though, like, regardless if Donald Trump's a criminal, coming to this country is already breaking the law and disrespecting our Constitution. So, don't you think those people should be deported?
You called for your presidential candidate called for a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He's literally disrespected an order from the Supreme Court, a 9-0 determination from the Supreme Court, and violated amendments. He's called for people who literally are protected by the First Amendment to be put in prison for burning an American flag, which is exactly how you retire an American flag.
Okay. Didn't Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, do the same thing?
No.
Oh, he didn't.
What do you do?
So he didn't do $1.4 million in taxes he didn't pay, gun charges, stuff like that, disrespecting the Second Amendment.
You mean he's a criminal?
Yeah.
So sure, yeah.
Joe Biden,
he's a criminal. Yeah.
Right. Right. Okay. So my point, and Kamala Harris as
Wait,
well.
but is he our presidential candidate?
No, right. But what I'm saying is like,
do I support him as the nominee?
You support these people though.
I don't support
like,
Hunter Biden.
The liberal mind, man, I just don't understand it. I think it's all like person, place, or thing. Like you guys just, if it's a liberal, it's okay. It's that kind of thing.
I never said it was okay.
Right.
You,
but what
you
about
brought,
Kamala
you,
Harris as
you
well?
brought up criminal as a bad thing.
Right. I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, though, crossing through this border illegally is disrespecting Constitution, isn't
No,
that?
it's not.
Okay. Why is that?
Do you think breaking any law is disrespecting the Constitution?
100%. I think you should abide all laws.
So then Donald Trump was disrespecting the Constitution by violating the law and getting 34 felonies.
Right. So the reason I voted for Donald Trump is because I didn't want Kamala Harris in office. Just like kind of in the 2016 election, a lot of people voted for Donald Trump because they didn't want Hillary Clinton, who is an out of mind crazy person, in office. That's just kind of the way I went about it.
I do Donald Trump is out of his mind and crazy.
Some of the things he says, yeah, man.
Not some,
100%.
a lot of the things he says.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that him saying what he did about P. Diddy, like pardoning P. Diddy, I thought that was stupid. I can respect that and admit that, like, it was stupid. I'm not full Trumpy, but what I can say is I'm just not with Kamala Harris. That's for sure. Like, you know what I mean? I'm more moderate, if anything. But
wait, I'm sorry. Did that happen recently?
Yeah, it was a day ago.
That's fucking crazy. That happened?
Yeah, man. He literally said that he would think about pardoning Diddy if he was being mistreated. It's kind of crazy. Some wild shit, man. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just want to ask you because I just didn't understand. And again, like crossing the border illegally, I just didn't understand if that was like a big crime to you or not.
No way! Oh my god! Imagine a Trump supporter tells me this is the case. That's fucked.
Nah, man. He got me all wrong, dude. And then again,
and you support him still, dude. Can you imagine if Kamala Harris or fucking Joe Biden said that? Oh my god! I would hear this. I would hear this nonstop, bro. I would hear this nonstop, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm like, dude. If the same relation with Diddy and Epstein existed with that exists with Donald Trump, that it existed with like Hillary Clinton or with Joe Biden or with Kamala Harris, you guys would have crucified them.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, then again, like I said, I'm pretty moderate. I don't really pick sides, but
what happened to the Epstein files?
Dude, honestly, I'm not educated on that. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I mean, I heard Donald Trump was associated with Epstein. That's all I really know from that point on.
Yeah, did you know that he said he's a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side? That's what Trump said about Epstein back in the day.
That's what I ask you. So with E. Jean, correct? That's her name?
E. Jean Carroll.
E. Jean Carroll. So with the whole grape case against Donald Trump, I want to ask, so with the whole DNA thing where he rejected the DNA, I saw you and Dean debating some guy earlier, and you guys, I think it was Dean that said DNA is viable. Is that the term? Viable? Would that make sense?
DNA can stay on a dress and be identified.
Right, for like 500 years, correct?
Decades later. I don't know if it's 500 years. He said half-life. It was 500
years. Yeah, half-life. I want, because I'm not totally educated with that, dude. So like I'm not here to like just debate this. I just want to ask you, but like what is the evidence against Donald Trump in that situation? So like theoretically he did grape her. Like with the DNA that he rejected a test. Now what else kind of pointed him in a guilty like I guess you could say prosecution in that matter?
Toby thing to judge. So there's a few things. One, the unanimous decision from the jury. If you don't look at any of the evidence in specific as to say that was like good enough reason, 9 jurors unanimously picked by Donald Trump and his lawyers, right, determined that he sexually abused her based upon the standard of evidence required in a civil court. That's one. 2, as it relates to this, we can point to Donald Trump saying that he would have sexually abused her, or he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition for the trial, mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife.
Damn. Oh. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Honestly, I'm not really educated on that. So
I got more for you. She told multiple of her friends at the time that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump, and they verified that she told him or I mean that she told them. There was also other great victims of Donald Trump that literally went on the stage and talked about the fact that they were assaulted, right? There was also the fact that Donald Trump said he grabs him by the vagina without asking. That was brought up specifically to demonstrate his character. There was a psychologist that specifically verified the trauma that E. Jean Carroll went through. So there's plenty of things that we can point to in terms of that. All of this is typically accepted in the context of court cases as sufficient enough reason to believe that someone did this.
Right. And was he like convicted of these crimes?
He was held civilly liable. The reason why it wasn't a conviction in a criminal court is because of the statute of limitations that exists in New York for sexual assault. And that's why there's things like the Child Survivors Act and the Adult Survivors Act that in New York allowed for victims of sexual assault who are adults and children to hold their abusers accountable right after the 5-year statute of limitation, right? In civil courts.
So are you basically implying that after 5 years, those, I guess, civilly liable crimes will expunge, I guess?
After 5 years, right? You after the event happened to you, you can't hold your abuser accountable in a criminal court in New York for sexual assault, even if there's video
similar to
evidence.
like, right. So similar to like taking someone back to court, it's just not you can't
you
do
just
that, right?
you can't in the criminal case, but for civil cases you could, because there isn't a statute of limitation for civil cases.
Right, and I hear the argument that you and Dean usually kind of talk about this one. A lot of I guess Liberal Party members say this one with the 1970s. He rejected people of color from renting his property or something of that sort. Yeah. So what was the actual context behind that theory? So like I hear many different things. Like it was a taken out of context thing. Because I also heard about the Central Park 5. If you ever heard that case.
Yep.
Everyone was on their necks because at the time, right, we all thought they were liable. They're, I guess you could say,
Donald Trump said this even after exoneration.
Right, and he put out a post saying that like those kids should be like,
literally executed after there's DNA evidence exonerating them.
Right. So like, what was the context behind that actual rental property thing? I never educated myself on that, and I can't find anything that's a good source of news, I guess you could say.
Sure.
Based on
there is good news sources specific on this, but I'll just tell you based upon what my knowledge is. Specifically as it relates to the cases, there were claims of the fact that Donald Trump was not renting to Black people within the area. So the DOJ went out and they got testers and they tested it. They sent people in with the same set of qualifications who were white and who were Black, and people who were white got openings that said that there were openings to them, but the people who were Black, they said there were no openings. They would also even mark C, the letter C, on applications of non-white individuals so that they wouldn't rent to them. Based upon their conversations specifically with the people who worked at the what's it called, the places he was renting.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, I just wanted to know about that, so I appreciate you for educating me on that. One more thing, not to waste any more time. So with the is it Kamala Harris or Kamala?
Kamala.
I know you correct people. Okay, Kamala, correct. All right, so Kamala Harris, and I've heard many different things about the marijuana convictions of teenagers and whatnot. So what was that story about? I hear many different things. Like I said, there's many different
I have to kick you because you can't say that on the live, but I will address it. So just listen in after I kick you because you can't say it on the live. It will restrict the rest of the live. So
my fault, man. I apologize.
You're good. Don't worry. So specifically, her in terms of that, there aren't people based upon possession. In the state of California, there were people who, based upon violation of probation, were held accountable, but that wasn't due to any statute she created. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube channel. I shouldn't be on for much longer. Tomorrow, I probably will be on for a little bit longer. Maybe we'll try to be on a little bit, more solo, so we get some more solo debates. Yo, what's how old are you?
32.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I got a question.
What's up?
Was Cory Booker doing the Yahtzee salute?
Haven't seen any picture of Cory Booker doing that.
Really? You should Google that right now.
Okay.
Because I want to see you defend this.
You think Elon Musk was doing the Nazi salute?
No.
Okay. So do you want to defend that? Do you have your camera on? Yeah, turn your camera on, do the salute.
No, you just got to look at Cory Booker because he did the exact same thing.
I looked it up and there's nothing. Oh my god, are you saying this? Oh, this is actually hilarious. There's no fucking way you mean this. Are you trolling?
No.
You're trolling. Get the fuck off my life. No, I saw it. Don't worry. It's nothing, chat. It's literally nothing. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
because I'm an inbred dumb fucking don't know any better.
So the next person only sent a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, maybe we'll get one more debate and then I'll just like react to stuff for the rest of today. I know there's some stuff that I wanted to react to. There's like a few videos that I have that I can react to, like TikTok videos and stuff like that. So I might do that on stream and on the YouTube. What do y'all think about that for like the next few minutes? I should only be on live for like 15 more minutes anyway. So feather hair, diabolical, diabolical. I tell you, yeah. A lot of people are saying yes. All right, you know what? Should we just do that now? On TikTok too? See, the thing is we can't do it on TikTok because I can't bring up everything on TikTok to be seen. It'd be a little bit hard to do that. So I'd recommend everyone to go over to the YouTube. Why do you hate us down all night? I can't because I got to go see my girlfriend. So here's what it is. Here's what it is. So we'll do that and we'll chill on YouTube for a little bit longer. I'm going to end debates for today. And tomorrow I'll be on. I'll, try to get some more solo debates. Tomorrow I actually am free later in the day, everyone. So I will be on later in the day, but I will be on like all night tomorrow. So make sure to look out for tomorrow because tomorrow I have all day because I won't be able to see my girlfriend all day. So in the morning I'll be a little bit busy, but later in the day I will have time to go live for like most of the day. So everyone go over to my YouTube channel. If you haven't followed me here, I'll probably will be live here a lot more. So make sure to follow me here on the TikTok if you're here on TikTok. But I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube. Parker, get a job. We're going to just, watch some stuff, hang out. I'll answer some questions on YouTube for a little bit longer. And then I will get off for tonight. So we only have a little bit longer. I'll be reacting to some stuff here on YouTube. Make sure to come over here and make sure to like the stream on YouTube. I would really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. But let me actually text my girlfriend, see what's going on. Hello. All right. All right. I'll see everyone on YouTube. I love y'all. I love y'all. Oh, pause live and live. All right. What's up, everyone on the YouTube stream? We will get to react to some stuff. What's good, everyone? We'll get to react to some stuff right now. I actually have like some reaction videos I can like interact with. I have some stuff already, but if there's anything y'all want me to react to, you can. For people who, let me see to make sure I've caught up with everyone who's donoed. Toby, thank you for the $2. Nina, I caught up with everyone. Okay, we're good. Taco, thank you for the $2. H, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Harrison, thank you for the $10. You weirdo. Why do you keep sending me money to say that? Harrison, why do you keep sending me money to say weird stuff to say? Like, why do you do that? Edward, thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Edward. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Edward. So one thing I just wanted to say is that Sam Cedar and Secular Talk both reacted to me and they both spoke very highly of me. So that was really cool. Secular Talk, it was really cool because I used to watch him all the time. He was calling, what was the word he used to describe me? He just really liked me. I know that. So I thought that was really cool. Because Kyle was a huge part of my development in terms of politics. So I would love to do an interview with Kyle. I would love to talk to Kyle. And Kyle did give me mad props. Same with Sam Cedar. So that was really cool. I could bring that up and I could show that But there is some other stuff that I have to react to. Which would y'all rather see, like, you know, some of the people's thoughts of like how I debated on Jordan Peterson, or would you rather see you know, some of the other stuff I have that I could look at? Because I have some reaction content. Both. I don't know how much longer I'd have for that. Don't care either. Let's see what they said. All right, you know what? Let's go do that, and we'll save the other reaction content for another time. We'll see how big these videos are. We'll look up. Should we do majority report or so Sam Cedar or Kyle Kalinske first? Which one should we do, chat? Wow, it's pretty half and half. Well, it looks like a lot of people are saying Kyle. Okay, we'll do Sam second. All right, let me pull this up. Present. I just know you don't actually care about your fans who donate and probably won't even remember their names after getting their money. I definitely remember Sid. And Harrison, you're just mad for no reason. Then how do I keep remembering you, bro? Like, what?
Lee video and how Jordan Peterson got absolutely cooked by a bunch of young atheists. That really went viral on the internet. I kept seeing this all over Twitter. I kept seeing it elsewhere that so many YouTubers did videos on it because it really does. It's like a clean, bright red line about.
Oh, wait, actually, this is the new one he just dropped that doesn't even include him reacting to me. That I already reacted. I already watched this video actually because I just was curious. Here, let me go back and let me go to a different video. Hold up, because he's posted 2 videos about it.
He's fundamentally,
which is really cool, really fucking cool. Shit is so cool. All right,
right-wing stuff. It doesn't sell anymore. It just doesn't. What sells now is the lowest IQ Trump defense you've ever seen. Real with me, and he's so smart, and the whole point of the Jubilee video is like, what is it? 1 Christian versus 20 atheists or something. 1 Christian versus 90 atheists. I don't know. I don't remember the exact number, but the idea is he's the Christian and he's up against all these atheists, right? And what you're going to see here is he's been in his hug box way too long, bro. When all you're used to doing is patty cake, baker's man. We love Donald Trump and we love Israel. When you're used to doing that all day, you're not sharp anymore. And you're going to get fucking exposed. So here's Jordan Peterson sitting around with a bunch of atheist college kids. And he fucking humiliates himself. Watch this. Here we go.
So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
I can't. See, his old school tricks, which were always stupid, but he used to get away with them more. Because he was so charismatic in how he talked and the way he delivered it. It felt passionate that he could get away with saying, well, what do you mean by believe? When you ask if I believe in God, what do you mean by believe? And what do you mean by God? Now it just comes across as you're a fucking sophist. And
yeah, one thing I wanted to say about this, because I thought this was really funny. Who's this guy? This is Kyle Kalinske. Love Kyle. But like, this is something that I thought was really funny that I wanted to like talk about. Was that like, one, he never even answered the question that I specifically asked him. Like, do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God, perfect notion of God? He never answered that. That's one thing. Secondly, was that like, I knew going into this that this was going to be the main point that people had contentions with, because I had watched, Alex O'Connor and some of the other debates, sort of seeing what people already had an issue with Jordan Peterson on, because I was going to bring up those types of issues, right? And when doing my research on that, I came across this where he wouldn't really answer what belief is, and it was kind of hard to be able to identify this in the first place. So I knew going into this was going to be the point I was going to get on. Same thing with Danny. That's why both of us had it locked and loaded already. So that was like the one thing going into this that we already knew. And like after the episode, I knew this was going to happen with the sort of like the are going to title it 1 Christian versus 25 atheists, and then he was going to look like this. So I actually wasn't sure if they were going to put Danny's debate against him in the video. I was assuming, yes, they kind of have to put mine in because, it's like I've been on the stream, like, and it would just be kind of hard for them to do that. But like, I expect them not to put Danny's into it. But I was kind of surprised they put Danny's into it when they did.
And you don't even know the answer to these questions. You're not even honest with yourself.
What do you mean by believe?
You think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
This is such bullshit. This is such bullshit. It's like, do you believe in an all-knowing, all-loving God? He's like, what does that even mean? It means what I fucking said it means. Do you think that's true, that there's an all-knowing, all-loving God or whatever the fuck? He's like, that's not how language works, son.
You think it to be true.
All right. So if you believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
What the fuck does that mean? Look at this dude's face. Look at this dude is all of us right here. One more time. Watch this dude's face.
You stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
He makes a face like, what? What does that even mean, bro?
Yeah, Ian's response was so funny. They literally were like, what? What?
Live for it, and you die for it. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you...
Why does he talk like that? Why does everything sound like he's like 4 minutes from death and he just got the diagnosis and he's so serious? Oh my God, this guy is such a mess. Holy shit.
And you die for it. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the presupposition of your attention and your action. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it.
So this is what's called gish galloping. He's gish galloping.
Yeah, like, does anyone fucking know what Peterson's saying here? Like, does anyone know what he's saying? Like,
Here, he's saying a lot of words without saying anything. But this guy's going to call him on it.
You worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
Okay.
That makes you an unstoppable force. Like, what the fuck is this guy saying, bro? Look at my face. I'm so confused. Look at my face. Seriously.
So there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
I looked to the side. I'm like, what the fuck did this guy just say?
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
No.
That is literally what he said. That's exactly what he said.
Something if you wouldn't.
Oh, I think Kyle goes on something about like how you should just, if you just actually believe it, you should say it. But like, he kind
Say the
of.
shit you actually fucking believe in for no reason.
I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't be
life.
so sure.
What? Okay, watching that clip back of Jordan Peterson saying that was probably the funniest shit. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think that is like the most unhinged response ever. Don't be so sure. Like, what are you talking about, bro? What do you mean, don't be so sure? What are you talking about?
Don't be so sure you wouldn't lie about the nature of a pen to avoid.
Lucas, think of the $5. Thank you so much. He seems he was more aggressive with you than others. Some people were saying because he knew who I was before. I would bet he probably does.
Being murdered. Are you mental, Jordan? The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
There's no way if he did actually know who I am, that he would do something as stupid as that. Unless he's clip farming himself.
Yes. The answer is yes. Look, in the same way, it's fucked up to say, but I think it might be true. In the same way that John Fetterman, like, his brain literally broke when he had a stroke and he became more conservative. Like, brain damage made him more conservative. Jordan Peterson, when he was a fucking, what was it, a Klonopin or Xanax addict, and he went to Russia to get some fucking weird freak fringe treatment in order to detox from it, and they like put him in a coma as he detoxed from it, and then he woke up from it. That shit probably fucked up his head to the point where now, like, he doesn't realize how ridiculous he looks here, bro.
Too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't
life?
be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
He can't even engage in the hypothetical because he's caught in a logic chokehold. Shout out to this guy right here. This guy right here is goated. He's goated. He's got Jordan in like 4 simultaneous logic chokeholds, and Jordan is too fucking narcissistic and self-absorbed to realize it.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
Why is your mouth like that? Why is he doing this like I'm about to give you a whack right across the smoocher, fella? Like, why is he acting like this?
A circumstance logically that lying could save someone.
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like,
Yeah, wait, why does Jordan look so angry? He looks so angry. Like, seriously, why is he so angry? Like, I literally did nothing. Like, I was so respectful and nice to him. Why was he so angry?
Why is your mouth like that? Why is he doing this like I'm about to give you a whack right across
and take
the
the $2.
smoocher,
Thank
fella?
you.
Like, why is he acting like this?
a circumstance logically that lying could save someone.
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to
know
protect
the
them,
example.
would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I
Thank you so much, Lizzie, for the $10. Thank you so much. It's weird YouTube's not letting you. That's so weird.
wouldn't be in that situation. to begin
Exactly. So the other guy's right and you're wrong. You're just admitting that, not even realizing it.
with. It's a hypothetical, and it's not.
I don't do hypotheticals, bro. What the fuck? You're there to debate atheism versus Christianity, religiosity versus non-religiosity. You're gonna fucking engage in hypotheticals. Oh my God, I'm about to lose it, bro. I'm about to lose it. This guy is a fraud. He is a complete...
Oh my gosh. Sid said, Lamau, did I ever tell you that Harrison found me on TikTok a while back and proceeded to send me 30 plus DMs asking where I live? He's literally fetus Trinity.
fraud. This is impossible to watch.
It's a hypothetical, and it's
You
not
can't answer
answerable.
hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like
What?
that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
I can't answer a hypothetical, even though people do it all the time, every day, multiple times a day, and it's like one of the most common things we do when we talk.
Look,
Did you
don't
eat
play
today?
games.
Why not play games?
So now he brings out the stern father routine because he's so fucking caught in a logic chokehold that there's no way out. He's fucking, this is him tapping out.
Yes, you are. If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing.
Here's something, again, I really wanted to pressure him on. I should have. Is that if he's saying that he's made mistakes to be able to get into the position of where he is he saying it's a mistake to literally take care of Jewish friends that you have and let them stay in your attic so that they don't get murdered by Nazi officials?
Nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about. Like there could be a Jewish friend that you have and you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
Give up on
Why? Because you're so utterly defeated and it's humiliating for you, so you want him to stop making you look like the fucking fool you are?
just like trying to clarify your position? Because you
I
don't
did
like. Are you
clarify
like
it.
uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask
It's
you.
just a basic hypothetical.
Yeah, Jordan. It absolutely is a fucking basic hypothetical. How many times in hypotheticals?
It really is a basic hypothetical. It's like literally a philosophy 101 example hypothetical. I'm not trolling. It's literally the philosophy 101 example of a hypothetical. I'm actually serious.
Do you bring up, okay, would you lie to save lives in Nazi Germany? It's a fucking common thing. Like, oh my God.
Where you're,
like
you
if you-
put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany, that's just a basic hypothetical.
Oh my God. He's trying to play like the moralism card. Like, oh, how dare you speak of Jews in such a terrible situation? Oh, do you need your fainting couch? Do you need to clutch some pearls and fall on your fainting couch?
lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're like not trying to answer this question for some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist? Like, so you're
Why are
anti-fascist?
you asking that?
I was just asking, just clarifying. But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save
I'm
someone's life.
answering it in
Obviously,
a
that's not
manner
what
you
truth
don't
is.
find acceptable.
Obviously, because I care about
you're-
truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's
No.
already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have a time travel device. We're bringing this logical hypothetical up to show you that in some circumstances that do happen within the real world, you would lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters when I ask you, like, do you believe this? Do you think this to be true? So you don't actually have to answer the questions. And plenty of Christians don't like that because they clearly see that you don't really like want to be associated with
I can
Christianity. in that
imagine
respect.
that I was in a situation where
This kid is, I mean, Jordan is so washed. This kid is tap dancing on his grave now, y'all. Holy shit.
I could do as a consequence of my previous mistakes was to tell the least amount of lie I could manage. But that would likely indicate that I had made all sorts of catastrophic errors on my way there.
So you would lie to save someone's life. So again, you do believe it to be true in that circumstance, even though you like lied in that scenario. So
Not
clearly that's
without
not
the
what you see to be true.
context that I put it in.
You were not willing to
I
die for it.
said-
You were not willing to let other people die for it. So that's not what you see to be true then, seemingly.
You're doing exactly what I said you were doing at the beginning of the conversation. You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical with no precursors to back me into a
How's
corner.
it possible? Is there something contradictory about it? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Oh my God, Jordan, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck? All right, I'm not done. This other guy. So I think that kid is goated. The one we just watched. This one right here is good too. But like, bro, he's getting smacked around. He's getting smacked around by a bunch of college kids. You love to see it. By the way, I also don't think it's a coincidence that the room full of atheists are like super smart and sharp-witted, and they're like, this is like child's play for them to just obliterate this poor old man.
Why is that?
Yeah, you know, literally, Kyle now reacts to Danny. You guys, you can go watch that video. I actually, you know, that'll get people to go watch the video if they want to go see the rest of Danny's part. But we will watch Majority Report right now, get some of his thoughts before I do end it real quick. We won't be able to watch the whole thing because I know it's like 30 minutes. But let's see. Oh, wait, they posted another one. Oh, is this just Danny? I think it's them just reacting to Danny. It is them just reacting to Danny. That's really funny. That's really funny. The title of Sam Cedars' video is Jordan Peterson humiliated by atheists doing God's work.
No choice anymore because of what's been taken from him. You know, his respectability. Crap.
It was change the word. Extra strength. This is the sort of inverse of that. Whoa. What do you mean by inverse? So what Sam is doing there.
Sam in this video a lot will do that. So do watch out for this. I've seen
what
this.
I'm gonna coin the pedantry prance, which is that you just keep taking issue with.
By issue? What do you mean by issue? Wait, young man. You answer me. What do you mean by issue?
You need to agree on terms.
What do you mean by issue? I don't have to agree with anything you say.
By issue,
this is not about you bullying me into agreeing with you. You don't even know what the word issue means.
I just mean like you take exception to.
Good. So issue means exception. Then what does Why don't we just say prancing around? This is the problem. You're dismissed.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it and you die for it. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you say. It isn't something. Tell me about this pen exists. Tell me if this pen exists and try. Shoot me now. Shoot me now. Shoot me.
They really are running with the Jordan Peterson stuff.
Kill me. Kill me. Shoot me now, dead with the pen.
He has no thought of where he's going. So
Stick it into my eye.
He's backed into the corner where, under no circumstances, can he utter an untruth.
He so desperately didn't want to answer the question, do you believe in an all power? Like he couldn't even. No, this is a gotcha question. What is belief? What is God? What is everything? What is pen? What do you mean pen?
So he catches him here, and this is where Jordan has to get defensive about, do you know anything about me?
Oh, yes. Yes, this is a debate on ideas. But first, I hope you're familiar with my CV.
He's doing a great job, but he should have been like, what do you mean by no?
This pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life.
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life.
How much do you know about me? Hold on. Go back, please. Go back. I want to hear that again. Don't be so sure.
Like I think you would do that too. You would.
More successful for him.
Right.
I mean, honestly.
His practice or his media personality?
I mean, honestly.
And he insisted on lies. That's why he lost his professional credentials in Canada. He insisted on calling Elliot Page's doctors criminal butchers, which is just a right-wing propaganda.
What does butcher mean?
Exactly.
What does criminal mean?
Right. It turns out none of the things that, and what was it? The Royal Psychiatrists of Montreal or whatever said, we're going to give you every opportunity to go back on this. And he said, I'd rather just feed the hogs on right-wing media.
Right, because of the cash associated with it.
Oh, what does cash mean? Oh, no. Listen, bucko.
I told you he really goes far with it.
I would die for my cash. That's how much I believe in it.
I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
Wait a second. The guy set up a hypothetical about somebody coming in saying, is this a pen? And if the guy says it's a pen, they're going to kill him. And now Peterson has now changed the hypothetical in such a way that, well, lying wouldn't help that. Like, but then why would he address the fact that he wouldn't lie in other circumstances?
But this guy comes up with a good response to it too, because he catches him and it gives him a scenario in which lying could save his family.
A pretty famously obvious scenario to Europe. One in America would be like maybe escaped slaves. Would you? Or
what about your money or your life?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure that you would take the money and then kill me. So in this hypothetical, I can see into your brain, into the brain of the person who's hypothetically there.
Okay, I think we're gonna end it there, everyone, because I do actually have to get going now. We almost hit 7 hours today, so today was pretty good. I do appreciate everyone who came on today. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. I would love to have a conversation with Sam, and I would love to have a conversation with Kyle. They're both great. They're both really good. I'd love to debate with them sometime. But yeah, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. I would also recommend to go over to the video that I posted today. I did post a video today. You can go check it out. Debating a MAGA dad. There's also one from the day prior where I debate someone who was on Jubilee. This guy was arguing for like mass deportation on Jubilee, and I debated him. So you can also go see that if you would like to. But yeah, I love everyone so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. Y'all are amazing and fantastic. And I can't wait to be live tomorrow. But yeah, I love y'all so much. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already and check out the other video. Love y'all. Have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye.